Hello, everybody. Welcome. Woo, the holiday season. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Welcome, everybody. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Welcome. Did everybody have a good holiday season? Everybody have a good Thanksgiving? I hope y'all did. Hello, Jack and Corn Palm and Sweet D and Can and Kimmy and Mike and Maya May, Candlelight, Sammy, Amy Lynn, Polly Pam, Debbie Nelson, Innocence, Angela P, Audrey D. I hope I say that right. Hello, Gail and Scouts Boo and Michelle Tucker and Fonda Cheeseman and Rhonda and Lone Star and Love the Eagles, Brown Bear Jamboree and Wendy McClone and Inquire in a Quartary and Christine. I hope you can come up here with me, Christine, and TJ and Fonda Cheeseman and Debbie Nelson and Dame. Hello, Dame. Karen A72, Bobo Evans, Tracy, Vicky B, Dame, Tracy Lugward, WR, Robin, Jennifer Watts, Gail, Denise, Reap What You Sow, and Tracy Lugward. Welcome, everybody. Welcome tonight. We're going to be covering SummerWells case again. And Miss Candace is in the chat tonight. I told her what happened with the last time I went live about Summer's case. And hey, Stein, how are you? And how it's a party. I don't know. Well, Christine, if you want to come up. I'll put the link out, or Candace, either one. But tonight we're going to go over some reasons why, as you all know very well, that Miss Prayer Garden of America and Miss Brooke from Crime Lines and Lies took everything I said the other day and twisted it completely and thoroughly around. And then last night, Robin, that's another thing. What is this shit about taking up collections for kids? Because it went from Jinkies to me now. Prayer Garden is making more shit up, and I don't even know what she's talking about, but it's stupid. Hey, Cricket.
Hey.
How are you doing, Christine?
Good.
How was your holiday?
Huh?
How was your holiday?
Oh, it was good.
There you go. Good.
Oh, yeah. Lots to be thankful for.
Yes, they are. And so I was going to come on last night and voice my opinion again, but I said, well, I'll wait till tonight and then we'll talk about it.
Sleep on it for a little bit.
Hey, Carice. Huh?
Sleep on it for a little bit.
Oh, I've already slept on it. Last night, she was at it again last night saying that something about Robin B collecting something for the kids and that I was taking up a collection. Have I ever asked for any money or ever had any kind of asked for any kind of money for a collection of anything?
No,
never. So where
Never.
is she getting this shit at?
I have no idea.
It's made up.
The only time that we've ever asked for anything is if anybody wanted to participate in the tree for ornaments, and that's it. That's all.
I had nothing to do with that. That was all on
Jinkies. Yep, that was Jinkies, and it turned out beautiful. All the ornaments were great.
Yeah, she got some beautiful ornaments from a subscriber that was all Disney that she did a video about, and they were just Disney characters, and them things were very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
So they're thinking about
I mean, there's never been any fundraiser or nothing like that. I don't know where they're getting that from.
Fundraiser. I don't know where she's getting all this stuff from.
No, no Amazon wish list, no anything like that. No,
absolutely not. And I don't get it. But hey, So another thing that they also made that they pretty much laughed at us about the tree trimmers
Okay.
that
Why?
there were tree
Why?
trim
Why would they laugh at us? It's a fact they were there.
exactly,
I mean,
and
it's
that
there is no this. That's not speculation. That's not rumor mill. That's actual fact. They were there the day that Summer went missing. Candace says so.
Jody
Um,
Singh says so.
Lady Sue says so. The police say so. They
Yeah,
say so. The actual tree trimmers themselves say so.
exactly. There's interviews with actual tree trimmers,
The actual tree trimmers that were there. As a
and
matter of fact,
uh-huh.
well, and one of them was his last name was Childress, and I did a little bit of research on that on the ones that did talk, and
Yeah.
the Childress family. There is an a cousin of this person who's now passed away, so
Mhm,
we'll be very respectful of this tree trimmer. But
mhm.
his cousin, also living in Tennessee, when she was 4 years old, she went missing and was never found.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And the last name's
And
Childress. Anybody can look it up.
right. Well, and not only this is that, hey, Dee Dee, how are you doing, baby doll? Another thing is they also said that there was nobody in the area to buy property, and that we know that's not right because we had Jackie Dobbs there. Jody
Right.
Sue said there were other people in that area trying to
There
buy
absolutely
property.
was.
Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Frankie.
I
And
think what
so,
other people forget that it was COVID at that time. Right now, we're not, it's not here and now. Back then in 2020, you have to think about what the circumstances were in 2020. It was the hype of COVID. It was people
exactly.
living in the cities, and it was spreading like wildfire in the cities, and people that were in the cities were looking to relocate to the country because why? Because you can spread out. There's more room. You wouldn't have to be on top of each other to have a chance to catch COVID. So that's the reason why it brought city people down to the country to look at these properties. These properties were there was Beach Creek properties, Ben Hill properties. I mean, there were properties all over. And I did a video
And
showing each one when they went up for sale, when they sold, when they went up for sale. I
yep.
mean, I did extensive research on that.
Yep, you did. Well, and another thing is too is for some reason Brooke didn't want to believe or prayer garden. Well, of course they were saying that people that do drugs don't want to take kids and sell them for drugs. That don't happen. Pretty much that they if there was, hey, Hillbilly 29. I mean, it was just
Well,
ridiculous.
nobody's saying all of them that do drugs would do that, but there are people that do that that do drugs, and
Yeah, I got
that's the only thing they have left to sell.
Yeah, and I got some clips here of a monster that used to stalk kids, and it, and I don't know if I want Candace in the chat while I play it because it's not very good, and I don't want her to hear.
Now, we're not saying that, that's what happened to Summer. No way. But
No,
it does happen, and
it's
I don't know.
just
But did they
Billy.
research this to analyze what they're
Right,
saying? Or, I mean,
content and run with it. You ought to hear what they had to say. I was talking about how bad they are on drugs at Kensington, Pennsylvania, and she practically made fun of the fact that a woman could have relations with an animal because that's literally what the guy on the interview said. And I'm like, why don't you do some research on Kensington? Hey, Miss V, how is your niece?
well, there are people who do that with animals, and
Oh,
it's called something, but I can't remember what it's
it's
called
called
because I can't look into
or
that.
something like that. It's disgusting. It's an abomination of God. Oh, thank you, Dave! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Woohoo! Miss Christine is 100% right. Love you, Miss Christine and Daisy. We love you, guys. Thank you. Woohoo! Hello, Norwood. Thank you,
I
guys.
cannot.
Yeehaw! We're ready to go now.
I can't see chat. I can't hear see what everybody's saying, but I wanted to come up here with Daisy. I got to listen to some of that live, but only the beginning. I hadn't been able to finish it.
Real how bad it was? I was like, "You've got
No,
to be kidding me."
you have to give me the rundown because I have no idea.
I'll play it. I'll play some of it. They
Okay.
tried to take it, hey Jennifer, and twist it and try to say that I was saying that that happened to Summer when that
No.
was not what I was saying. I was saying people are so desperate on the streets of Kensington that they will do that. And I took a video of Kensington and tagged it to both their asses so they would
Mhm.
know. Now, Trevor, he apologized that
Yeah, he's a good kid.
he
He's
did
a good young
apologize,
man.
but Brooke did a private one making fun of it. And what they Brooke does is she takes things and twists it. She's wore the whole Brandy thing completely out. Now she's got to find something new to come after Daisy. And of
Mhm.
course, Prayer Garden's always going to come after me. That's just I kind of went up on her panel and let her have it on the panel.
One thing I did notice, I did the portion that I did get to listen to
Mhm.
was that PG was very quiet when whoever it was saying that, about the tree trimmers and about the real estate. She didn't say much because she knows that yes, they were there, and she also knows that yes, there was property that was being sold there, aka Jackie Dobbs, and that's just only one property.
Oh,
Um,
she died at 10 a.m.
Who?
Oh, her niece, that the one that had the missing son.
Oh, no.
They took
Oh,
her
I'm
off the
sorry,
big
Mama B.
Mama V. She's with her baby now.
Oh,
Her baby that she hasn't seen in so long. I'm
that's
so
sad.
sorry, Miss V. We love you, Miss V.
Oh, Mama V.
We're
Hmm.
so sorry. She called me upset yesterday because they didn't want her to go there when they took her off the vent. And I said, they're just doing that, Miss V, for because they love you.
Right.
They
Oh, yeah.
just can
It's a
y'all give
lot.
Miss V some love in the chat, guys? She
Mama
lost
V, if I was there, I'd give you the biggest hug.
me
We'd sit
too.
and cry together.
Yes. Well, it's the same one who has struggled with having a missing child for all these years
Well,
and now
we've got Mama V's nephew on the tree. Well, I don't know about this year's tree, but last year's tree we did.
I believe he's with his mama now. She's went to heaven to be with him.
Yeah,
Miss
that's
V,
sad.
I know. The
I'm sorry,
holiday.
Mama V. I'll call you later after I get everything settled down if you want me to.
Yeah, I'm gonna call her too.
Mm,
Miss Dee Dee lost her daddy last week.
I know. Sorry, Dee Dee. I know it's hard.
The
It's a
holiday.
hard time. Holidays are a hard time, especially when you lose somebody too. I mean, that makes it even
Yeah,
harder.
and so suddenly, both of
Mhm.
them were sudden. So it's really sad.
Mhm.
We're sorry. We love you guys, and we're prayers for you guys. For sure. I've got a lot to talk about tonight, guys. I want to get a lot off my chest, and I'm sure Christine, because Christine was as bad as I was. When I went over there and I heard such stuff coming out of their mouth, I was furious that they would take something like that and twist it and turn it and make it to something so horrible.
I will
And
say this though. I did put a post in my community post and I've seen a lot of you taken up for what is the actual facts and the truth. And I just want to tell you all that I do appreciate that because there were some going in there just saying, "Oh, what do you think the tree trimmers did? Put Summer in their pocket and all of that." Well, that's ridiculous. Why say that? You know?
obviously, Brooke's never been to Kingsport, so she doesn't know how some parts of Kingsport are bad. They really are. And we have two people right now missing in Kingsport, two young girls missing in Kingsport right now. And who's to say that there ain't human trafficking in this area? We don't know.
Mhm. There was there has been many busts from law enforcement in that area that have rescued some minor children that had been trafficked. There, it's
Right.
all you gotta do is look it up.
I'm gonna show y'all something. I'll make sure Candace, you ain't in the chat. If you are, leave. I will make
No,
sure Candace don't see it. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't want her to see this because it's of a monster. But I want people to see about how they do. But I don't want Candace to hear because it's not good for her to hear this. She
Candace,
don't,
get out.
she don't need to hear it. And I'm going to put a trigger warning at anybody that is very sensitive right now because this is very, very bad. This is
Oh,
actually a child predator being interviewed.
I might be too sensitive for it. Oh, it
Here,
makes me angry. I can't. Sometimes I just I
this
have to.
guy was doing this to his he was doing this to his stepson, plus he also kidnapped um I'm going to play this part. I'm not going to play the bad part where he
Okay.
says what he does to the little boy. But trigger warning, guys. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. I'm warning you again. Trigger warning. This is not suitable for the normal person. This is a
If you
serial
have any kids
killer
in the room,
child.
don't just go to a different room. Don't let the kids hear this. If you have any kids in your room, you're listening to this.
This is a child predator here, and this is his plan. So here we go.
Mm.
I was one way at home, I was one way at work, and I was a different way in the community. Uh, when I was at home, I was a molesting monster. I would rape and molest. Uh, when I was in the community, I was more of a stalker. I would be stalking people, stalking children, looking for victims. Uh, when I was more with my employers or the in crowd that I was in, it was something I was completely different. As I'm the perfect individual, have a good paying job, drive a nice car, dress nice, and uh, go to a lot of high class, fancy places. Uh, and this is the life. This is what I would portray to the people that I wanted them to see: my friends, my employers, uh, business associates. This is what I would portray to them. What people didn't know about going on in my home was a lot of extreme violence, beating my son up, uh, beating my wife up. If my wife wouldn't have sex with me when I wanted it, where I want, or how I wanted it, I would beat her up and then rape her after I'd beat her. I had
Wow.
beat my son into unconsciousness a number of times. Uh, and then I would keep him sometimes kept locked up in the house until his bruises healed up. Keep him away from school, keeping him away from his friends. Nobody around me knew what I was doing. Nobody around my community knew that I was such a violent individual in home. If they did, they never said anything. But I don't believe they ever knew because I was completely and totally different outside of the house once I left the home.
Even sadists often make thinking errors.
This guy was listen, it gets worse, but I'm not going to play the part.
That guy had a POS. That's for dang
So,
sure.
you heard what he did to his stepson. You
No.
you don't want to hear all that, but this is an interview with a sick individual. He is a sadist, child s predator.
How did he get caught?
I'm not for sure, but he says he would have killed his stepson if he wouldn't have because of the things that he was doing to him. And you don't, I mean, it's bad. It's bad what he did to that little boy. Oh, but yeah,
Well, how is he even still?
I don't know, but he really
He's
does.
probably saying all this stuff because he's making a deal. He's catching a deal. That
No,
why?
he was already caught and he been in prison, so he is a scary man. But I just wanted you all to hear if you guys like want to listen to it. I have it on the whole interview, both interviews on my community post, but I will warn you it's very graphic. he tells what he done to his stepson. And I don't know if you guys want to hear this, but not only did he do that at home, but he sought after other children. He would pick them up at a store, promise some candy, do what he had. Well, we're going to listen to it. So I'm going to.
Did he do that to his stepson's friends too?
I don't know. I didn't listen to the second interview. It's hard to get through the first one because of the things that he did to his little stepson. But
How old was his stepson?
I'm not sure, but he must have been really little.
Mm.
It's ew.
I'm telling you what, somebody ever did that to one of my kids, I'm going to tell you now, they wouldn't make it to jail.
But not only, the point I want to make it is he said he stalked kids.
Mm-hmm.
So how many RSOs was in that area?
About 40 plus.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just to make a point that there are monsters among us.
All children, both step-in biological children and others' children. Mostly others and my stepchild. I told myself that my stepchild, because he wasn't mine, because he wasn't my biological son, that he was less than human anyway. Other people's children that I had raped and molested, they weren't mine. They weren't my biological children, so it didn't make any difference to me. I viewed children as a piece of meat. Just to me, children were a toy. Do what I wanted with and then throw it away.
Gerald did make one unusual.
Yeah.
Oh my golly. Mm.
Yeah, monster. But he's very honest. I mean, he's very, oh my God.
He's probably honest because he's catching some kind of a deal. That's the only reason.
I think so too. I don't know when the whole story on this, I just caught some of it and I was like, oh my God.
That's a person who should never see the light of day. And I'll tell you what, I guarantee you, whoever he molested, those children, their parents are going, if he ever gets out, I guarantee you they'll be out there on the courthouse steps waiting for him.
My concern is how is his stepson, because one part of it, he talks about, I can't talk about it, but we will listen to how he got.
What did the mother do? Is she the one who turned him in? I mean, I want to know how he got caught.
I don't know. I've not really looked into the story that much, but I do know that he got caught because he says that if he wouldn't have, he would have most definitely probably unalived his stepson because he was brutal to him. Like he almost took him to the point of death, and then it's bad.
Wow. Oh. See, I can't listen to this kind of stuff because
glad you're on the right track with evil of Don and Candace. Now, this ain't Don and Candace I'm talking about, Carla. We're not talking about Don and Candace. We're talking about people on the street that seek out children. This ain't about Don and Candace, so please, y'all.
Wanted it to happen.
The thinking process that I used it with pain and how arousing I found it was if a child was screaming, I would tell myself that, it's the child's not really hurting, because I know in all reality, I know I was hurting the child. But the only way that I could continue the act was to tell myself that I wasn't hurting the child. I really wasn't hurting him.
Stacey, I can't
or
listen
her.
to this.
And I found the more I told myself that, the more I believed.
Okay. The point of the matter is he's a monster. Christine, don't leave me. He's a monster. And I was trying to get to the part where he says that he would pick the kids up from the store and then release them, but it's too much. I do too. I want to cry. So maybe this is just too much to watch. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this is too much. If you guys think this is too much, I'll put a 1 in the chat and I won't play any more of it because it is a lot. This guy is practically talking about, okay, you guys, I'm sorry. It's bad. It's bad. But my point is made. Christine, come back. I took it down. The point of the matter is, I want you guys to know that there is monsters out here and that they do seek out children. They will follow them. They will stalk them. This is the mind of a monster like this. Okay, guys. Okay. I'm sorry. Y'all. But okay. I'm glad y'all are honest with me. But this guy is a monster. If you want to watch the interview, it is on my community post. There's 2 of them. I do warn you, it's very graphic and it's very sickening. But this is the mind of some of these people that live amongst us, monsters. And so for anybody to say that there's not anybody out there that would do something or stalk a child or anything, they yeah. Come back, Christine. But hold on, let me get her back. I'm about to cry, y'all. Just listening to this crap, but it's our reality nowadays, you all. We've got to face the fact that this happens in America, that people are doing this to our children in America. Hang on, let me find Christine. Tell her to come back. I took it down. Hang on. Okay. Also, I want to show y'all a little bit of Kensington too. I sent her a message, but yeah, this is really bad, y'all. This is a horrible interview, horrible, but it is the mind of a monster, and it could very well be a monster that was in that area. I mean, in my book, anybody that would sit and watch children in any way is a monster. People don't want to realize this is who we share the earth with. Bad people like this, many bad people like him. Yeah, I know human monsters exist. I was married to one. That was a long time ago, but always aware. Yeah. Let me see if Christine's gonna come back. She said, okay. It makes me want to cry when I think about what he's done, but we also need to bring awareness. If you're going to get into this topic, you have to be prepared for this kind of talk. It's real and it's dark. Very, very, very true. And so, yes, he reminds me of Dahmer, but he's worse than Dahmer. If you listen to the whole interview, he's way worse than Dahmer. This guy's up beyond a monster. So I used to work at a hospital and I myself hated to go into children's ICU to deliver things. My heart couldn't handle seeing those poor children in ICU. So yes, things with children bother me. I'm sorry, Believe. It's just the fact that people are trying to blow this off and say that that stuff don't really go on in America and in the world, but it does. Who is this man? Let me see. I have the actual videos on here. He's a sadist. I have it on my community post if y'all want to watch it. I don't know what his name is. He's a sadist. But it's bad. So I'm sorry, Christine. We'll come back up. There are better ways to bring awareness. Well, sometimes there is, sometimes you don't, because we tried to talk about it the other day and we were mocked and I was mocked and laughed at and said that people don't do stuff like this. When I wanted to prove a point that yes, it really does happen and it's worser than what we can imagine.
Yeah, I cannot. It angers me too bad. I can't.
Oh, it
I'm
would
just,
get worse. It's
I
way worse.
am a protector and a fixer, and I cannot, I can't even, it just, I can't even listen to it. It makes me
Basically, what Brooke
angry.
was saying was that people wouldn't come up there and take Summer if they were on drugs and desperate for money, that they just don't do that. They just don't take children.
Well,
And so,
there's lots of cases that um, have proven otherwise. So
oh
I
yeah.
think,
And I wanted to show her Kensington, but we'll do it on down the line right now. I've traumatized you with just this short little bit of interview.
oh,
I
it
don't
makes me angry. I can't, if
it
someone does
breaks my
something to
heart because
somebody,
I listen to the whole thing and it's disgusting.
and
So
once you hear it and once you see it, you can't unhear it or unsee it. So that's why I know my limits. I have to step away.
yeah, that's true. But it's very real, and unfortunately a lot of people has went through this, like Yanni and people that's been victims of human trafficking. They go through worse than that. I think that God should just strike them all dead. You hurt a child, you should be struck dead. I'm
Hmm.
sorry. I just think instantly they should be struck dead. Miss Dame. What's up, Miss Dame?
Hi there. Listen, I just want to say something really quick. I can't. I don't know how to. I don't know how to get rid of my face on here. Now I'm like
Oh,
live here, so what you're seeing is
Just
my
hit
just,
the
ceiling.
cam. It
just
says
hit the
cam and then hit it. Hit the cam button and
That's
it'll
all
take
right.
you
I'm
through.
just. I want to say this really quick. I don't know if I ever told you this. I remember I called once. I never could get to it, but
Mm-hmm.
I remember about 10 years ago. I was flying from New York City to Florida to Palm Beach, and I remember Trump had all his planes coming in and everything. And when I was sitting in the airport of Palm Beach, I saw this lady with 10 children. She was holding an infant, and all these children were different races and all different ages. And I saw this beautiful, beautiful little blonde haired girl with blue eyes. And she looked like she was drugged, and she looked like she was sniffling and just
Uh-huh.
walking around totally confused. And I started staring at that woman that had all these kids, and she was trying to keep the kids together. And
Uh-huh.
I said to the man I was with, because we were in West Palm Beach going into Palm Beach. And
Mm-hmm.
I said to him, I said, those kids were kidnapped. I said that woman kidnapped them kids, and the only destination from Palm Beach was Bahamas. And at that time, that Jeffrey Epstein crap was going on.
Yeah.
And I said, I feel like calling the police, the airport authority. I said, I feel in my heart those children were kidnapped. What is she doing with these children? And that woman stared at me viciously, viciously
Mm-hmm.
staring at me. And I said, I'm going to video record these kids. And the man I was with said,
Yeah.
he said, you need to stop your shit. He says, you're into conspiracy theories. This is not true. You need to stop. I can't be with you anymore if you're going to continue with your conspiracies.
Wow.
And I said to him, it is not normal for her to have all of these 10 children on a plane to Bahamas, all
Right.
different nationalities,
Yep.
all drugged up. And
Wow.
I'm going to tell you, it happens. And
Yes, it does.
not one of those kids looked like they were abused. They looked like they came from good families that probably loved them. And I thought to myself, where did all these kids come from? And how many hearts are breaking today, wondering where they are? And today I wonder what happened to those children. That's
Wow.
all I have to say, Miss Daisy and Christine. Thank you for having me.
Well,
And this is
thank you.
this is not to take away from that horrible person that you interviewed. That probably is good for professionals to learn how to deal with these
Right.
psychotic individuals. But I will tell you, human trafficking is big, big.
Very big.
And I am tired of people saying that Summer Wells was abused by her family, because the sad thing is, the more they keep saying that, the more other children are going to be kidnapped, and kidnappers will feel comfortable, because they know they'll blame the parents. And it's sick
Mhm.
and ridiculous. We need
Yep.
to bring our children home. We need to identify it in the airport. We need to identify it in schools. We need to identify it in malls. And I wish I had the courage 10 years ago to follow my gut, and I didn't. And I feel I failed those kids and have tremendous
You
guilt.
didn't.
You
Christine,
did.
can you care to share your story? It's similar to Christine's.
Yeah,
Really?
I had a similar thing happen too. I drive a lot for my job, and I did happen to come across on the expressway a white van, beat up
Mhm.
looking white van, and I drive past a lot of different types and kinds of vehicles from different places, and but this vehicle stuck out to me for some reason, and it was because, first off, it was going 40 miles an hour on the expressway. And second off, a little girl popped her head up from the back seat. Her
Wow.
hair was a mess, a hot mess.
Wow.
And I tried my best to take a video of it, but it's kind of hard driving and
Yes.
all that. So, there was a woman in the passenger seat, a younger lady, and there was a guy driving, and they were both younger. And the woman had realized that the little girl had been looking out the window, and that she had the saddest look on her face. I mean, she just looked so unkept. There's
Yep.
no way she wasn't in a car seat. She was just freely,
Yep.
you know,
Mhm.
in
Yeah, it just
on the seat.
it gives you, it makes heads up. There's something wrong here. You can feel it
Right.
in your gut.
Yes, 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 yes. Um, and so the woman realized that the little girl was looking out the window, and you can see that she turned around and said something to the little girl. The little girl was probably about 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, that's
And
how
the
old
little,
that little girl was in the airport. Sickening. I
and
still see her face today.
I still see her face, this one's too. And
Yeah.
the little girl, she said something to the little girl, and then the little girl ducked back down underneath the window.
I
And
know. I know that little girl walked up to me, and if only I had the courage to do something, Christine.
I
I
did,
just
and the lady told me to stop following them. I
really.
called 911.
Oh, good for you. Good for you,
I did.
Christine.
And I took video of the van,
Yes.
and they were going towards Cincinnati.
Yeah.
And I-75 is the runway for trafficking, because it goes from New York all the way down to
Oh,
Florida.
Florida. Yep.
Yeah.
No, it actually goes to Canada too.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
And
because
I
that's where.
wish that I would have not listened to the 911 caller and just kept following them. But
Yes.
I had to go to work, and she assured me that, I mean, I gave them their license plate number, the make and model of the van, what I seen, who was driving, and I said, I have videos and pictures if any detective wants to come and talk to me. And I gave her my work, all of it. And no
Yep.
one came to see me. No one that I There was no follow-up, and I felt like the dispatch lady probably thought I was just crazy. I
Yep.
should have
And
just said
you're
that
right,
they had a
because
gun.
had I called the FBI in the airport, I would have been arrested. I guarantee you. They would have said, I'm nuts. The guy would have abandoned me in the airport. And,
Aw, that's
it's
a shame.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but we have to follow our guts.
We have
And
to.
you have to follow your gut. Daisy, you knew how to follow your gut in the ICU and
Yeah,
labor and delivery, the emergency room. And
yeah.
nurses' guts are always right. Christine,
Yeah.
you're right. And
Mhm.
I'm just ashamed. I did, because it was so obvious. 10 children, infant, all the way up to age 10. 10
That's,
children, boys and girls, all
yeah.
drugged up, wandering like zombies with this woman,
Oh,
going to
and that's what
Bahamas.
Yanni said they do. Yanni said they drug them.
Yes, they were all drugged up. But anyhow, I had to get that off my heart and my soul. I told
Well, you
everybody I
put
was
the
a
justice
coward.
for it.
I doubted myself.
You're
And
not.
Oh, not
today,
a
I hope
coward.
people learn from my experience that I will always, always regret not doing the right thing. Anyhow, I'm going to let you guys go and keep listening. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you
Bye.
for coming up and sharing your story.
Yes. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye, homie.
Oh, she
Yeah,
shouldn't feel bad. She should
yeah,
not feel bad. I mean,
and
that's
that's
a
a
really
struggle
hard
that
situation to know what to do. I mean, all
yeah,
I knew what to do
I
was
would
to turn
kept
it
following.
in, call 911, turn it in. I gave them all the information that I could think of to give. Um, I even gave them how to contact me just in case they needed a witness or what. That's how sure I was
Yeah,
that I mean, it was not right. It just felt wrong. And I've never felt that or seen anything like that again. And
yeah.
that, I regret not continuing on until I seen them get pulled over. And that was my intention until the 911 dispatcher lady told me to stop following them, and that she assured me that they would pull them over, but I don't think they did. I
Probably
think she just
didn't.
thought I was crazy. And
They probably didn't. What did you tell her, that it looked like the little girl was being stole?
I just said that they were acting suspicious. They were
Uh,
driving only 40 miles an hour on the expressway.
mhm.
There's a child that was not in a car seat that should be in a car seat that was, roaming around the back, and that they were driving suspiciously, and the lady probably just thought I was just being a Karen.
I don't know, but you never know. I mean, they may have pulled him over. They may. I pray they do, but
I hope they
that
did.
same thing happened with my little bub when he was like 2 or 3. His mommy had him out all day. I'd seen her. She had a whole carload full of just bad people, and he was in the back seat. It was probably 90 degrees, and they had the window down, and I seen her running around town all day. I called the social services first thing. They said call the state police. I called the police. They said, "Oh, we'll look into it." Guess what? They
They
never
never
did.
did.
Nope,
Yep.
nope.
Yep.
So what do you do? What do you do if they don't take you seriously and they don't do anything about it? And then we wonder why these little babies are becoming succumb to these monsters out here.
Right. And if I hear one more time, well, so and so was interviewed, okay, well, that just because they're interviewed doesn't mean anything. I mean, if somebody took a child and the police come knock on their door and interview them, say, hey, did you see a child? Did you take a child? Where were you? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, they're not going to say, yeah, I took this child.
Exactly.
I mean, they're going to lie through their teeth.
But what I would like to know is why, if a child's missing, that somebody would not let the police in their home to search it, or on
Exactly.
property to search it.
Oh, yeah.
That screams something's going on. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
screams that there's some shady stuff. I think if a child goes missing, that people should automatically have to let the law enforcement on their property, and should automatically be able to let them in their homes. That's
And
just my business. I would let law enforcement come through my home if a child
mm,
was missing in my area.
yeah. Oh, me too. And not only that, I would help search if they needed people to help search.
Exactly. But I don't know. I
In
don't.
the rural mountain areas, though, like I always think about, did they search the properties that did not have owners that live there? There's a lot of hunting properties there,
Yeah,
and who did anybody search those? I mean, I know they searched Fields Road and all that, but
yeah,
what about the properties that had the owners don't even live there? They probably didn't even know there was a child missing. You know,
exactly.
some of
Yeah,
those properties don't even get looked at for years and years and years. I know where I live. I live in the country. We have
right,
neighbors that haven't been here for years on their
right,
properties.
right. Well,
Nobody.
like I was saying the other day when I was talking about this subject, um, who's to say that somebody didn't come up there to steal something, desperate for money, for drugs, and saw their opportunity to get Summer, and got Summer and took her somewhere. And you know the story I told you about the mommy that said she was going to sell her baby to the Guatemalas.
Yeah.
She'd had to have that idea for somewhere. I mean, to even say it.
Right.
So, huh?
I said, yeah. How would she know that anybody would buy a child?
Because she knew
She
that
had
they
to
were
know.
children.
Right.
In my
Exactly.
opinion, for her to say that, she would have had to have known that they were, that was going on. She would always tell me when I talked about like trafficking. She would say that the Guatemalans and the people from Haiti were into trafficking. She'd say that. I don't know how she knew, but that's what she would always say. The Haitians and the Guatemalans. I mean, that's speculation, but she sure said
Well,
it.
you're just saying what somebody else said. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is somebody else had said that, but the point of the matter is that it happens a lot.
Hmm.
And there was some bad people in that area. Even Jody So said it herself that there were strangers in that area buying property, dogs.
Hmm.
Candace even said in here the other day, that she thought it was weird that Dobbs shaved all of his hair off of his body right after Summer went missing. So,
Right.
and she said he got around real good. You know how we thought he couldn't get around? I mean, I'm not saying that he did, but I'm just saying there was a lot of shady people that did a lot of shady things and still doing shady things that was in that area. But
Right. There's a lot going on in that area.
mm-hmm,
As a matter of fact, and the thing about it is what? Okay, so we've went down a lot of rabbit holes, but when we hit the subject of the tree trimmers, it seems to spark a nerve with someone, with
I don't
certain
get that.
creators, certain people. They are just ready to pounce if you even mention the tree trimmers. Why?
Well, not only that, they're just ready to
Why?
pounce if I bring Summer up on my
Yeah,
life.
but in particular, it's the tree trimmers. You could say anything else about any of the neighbors,
Yeah,
anything, but when you mention tree trimmers, they lose their ever loving minds.
you
Why?
may not think that.
Why?
Well, one of the comments, and I can play it back, was that the tree trimmers all stayed together, that they didn't separate.
They
Or
do
some
separate.
creator
Yes,
that
they do. They go to different. They come in as a crew. They find out where they're going to work, and then they all split to where they're going to work. Some work in this on this road. Another one works on this road. Another group works on another road. It's a contract that they have with the government to clear the electric lines.
right.
So they come in as a crew, yes, but then they have different work areas that they attend to. So and not only that, they also have a cleanup crew that comes up behind them after they're done cutting the trees down, and they mulch. They run it through a mulcher, the trees branches and stuff to clean up. So they have a cleanup crew and they have the tree trimming crew. There's two separate crews that come through.
And you actually did some research on some shady tree trimmers before.
I have, yep, and I have their yep.
What all
Hmm.
have they done? Have they been involved in
You mean as far as
like tree
unaliving somebody?
situations? Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's about 3 or 4 different cases that the tree trimmer their occupation was tree trimmer, and that's how they would find their next victims. Is they would the same as as a stranger driving by, they would stalk their next victim through their businesses. And I've got about 3 or 4 different videos that go over it.
Yeah.
And I'm not making this up. This is
Hey,
these are
Vicky.
actually cases. You can look them up.
Yeah. But instead of doing research, it's better to just laugh about it, say we're stupid, say we don't know anything, and twist and turn. Like, I don't get it anyway, because why worry about what we say over here? Why not you do your own research and talk about the subject without taking anybody else's stuff and using it and trying to make that person look
I
bad?
want to know why they think it's so funny that we're looking at every aspect. What's so funny about that? I mean, Summer is still missing, and I don't think there's anything funny about her still being missing. So why is it being put as a joke? Because we're not looking at the parents? Well,
Because tree trimmers stay
we've
together
got all of the other half of the YouTube looking at their parents. Why should we?
and
'Cause we don't think that they did anything to Summer. So why should we look at them? Why is it okay that the other half looks at the parents, but it's not okay for the half who believe that the parents didn't do anything, look at other aspects. Why is that not okay?
I don't get it either. I don't. But the point of the matter is that people do steal kids for drugs. They get desperate, they'll do anything.
Yep,
And that's
they
the
do.
point I was trying to say about Kensington, about how bad these people get on this trank.
A
That
month a month after Summer went missing, a month, Kingsport, I think it might have been Kingsport or Knoxville, had a child trafficking ring bust.
yep,
See that? If it doesn't happen, then who did they bust then? Who did they rescue? Because there was minors there that they rescued.
I think
You could
like
look that up too. Because I did we spoke about it on your live, Daisy. Remember?
I know, I know, we did. And there was like one, I think in Western Tennessee, there was like 190 kids rescued from
Yes.
human trafficking. I think it was
Yeah.
more near Nashville.
Yep.
But if people thinks that it's not real, then they need to really educate themselves because it's very real and
Absolutely. Real.
it's just
And as a matter of fact,
yeah, I
wasn't
won't.
there a hotel that was shut down in that area for that very same thing?
Oh, that was a horrible hotel. That was Hog Wild's hotel. There was killings and everything there.
Exactly.
There, let me tell you something. Kingsport, there's parts of Kingsport that's not a good area. There's a lot of drugs in Kingsport. A lot of drugs. Well, I told you the story about my friend's daughter leaving the gas station, and that guy followed her. And luckily, she had a gun on her. She was carrying, and he followed her all the way through. I think into Johnson City. And luckily, the person from the gas station saw him get in the car and start following her. She knew he was following her too. She was on the phone with her dad, and the police was coming. But she also was carrying, so she wasn't too worried because
She knew she was going to protect herself.
yeah, my friend, she's yeah, they've taught their children how to protect themselves, and they caught him, and come to find out he had done that before, and he didn't have good intentions, but she was pretty prepared if he would have, but the law
Well,
got
look
him.
at the case with Shasta. Look at the case with Shasta. The guy that drove past their house, he was a complete stranger and just happened to see her and her brother out in the front yard
Yeah,
playing in their swimsuits. And
yep.
what did he do? What did it say? He even said what he did. He sat there, he went back in the cover of night
Hmm.
and stalked them with infrared binoculars.
Kind of
And
Silence of the Lamb stuff, ain't it?
yes, it is. And a couple times he went to go break into their home, and the dog got him. The dog
Yeah.
spotted him, and he got scared and he ran back to the woods, and he waited, and then he got the nerve up again, and he said to himself, if the back door is locked, I'll move on to someone else. If the back door is open and unlocked, then I'm going to carry through with what he was going to carry through with. And he went to the back door, and sure enough, what happened? The back door was unlocked.
Yep. Hey Jade. Uh
So it
they
does happen. Stranger abduction does happen, absolutely. And they lived in a rural area.
with that family. That guy did. He killed every one of them except the boy and the girl. and then he
Did
tortured
horrific things to the
him.
boy.
Yeah, and then he unalived him right in front of that little girl. But luckily, that little girl was smart enough to talk him into going back to town.
Well, not
And
only did he unalive him
mhm.
in front of Shasta, he actually made her watch a video of what he did to her brother. And
Well,
as
I
he
had
was doing it to her brother, said the Lord's Prayer.
oh gosh,
Yeah,
it's
this
horrible.
guy was sicko.
That yeah, that's not
That
good.
that case right there, I wish I would have never researched it because it caused me to have nightmares for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
And I'm not even kidding. It was horrible, horrible, horrible. To even listen to somebody doing the Lord's Prayer while they were doing such horrible things to a child. Oh, I just, that one sticks in my mind that will
but
probably never leave.
if you think about this, these demon possessed people on earth that does that, if they're willing to do such things to a child, what are these demons going to do to people in hell?
That's what he said. He said he was possessed.
Yeah,
He said he felt
fully possessed.
possessed.
Yeah.
That's what he said. In his confession, he said he felt like he was possessed.
Oh
Because
well,
the
so
more
did
the Lord says anything, the
Jeffrey
more
Dahmer said
he
the
got happy about it. So that's a number one sign of a possession.
Oh yeah, well that's just what that interview was of that guy too. Hey
Mhm.
Can, I'm glad you're back, baby. We're just talking about different things going on, but yeah, I mean they are there. There's a lot of mean, evil people out here in this world, and yes, it
Mhm.
can happen. And for people to just disregard that
Not
and
only can happen, it does happen. Absolutely does happen.
yeah, yeah. And I think that even in the Delphi case, there's more going on with that. I think that there's
Yes, it
some
did.
covering up in that case as well, uh,
Mhm.
because there was the way those girls were, unalived. There's no way that there could not have been more evidence of things there.
I don't think they were unalive there. I think they were unalived in a different location and brought back.
Yeah, I do too, because, well, just as anybody knows, the carotid artery, one little stick in the carotid artery with a needle could cause you to bleed out massively. But
Yeah.
it to have both carotids, the you know, yeah.
There should have been way more blood evidence than what
Hmm.
was found.
Yeah, so I just can't believe that someone would go on. Oh yeah, let me tell you the I got to tell y'all the dream I had last night. I told Candace. Well, I had a dream that Candace's sister was alive and she was with her children, and they were in like a hospital, not a hospital, but a doctor's office, and like she Candace was there, but she was in like surgery or something, and like her mom was there. But me, and I know y'all are gonna laugh when I say this, but I gotta say it because it's part of the dream. Me and Justice for All was there in the dream, and we were setting up our cameras, gonna interview Rose because I guess she'd been found, and she was with her children. And
Hmm.
I remember just setting up our cameras, both of us. We were friends
Hmm.
in my dream. And we were
Oh,
both,
baby.
I know, it's the truth.
It's
And
sad.
I know it was sad, but it was real at the same time that she had found her girls and she was with her girls. It woke me up, but like, yeah. But the thing is, me and Justice for All had like big cameras and stuff. Like we had the whole setup, like a TV crew stuff. I
I
don't
I think it, I think
know.
it's sad because in your dream you wanted to be friends. Oh,
I don't know. We weren't friends, but we weren't enemies either. We were both just working on
frenemies.
getting this interview with the kids and Rosie because we were just so happy that she was with her children. And I don't know, it's very real. It don't make sense. My dreams don't make a bit of sense, but I thought I would share that anyway
You
because
probably
of
have something in mind from all this happening.
because
Mhm.
of he and Justin has been back and forth since the Rose Bly thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's why, but we were, I don't know. It was really weird. Very weird. I can't
Aw.
believe that I had a dream about it, but it's weird. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
one day it will
sometimes
come back.
dreams will. You'll still be thinking about it hours after.
I mean, you don't know. She still could be out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Alive.
Well, their last news briefing,
Mm,
they kind of talked to like they were talking to her, the law enforcement.
I don't
Do you remember
know.
that? You played it on your live. I think the last one was in 2019, right? 2019, 2020. Wasn't that the last? They did like a video and everything.
Who did?
The law enforcement there in where Rose went missing.
Oh, well, they hadn't seen Rose. I mean, Rose has been gone since 2009.
I know, but they did a news briefing or a news not a news briefing, but
But
just a like a follow up, and they kind of you played it on your live. They were
are you
kind
sure?
of like, huh?
I don't even remember it.
Yeah, they were like they did like a little video of Grandma Candy talking about missing her and
I seen that one. Yeah,
yeah,
kind of like an update story about it.
yeah,
About Rose.
and then after that they spoke a little bit about it, but they were the way law enforcement was talking, it was as if they were talking to her.
Oh wow, I didn't
I mean,
realize that.
it kind of sounded like they were addressing her and, or whoever may have any information. But
Right.
yeah, we played it on your live and we all talked about it.
Oh, you got a better memory than me.
Well, I just thought it was odd that they kind of were um, like it seemed like they were talking to her, and that's what stood out to me the most was that
Yeah.
it was
Well,
that they
so
were
many
kind of,
people were upset because I thought that woman was the real Rose, like that lady said was. But when
mhm,
I talked to her mother, Grandma Candy, she wasn't mad at me over that. She
no, she
wanted
wasn't.
to know more about it, and she
Yeah,
clarified it. She said, "No, that's my niece. That's not Rose." She wasn't upset at
no.
all.
As a matter of fact, she kind of
Very
was
kind.
happy to be able to talk about it with us.
Yeah.
I mean, she was
For
not
so
upset
many
at all.
years to get so mad over that, I don't get it. That I don't get. I never have got
Mhm.
that. Because
Mhm.
anybody should have got mad, it would have been Rose's family, not
Right,
not I don't know, grandma, especially because that was her daughter.
right,
You know,
exactly.
you never know. She still might be out here. She's never been declared gone or deceased.
Nope.
And until they do that.
Well, that's why they keep saying if you have any information, please call.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
know
if they thought that she was no longer with us, then they would say, you know, do you know what happened to her or whatever? But the way they were speaking, I mean, it was almost as if,
well, the way that woman was talking, she's talking to Rose every day. And
yeah,
she said even Chris M knows about Rose being alive. And have you noticed Chris M has never, hardly ever does he talk about Rose's case.
yeah, that's true. I I
I mean, it
I
could
have
be a
not noticed
coincidence.
that, but now that you say that, that's true.
Well, you listen to the tape. I'll let you listen to it personally.
I mean, it sounded pretty convincing. And we
I
even
mean,
did a comparison of the teeth, remember?
hmm
And they had that same gap, the same the same gap. So on the in her teeth and Rose's teeth. But I mean, Grandma
they're
Candy said it's definitely
because
not her, and
yeah.
so we've got to be okay with that. And
Think though, what if that woman like was just saying that was her, but it was really maybe I don't know that there was somebody else that I mean maybe the real Rose. She was just saying that to try to I don't know. She was very convincing, but people lie, of course, and me
right,
being naive as I am, I believed it. I really thought that she was alive. Um, I pray one day that
well,
she is.
people were so upset with us, and I'm like, why? First off, there's no death certificate
I was the
saying
first one
that,
that came out with that either. There was another other creators that had looked into
right?
that.
But there is no death certificate saying that Rose isn't or couldn't be alive. That's number one. And number two, why should we think that she's not alive anymore? Is that better than thinking that there could be a chance that she is alive? I mean, is it just me? Am I the only one? Or we're the only ones that think that it's better
Like,
to think that there could be a chance than just say, well, she's not here
yeah.
anymore. She's with,
Well,
like, just take away all the hope that she could be still alive. I
the
mean,
woman,
that's how everybody wanted us to do, is just be like, "Oh, well."
well, the
And that's
woman sent a picture to my mod of a woman on the beach, and she said it was Rosie. Well, uh, Grandma Candy wanted to see it, and so I sent it to Candace, and Candace sent it to her. Uh, but I don't think it was her. I don't know. You couldn't really tell because it was from a distance, but she wanted to see it, but she didn't get mad about it or anything like that. She just
mm-mm.
wanted to see the picture to see if that was her daughter. And I don't blame her. I would keep my hope too. I mean, to the end of time, keep your hope. Never give
Right,
up hope.
right. Until there is, you know,
Mm,
substantial evidence saying different. And
yeah.
that's what we were trying to do, but, oh my gosh, everybody wanted to be like, "No, she is no longer here with us." It's like, "Wow, okay."
People would turn. See, I didn't realize how bad the YouTube streets were then.
I
I
didn't
was so
either.
naive.
Yeah,
I'd never dealt with anybody like that before. And so when they started coming after me, I was like, oh my God, what in the world has happened? And I
mm,
went into complete and thorough shutdown. But now I've learned, hey, I've got used to it. So I just tell
yeah.
them to kiss off if they don't like what I talk about and get over it. But
Yeah,
then
it
I
is a
was
shock.
sensitive to it, and I was like, "Oh my, why is everybody being crazy?"
Yeah, or why is everybody getting mad at us for
You
thinking there
know
could be a
why,
chance
right? Because
that
there
she's
was
alive?
3,000 people in my chat, and they didn't like it.
Mm, I don't
That's
know, but
exactly what it was. It wasn't about Rose. It wasn't
no.
a bit about Rose. It was the fact that I had actually had a topic, and I had a lot of people in my chat, and people were getting mad and angry about it. But I've learned the streets since then.
Yeah, we both
You
have learned the hard way.
Huh?
I said we both have learned the hard way.
Cassifras? Yeah, we have. We've learned the hard way, but at that point, I actually give a shit about what people thought. Now,
Yeah.
I don't.
Now you'll talk about what you want
I do
and
if they're
that's it.
sensible about it, but for people to get mad over something like that when the own mother of a person like that didn't even get upset or mad, in the lies and the speculations, and I just I realized that I was dealing with people that I'm not used to dealing with on these
Mhm.
YouTube streets.
Yeah.
You're, yeah, I mean, it's the fact. I mean, have you ever dealt with anybody as bad as these people on these YouTube
No,
streets?
No,
Never.
no, I get my feelings. I'm a very sensitive person. I like to, make sure that everybody's happy. I try to leave things better than when I've found it. And, and you can't be like that on these YouTube streets. People want to see you fail, or they
They,
want to see you, not everyone.
yeah, they
I won't
want
say that.
blood. They want blood.
Yes.
They really do.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean,
But I will
loyalty.
say on the positive side also, because we got to say something positive, and this is what I have to say. I have met some of the most beautiful, intelligent, heartwarming people that
Me
I
too.
don't even know them, and
Me too.
they are part of my life. They are part of my family, and
Definitely.
they'll always be like Daisy and Jinkies and Auntie Sherry and Lady of Love and Scouts Boo and Frankie and everybody. There's a lot
Yeah.
of beautiful people that I've met here, so I would not
Yeah.
take it back at all.
No. I have to say that I've met such beautiful people, but I've also met a lot of mean, hateful, lying,
Mhm.
vindictive, you name
Mhm.
it, the worst of worst people on the YouTube streets. And I've also met the best of best people on the YouTube streets too, you
And that's
know.
why I continue
Ain't
to
too
come
sure.
back.
Right, me too, because of the wonderful people that's in our YouTube streets. And I should
Mhm.
just learn to ignore, and I have learned to ignore prayer
You're doing
gardens
better.
and when they say horrific things that they were saying over there the other day, and I don't even know why I clicked on it. I guess because I was bored and there was nothing. I was about to go to sleep, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder what she's talking about." And first things, my content pulled up, and then they're
Oh,
saying
boy.
horrible things, and I'm like, I'm not going to let her get away with this. I'm not. I'm going to call her out for the lies that she tells. It's never ending with her, and
Yeah.
it's just ridiculous. But it for them to sit and say that trafficking don't exist and that they don't steal kids and sell them for drugs, you know,
Well, and plus, it's not only just that. You get called horrific names. You get videos that are sometimes are okay, but most of them are just belittling, demeaning of you just because they don't
mhm.
agree with how
Voodoo
alive
dolls better
you.
than
Yeah, Amazon wish lists made with devil worshiping Bibles being wanting to be sent to you, and
me.
um,
Uh-huh.
all kinds of horrific things just
Yeah.
because you have an opinion. And it
Yeah.
just baffles my mind that people, I mean, I don't agree with some of the stuff, but I'm not going to make any um, making fun of video or
Well,
going
just because
on.
people don't agree with me supporting the Wells doesn't mean that they have to rip me to shreds because
Exactly.
they do. I mean, like another creator created let me send that to you. I'm going to show you guys what I clipped of what another creator, and they think that just because they're hiding behind things that makes them okay to do this, and it's not. I'm going to send this to you. Hang on.
Okay.
And I was looking at it and I thought, this is disgusting, but this is also a part of whoever created the first one, in my opinion. Hmm. I want to send this. I'm going to bring it up because
No,
it
you're
is,
good.
and just like what Selah thinks, and I think too, I believe that Charles died because of, I do think that somebody evil put some evil upon me, and where I was protected, it went to my animals instead. But I want to show you this. And it's a shame that I have to keep this on my phone, but I have to use it. But it just lets you know
Wow.
what's in these
Daisy,
people's heart. What?
meet Moo Moo. Let me see. I ain't got my glasses on. Meet Voodoo, the most demon-like cow on the farm. Comes
Who
with
said that?
all. That's what this thing that you just sent me.
Yeah, yeah. I want to bring it up. I want to show
That's
you guys.
terrible. What the heck?
This is probably the same person that's involved in uh the real one that was made of me. So I want to read this first. This is by hang on, let me clean my glasses off. Truth, Lies, and Alibis. And they tagged me in it. They tagged Ziggy in it. They tagged Justin in it and Andrew Hiltz in it. So that lets me know right there who all could have been involved in this. Okay. And this is what it says. It says, Meet Voodoo, the most demon-like cow on the farm, comes with all things that are guaranteed to bring the Jezebel spirit to your home. You need to hex or curse you. Got it here. Tarot readings, we got your back. Astrology, crystals, psychic readings. We have the ability to see into the future and speak to shadow people you see in the corner of your eye. Don't forget, at the end of every session, you will receive 3 complimentary cookies. Open them and see what they have to say. And then there's a disclaimer, which we all know who's been doing that disclaimer. Hang on. Pull that up. And then here is the voodoo doll. It's got stabbing in my mouth, stabbing in the eye of the fortune cookie, stabbing in my heart, and it's of me.
Wow. That is, oh my, that is, see,
Ouija
and some
board.
people are like, ha ha, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's a joke to who? It's not, you're making a joke of somebody else, but you're saying it's a joke. Why do you think that's a joke? How
They
is that
think
funny? That's
they,
not funny.
they no, it's not. And they think because they can make up, they think because they can hide under a fake profile that can't be, that they can't be found out who owns that profile. Like the person behind that profile, like it doesn't take long for them to get a hold of YouTube and find out who owns that channel that's
Well, the
doing
thing
this.
about it is, when they get confronted, their answer is, "Oh, well, I was just joking. It's just a joke. It was just meant to be funny." Well, you might think it's funny, but how is it funny to you, to Daisy? That's not funny. That's against her religion, number one, and you're making fun of her religion.
Mhm.
And number two, you're actually insinuating you to encourage people to put a curse on her if in fact there were curses to be put on. I mean, it's not
Mhm.
funny. It's not funny to you. It might be funny to the person who made it, but
Yeah.
on whose expense? It's not on their expense, it's on your expense. So
Well,
it's
to
not
me,
funny.
when they put a needle through my heart, that makes me know that they want to kill me. Lets me think that they want to kill me. Because if you really do a voodoo on somebody and they're not a Christian, and you perform that and you put a needle through their heart, you will kill that person. I believe that the demons, they conjure up demons, and I do believe it works if they're not Christians. I do believe in witchcraft that it works. If you're not a Christian, you are not protected by the blood of Jesus. So that lets me know that that's what they want to do. And we know that Ziggy sat over there and said she wanted to put in my eyes because she thinks it's funny. So whoever created the voodoo doll will know soon enough who created that.
What's really sad is, there was a creator that had their car window broken from another creator, and we actually kind of stood up for that creator, and now they're making fun of you.
And you, they make fun of both of us.
Mhm. Oh yeah,
Like,
I'm Miss Christine the Fifth Reich, which
yeah,
how is
and
that funny? You
it's
know
not. It's
that I
not.
mean I have nothing. That is like saying basically like I'm Hitler. Now, what have I done to deserve that? I don't make fun of anyone. I
It's not.
don't make funny memes of no one. I do not if I don't like what somebody's talking about, I let them have their own opinion and I just move on. I don't
Mhm.
sit there and go in nobody's chat and try to be hateful or say hateful things to them just because I don't agree with them. Why would I do that? but yet I have to be Christine the Fifth Reich. Okay. That's nice. I would never say that to anybody, and not even the person who's saying that.
Because you're a decent human being. These people, in my opinion, that's doing that are
Hitler
evil.
did horrible, horrific, disgusting things. Oh, and I've been called disgusting. I've been called lots of things.
Yeah, but
Just
look who was calling you that. Look at the person that called you that. Really?
I know, but
That's probably the worst
it's
person
still
on YouTube.
I just don't understand that type of thinking, that type of reasoning because
Mhm.
why are you trying to hurt me? I have not done anything to that person ever. To
You know,
any of the
another
creators, none.
thing
Not one creator have I done anything to.
you know, there were some things that I wasn't disappointed. I mean, I sometimes I do think if I listen to Prayer Garden, like, well, maybe she is part of, maybe there is some God in her a little bit. But when she started talking about going along with these witchcraft stuff and all this stuff, I was like, no, nope, 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 not gonna happen. So yeah, this is horrible. I mean, I believe that when some, because Sailor brought it to my attention. It was in the back of my mind because I'd lost my animals just like that. And it was already in the back of my mind. And Sailor was like, I wonder if that's why, because they had put something on you. They couldn't hurt you or your family. So it got your animals instead. And we lost
Um,
Bonnie, which devastated because Bonnie was part of our family. I raised her. I don't know. I just believe that this stuff works, and it if you're not a Christian, then you fall. You know, it's
victim.
not. Yeah, and to put a stake through somebody's heart is screaming to me that you want to kill that person. That's what your agenda is.
I
You're
mean,
out.
you've been threatened, your life threatened, I mean, all kinds of stuff. Just
Yeah, and so
recently.
it's just yeah, and this is just right here is no better than the voodoo doll that was made about me. So this just like they want to hurt me. Why? I have no clue. Why anyone would want to hurt me like that because I am friends with the Wells? I guess. I don't
Or just
know.
because you have a different opinion.
Or maybe because I do have a different opinion or whatever.
Exactly.
But you can't get into heaven with hate. And you like this right here, one word from me could bounce off that person and go, you don't play with witchcraft. You just don't do it. The devil was gifted the permission of the Lord to harm Job's cattle. Yes, sunshine, that's right. And the thing is I started praying for my animals since then. I have been praying not only for my family, but for my animals, my home. I do try to plead the blood of Jesus over it all. But there's still, that that is in a way it's just like trying to kill somebody, in my opinion. In fact, there is people that does voodoo that does put curses on people, and people has actually died from it. I believe that. I've heard many, many stories about it. In fact, John Ramirez, who was an ex Satanist, one of the top ones, said that he used to do it all the time to people. And
Well, the fact is that they know how you feel about this kind of stuff, and yet they still think that it's funny, and that's intentionally to hurt you. It's not funny. It's to hurt you
yes,
purposely. And that why would you do that to another person just
yeah.
because they have a different opinion?
Well, I'm going to try to find out who the person is behind this because it's probably one of these people that's tagged in there besides me, or is
Mhm.
somebody affiliated with them. And so to me this is just like a threat to my life. That's just how I feel.
Yeah.
Daisy, what do you think about Fred being investigated on two? I don't know. I've not heard of that one on Fred. I
What's he getting investigated for?
investigated on two murder charges.
Mm.
But I just thought that, I was going through my stuff that I have collected and I seen that and I was like, gosh, this is just really lets you know how really evil YouTube is and how evil the world is. And
Yeah.
boy, do we need to stay prayed up and protected, you know, because we are ultimately bringing out a lot of stuff to the world about what's going on, especially when it comes to trafficking and stuff like that. A lot of them wants to keep all that hushed hushed, and we are kind of bringing a little bit of it to light, and the devil don't like it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, sweet D.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean, they're going to try to stop it. The devil's going to try to stop it.
most definitely. I don't see what the big deal is. Okay, so I'm friends with Don and Candace, and my sister's friends with Don and Candace. Yet they hate me and love my sister. I don't get it.
I don't either.
For now, until she makes some mad about it and stuff. So
I don't know.
neither.
It may be because, you know, being friends with certain people also.
I don't know. I don't get it, but the hate on like the world, I've lost a lot of faith in humanity, but I also have faith in people that follow me because I know they have the heart like me, and they, you know, they they love like me and they don't hate, and I guess that might be why, I don't know. But the lies that was told, like the lies that some of these people like Brooke, she took my content and totally twisted it and made it to something that suited what she wanted.
I didn't hear it. Can you play some of it so I can hear? I only got to listen to like the first 10 or 15 minutes of it
Yeah.
because I could not, I didn't have time enough to watch the whole thing, but you know, I did hear some things.
You're gonna hear me fussing a lot, but I'll try to play it. Hang on, bring it up. Because Prayer Garden deleted her video, that video where me and her fussed on it, but
Yeah.
it's got me fussing on her because
I wonder
I
why.
went up on the panel. I went up on the panel. I was pissed off.
I'm surprised she let you up.
She always lets me up, but she never lets me talk. She screams over me. Here we go. Because I happen to know that she's in with these little people that has harassed me and terrorized me. She was the first one who stole my content, the very first one who stole it from the person who took it in my back chat. She took it and put it out on her channel.
Out the tree trimmers, but I just don't want to steal anyone's hard work and thunder, Trev. So sorry.
No, you're just stealing mine, right?
Or do you think we should do a whole show and talk about kidnapping tree trimmers? You tell me, Trev.
No, let's just do a whole show about bashing Daisy or bashing Christine or bashing the parents. That's what you want to do, Brooke. Because guess what? You don't have any other content. So basically, she's making fun of the tree trimmer thing, Christine.
Yeah, I don't understand why she would make fun of that. What is she saying that the tree trimmers weren't there? I mean, what?
She's just pretty much saying that tree trimmers wouldn't do that. Pretty much.
How does she know? Does she know each? Does she know the background of each one of the tree trimmers?
No, she's just running her mouth and running with it. I'll let you listen to the rest of it. You don't have anything. All you want to do is sit over there and bash and talk shit and be right like the rest of these vile ass people that you follow and people that follow you. But you better stop using
really expose the tree trimming mafia. And we could really be, Dateline makes all this after that. We may be the next on 60 Minutes. I mean, we may really blow this up here. Wait, that's what happened to JFK. It's figured out. It was the CIA with the tree trimming mafia. They got JFK.
I was talking about JFK earlier in the show, so let me get to the bit.
I can't hear any of it.
Oh, she made it a member only. Hang on. Yeah, she takes
Thing about the pedos and the drugs there.
members only. Hang on, let me go back.
About the tree trimmers, but I just don't want to steal anyone's hard work and thunder, Trev. So sorry.
No, you're just stealing mine, right?
Or do you think we should do a whole show and talk about kidnapping tree trimmers? You tell me, Trev.
No, let's just do a
No,
whole show
could-
about bashing Daisy or bashing Christine
So,
or bashing
let
the
me-
parent. That's what you want to do, Brooke. Because
Daisy,
guess what? You don't have any other content. Yeah.
so let me push this by you a little bit. So she wants us to not recognize that there were tree trimmers on the property that day, just to completely ignore that, right?
Yep.
And she wants us to completely ignore that there was cleanup crew there that day. Those are all strangers to that area. She also wants us to ignore that there was real estate and people purchasing or looking at property to purchase on that same day there. That's funny and very insignificant to the whole thing. And these are strangers too. But
Yep.
only look at the parents, because if you don't, then we're going to make fun of you and we're going to bash you and make silly videos of you and call you names and say pretty much whatever you're talking about other than blaming the parents is ludicrous. So don't worry about all them strangers that were up there on that property. Oh, don't worry about them. No. Don't look at them. Nope. Don't look at them. Strangers could never be in that area, right? Even though there were tree trimmers, cleanup crew, people looking at properties. Those are strangers. Those are people that do not normally live there, do not normally drive through there, are not normally there on a daily basis. Those are called strangers, but yet don't look at them. Don't even think about looking at them. Don't think about even researching them, because it is silly and stupid. Right? Is
Yeah.
that pretty much how she's saying? Is that, do I think I mean, is that pretty accurate?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The Love of the Eagle says, has anyone found out the name of the company and third-party brush cleaners?
Yes.
Christine has all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She has it all. Well, let's listen to some more BS. You don't have anything. All you want to do is sit over there and bash and talk shit and be right like the rest of these. But
I'm just thinking, if we're looking at cases, why would you not look at everything? I just don't understand. I don't get that. Why would you not look at the surroundings, everything?
They've got it set in their minds that it's Donna Candace and it's nobody else, and nobody else could ever come up there and do it. It's all Donna Candace. That's what they got.
On a normal day, on a normal thing, yes, maybe none of them people would be there. But it was COVID, number one. And number two, the tree trimmers are strangers and they were on the property. What is so,
because
I don't understand what they think is so stupid about that.
I know.
I mean, wouldn't it be more stupid if you didn't look at them?
Yeah.
I mean,
look at everything. Hey, Laura P. But I want you to hear whatever else they got, because it gets even more ridiculous. But I do want to say Trevor did apologize. People that you follow and people that follow you. But you better stop using
really expose the tree trimming mafia. We could really be, I mean, Dateline may call us after that. We may be the next on 60 Minutes. I mean, we may really blow this open here. Wait, that's what happened to JFK. We figured out. It was the CIA. It was the tree trimmer mafia. They got JFK.
That's what we talked about JFK earlier in the show. So let me get to the pit bull part.
Trigger warning. Oh, she made it a member only.
Thing about the pedos and the drugs there. Well, you live with Dawn and you both. Oh, shit. I wonder if the tree trimmers that were on the grassy knoll were at Ben Hill Road the day Summer disappeared. You know, I've been asked many times if the FedEx guy that took Athena was on Ben Hill Road. I've been asked if the
You've heard
Wanderer.
Jody Sue, if you're such a true crime person, Brooke, you've heard Jody Sue and Candace both say, and the news say that, and the tree trimmers themselves saying that they were there that day. But no, you don't want to find out for yourself, do you, Brooke? You want to go and steal everybody else's content and twist it around to your own agenda. That's what you want to do, lady.
We're on Ben Hill Road when Summer was taken. Now we have an even bigger problem, do we not, Trev?
Oh yeah, and my favorite was when we talked about that, and forgive me, not remember the name, but that person, that child that was kidnapped in Florida years and years ago. Somebody who's related to them, who's related to them, who's related to a friend, who's friends with somebody, apparently knew Dawn, who's friends with this person. And so obviously that person took that kid in Florida, and all these years later took Summer.
Oh, so I'm talking about the Brits. The Brits.
Yeah.
They're talking about the Brits.
Yeah.
It's kind of shady, if you ask me.
555.
Play this much for Trevor. He does try, but he's a little bit too obsessed in this case, in my opinion. He's absolutely, positively obsessed with this case. Like, he went up and shook Dawn's hand and befriended Dawn and Candace. Now he's up here. That's safe-faced. He's very, very safe-faced, in my opinion. He's a 19-year-old, 20-year-old boy, and he's just very safe. Guess what, Brooke? She's not monetized like your ass. Yeah, she talks about you, Brooke. And Monkey's case than you have in your whole life. Okay? Because obviously you don't know shit about this case. I was mad. 555 has everything that has been said and done from the beginning in this case. Mm-hmm. She probably knows more than any YouTuber out here about Summer's case. I'm getting so sick of these jealous ass people who is so jealous of Christine that they have to come after her and call her names and act like that she don't know nothing when she's got more and done more research. And guess what, Brooke? She's not monetized like your ass is, okay? So cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit. I was mad.
TBI. Thank God, because they haven't hardly had any riffraff calling 800 TBI fine.
No, I mean,
oh, no, they haven't. No, Justin just didn't put it out, did he? Justin just didn't put out something I said and twisted it around and had everybody calling the TBI over it. I didn't just get woke up out of the blue for Justin twisting it around. Do you know how many freaking lies? Justin sat over there on his Pearls channel and told everyone that before Brandy came to my panel, Brandy private messaged me and asked me not to use Michael's pictures. He bold-facedly lied right through his teeth to those people over there. Because how many times have I said it? Brandy never once came to me, nor has she done it. She came to me in her chat after me and her had words. After that, she did come and talk to me in her chat. But I wish they would cut the bullshit with Brandy because I've had about enough. In my chat, I meant my chat. She never came to me, and I'm tired of people lying about it.
They only get credible information. Nobody has ever called with anything from YouTube. So it's really great that they're going to call this in and really give them an insight to YouTube because I don't think they've ever watched or heard any clips from YouTube.
No, they have not. They never saw Dawn on the potty talking to Benny. Wow. Okay. Well, you know what? Probably no reason since they're sending, all those people are sending this tip in about the tree trimmers to TBI. You know, I don't want to be the one that gets the credit for exposing this. So I'm going to let Daisy and 55555 get the accolades. I think we should be the better person.
I want to use my content, witch.
What do you think, Trev?
Absolutely. I mean, this is borderline presidential medal territory here.
Okay.
First of all, that the tree trimmer stuff had been turned in like 6 months to 8 months after Summer went missing. So that's nothing that is recent at all.
Right.
So why now are we making fun of it?
Because I was talking about it the other night that it could be the tree trimmers, it could be anybody, because Candace wanted me.
And it could.
Right. Well, Candace was having a bad night and she wanted me to go live. I think she wanted just to talk about Summer. And so I went live and we just talked about the what ifs again and bring Summer out. And Brooke, of course, they take my stuff whenever I talk about Summer and twist it around. And that's basically what Brooke was doing here on Prayer Gardens, playing my stuff. Let's see what else they go to
I
college.
didn't
There was
hear.
so many shady people
College.
up there on that hill and around that hill. The time she went missing, I mean, Jody Sue came on alive and told that there were people there trying to buy property and tree trimmers and, you know, all the drug activity that was going in and out.
So on the 15th, people were trying to buy property. We have the tree trimmer mafia, all the drug activity. Candace was in chat and she said, I didn't.
Let me tell you something. Absolutely, there were tree trimmers in there. Christine has proved that many times that there were tree trimmers in the area. And Jody Sue sit right on Queen Viper lips up there with behind that church house, Kathy, and told it herself, paneled that there were people in that area. Well, Jackie Dobbs was one of them. But yet Brooke wants to twist her agenda. She wants to use my content to twist her agenda.
Didn't know anything about the pedos and the drugs there. Well, you live with Dawn and you both do drugs.
Out of that holler. There was a lot of things being stolen from Donnie at that time.
Mhm.
Who's to say when Summer was down in the bottom of that basement playing that somebody did not come to that door, she let him in. Or she did not go out that back door to go swing, and they were back there looking for something to steal
Hi, sweet
and grabbed her.
Andy.
I mean, I know one night our dogs were going crazy. My husband looked out the window, and one of the guys from down the road was in the yard here in my husband's truck lifting up his toolbox. They care right underneath the light.
Oh my gosh.
People are bold, and if they're out to steal, they will steal. And let me tell you one thing.
Well, if you're looking for a toolbox, that's probably because you're going to pawn it for drugs or something. But you can't take SummerWells into the Rogersville pawn shop and put her up on the glass case and say, how much will you give me for her?
Okay, so pretty much what she's doing here is mocking me and saying that human trafficking does not exist. Yet she's never been one time to Kingsport, Tennessee, ever. Have you been to Kingsport? Have you seen how shitty Kingsport is? We currently have 2 people missing in Kingsport, and the state of Tennessee has been busted for human trafficking. So literally, she's trying to make a joke. Yeah, she's literally saying that they wouldn't come up there. If they come up here to steal tools, they would steal tools. If they come across some and had the opportunity, that they wouldn't have took her. If they're evil enough to steal, they'll do anything for drugs.
Yeah.
Joke of me saying that what I'm talking about is not true, that Summer couldn't have not been sold. No, there couldn't have been a druggie come up there and sold her off into a trafficking ring. That couldn't happen according to, Detective Brooke over there. She knows everything, she knows everything.
I just happened to come across her when I was tree trimming. I was going to take some of Dawn's tools to pawn here, but I came across this little girl. Are you hearing this, PG?
Yes. Where did she get to the dog?
Oh, it's coming up. Now, I wonder, because Daisy actually said later that she's going to get that police report and she's going to send that guy's name to TBI that tried to steal the husband's tools. I think we're going to have a major breakthrough soon.
See, what? Have you guys ever heard me say anything like that?
She
have you guys? I have no idea. She just made that up. See, these people lie. Have any of y'all ever heard me say that?
Why would you turn to the TBI? You already know who. Oh my gosh, I can't.
She lied like a dog. That's part of the lies. They're all liars. They're big fat liars. Her, PG ain't worried about all this stuff. All she wants to do is get to the part where I talk about the woman and the dog so she can twist her agenda. She's ready for that. She's already got that planned.
The woman and the
say that I was calling. Yeah. Right there is a prime example of these people and how they twist their lies and their agendas. Now, most of you guys that's in here right now has been on my live stream. Anywhere did I say I was calling the TBI? That's what I would like to know. Brooke, stop lying. She's lying.
100%.
Oh, did she, Frankie? A crime of opportunity, a 5-year-old little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. You're desperate for drugs. You're looking for something to steal. You find a 5-year-old little girl coming out the back door in a holler where nobody else can see. And you're thinking to yourself, I can take this child and sell her into traffic.
Into traffic.
You think that that's
She goes, yep, they just grabbed her and we can sell her into traffic.
They stole her and they put her in traffic.
And it was the
And
tree
that-
trimmers because 555555, she has been doing a lot of research about tree trimmers.
it's not possible?
See what I'm saying right here, y'all?
Wow,
Look at
he's
this.
like obsessed with.
This is people. This is these kind of people. Time out. Hang on. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
He is obsessed with us doing research on the tree trim. What?
I know.
I don't
get it
That is
either.
the strangest thing. I mean, they were on the property the day Summer went missing. Why would you not look at that? What is wrong with them?
She ain't worried about really finding out. She wants somebody. She don't want to do her own research, so she wants to use my content, and she puts it under a membership only, so she doesn't get a strike. And she uses my content for her members.
I mean, all the neighbors say it. The law enforcement says it, and the tree trimmers themselves said they were there that day. What?
Yeah, there's
Why,
actually
why would you not? Why would you not acknowledge that?
because she don't care. She don't want to do research.
Okay. My 5'5" and all my research. Okay. Okay. Whatever.
Sickening. Hang on. They're
Whatever.
literally mocking human trafficking. They're thinking that they know everything, that it does not exist, that it don't happen in Kingsport. Yet Kingsport is a very, very dangerous city, certain parts of it. And no, I've only called TBI one time over Jody Sue. And look, somebody's using, look, they've got Miss Foxy with a cow on it. See, these people are demon possessed devils. They don't have content. And all they want to do is keep using my stuff to twist and turn their agenda and their sickness and to make fun of a serious situation, which is human trafficking.
Okay, pause it, Daisy.
You're very,
Pause.
very, very wrong.
Yeah.
When people get desperate for money, they will do
But this,
anything.
when I'm talking in the middle there, that's them playing my live on Prayer Gardens.
All right, pause it for a second. So,
Okay.
am I also under the understanding that they are mocking Athena's case with the FedEx person hitting her and then unaliving her and then ditching her body? I mean, that was an accident cover up, and that is another possibility. I don't understand why would you not, first off, put everything under consideration?
Yeah.
Why would you make fun of someone who is trying their hardest to, make heads or tails of what could have happened to Summer? Why are they, I don't understand why they're making fun of that. I mean, these are very substantial possibilities that could have happened unless they only want you to look in one direction.
Yep.
I mean,
but they want everybody to continue going on.
Has the tree trimmers not been? They've been interviewed. Yeah, I've heard somebody say, "Well, the tree trimmers have already been interviewed." Well, so is Don and Candace. I mean, if we're going to say the logic is that the tree trimmers have already been interviewed, so it couldn't be them. And Jackie Dobbs has been interviewed, it couldn't be him. So on and so. The neighbors have been interviewed, it couldn't be them. Well, so is Don and Candace. They've been interviewed. So are we going to apply that same thing to Don and Candace? Oh no. Why is it okay for one group of people being interviewed to say, okay, we shouldn't look at them anymore? But when you say, okay, well, they've been interviewed too. I mean, you have to say that all the way around. You can't just say that for one group and not the other.
Right.
So I gotta just.
I had to let it out too. I let it out the other night. That's why I'm playing it, because I was
it makes zero sense.
Prayer Garden screams at each other.
Uh-oh.
I went over on her panel.
Uh-oh.
You know that. Drugs. Drugs is the leading cause of a lot of children losing their lives. You think
What?
for 1 minute that if one of those druggies wasn't up there on that hill trying to steal something, and they saw that baby come out that back door by herself, little tiny 5-year-old blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby, that they wouldn't take that opportunity and then desperate for drugs?
What is Summer going to
You
get the
better
drugs?
think again, because it could happen, and it could happen.
This is like the ABC after school special. You're too young for those, Trevor. Not to bring up your age. She said, if you don't think it can happen, it can. And let me tell you what, the gallery was like, you're right, Daisy. You're right, Daisy. I'm calling this into TBI. I'm calling this into TBI.
She's lying like a dog. She's lying. She is lying. Not one person in my chat that night, not one person said they were calling the TBI. She sit there and lied like a big ass dog. She's worse than Prayer Garden when it comes to lies. Nobody said they were calling that into TBI. There we go, Brooke. You're over there on the right channel for your lies. But the fact of the matter is, Trevor, you're a baby. You don't know nothing about life right now. Yet you try to act like you know everything about life. No. In my opinion, you're just a child. Trevor did, and he's very... No, oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Let me tell you something, Brooke. Hang on.
Being kidnapped? What is a drug dealer going to get out of taking a kid?
Drug dealers want drugs. They don't.
No, oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. Let me tell you something, Brooke. I'm an educated woman, right? Educated in drug abuse. Yes, I've had training on drug abuse. I have a degree in that stuff. I have a degree. Unlike you, I've worked around drug abuse. I've worked around drug abused babies before. I've got the experience behind my belt because I've dealt with it. You, my dear, don't. Neither does the little boy that's up on the panel with you right now talking about this. How many children have lost their lives to drug abuse? Harmony Montgomery? Right? Can we name more? So many children has lost their lives to drug abuse. Yet Brooke wants to sit up here with her teenage friend who knows nothing about life and challenge somebody that has a degree in it, who studied it, who worked around it, and who dealt with drug babies. So basically, but Brooke knows everything.
Huh? Want kids. You see, kids get in the way of their lifestyle. That's what we take them for.
She said they were out there looking for drugs and they saw a kid and took the opportunity so they can get drugs. No.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. That pretty much to me is making fun of someone who, in my opinion, like Yanni, that's been sold into trafficking because of drug money. So Brooke is literally sitting up here saying that can't happen. So childish.
They'll go get drugs. They now have a 5-year-old child on their hands. What? They call babysitter? So they go get some drugs? Oh my gosh, she has the IQ of a turkey baster. What is she saying?
Well, her and 5555555.
Trevor, go back to college, study, take some hang on, heads up, so you know.
I don't even know who she is. That the thing about it is, you know, I have a different opinion than they do, but yet you'll never catch me saying anything off sorts about them. I'm not going to make fun of their name. I'm not going to make fun of what they believe and what they.
That's not even your name.
No. But the thing about it is why do that? That is so
childish. It's childish. It's stupid. What does it have to do with Summer's case? Stupid.
Nothing.
That's what I say. I'll get to the good part here in a minute. We all watched Kensington. I did watch a video with.
I'm calling this in because I'm calling this in.
Hang on, let me get setting. Okay, we all watched Kensington. I did watch a video with an interview with a man that said that they asked him what the worst thing he saw, and that's what he said. But once again, Brooke needs content, so Brooke's going to twist and turn, just like Prayer Garden of America does.
They've been doing their research on this, and thank goodness some of these people in chat said, I'm calling this in. I'm calling this in. Because the TBI hasn't been bogged down with these false tips.
Yeah, I think the
happens,
next step is raising the pay
especially
for
in
business
that
agents
area.
that take these calls.
and it happens more than what we know.
I want
They
to
get
know,
desperate. They
did
found an
we
opportunity.
see anybody in my chat that night when I was talking about this? Did anybody come in there and say they were calling the TBI? Did y'all see that? Because I didn't see it. I know
I
you were
wasn't
here,
here, but I
White
heard
Widow
we
baby. Innocence, you were here. Did you see anybody come in here and say they were calling the TBI? I didn't see it. Once again, Brooke, you're a liar. Show your receipts. It didn't happen. Stop lying and twisting your agenda. You've learned it well from Justin.
They took it. I do think someone might have known the people. You know, my opinion, speculation. One of Candace's good friends was, on the substance. She raises a red flag for me.
Whose fault would that be?
A big red flag.
Candace.
Well, Candace was on a substance because I saw the WJHL interview and she was, I don't know what she was on, but she was out of it. We have seen her more than once and she sounded like a talking monkey.
Hang on just a second. Thank you, Dane. Thank you. Thank you, Dane. God bless you. Thank you for bringing awareness to all these horrendous life tragedies, drug hell, and child abduction. All the bad can be shared with you. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Dane. Thank you, Dane. God bless you.
Thank you, Dane.
So much for supporting my channel. God bless you. Do
So,
you want to continue on or do you to the fight part?
well, I do want to say, so it just seems like in a nutshell, if you are not looking in the direction they're looking, and you are not accusing the people they want you to accuse, then all of a sudden you're just a joke because you're looking at a different direction, and anything that you say is ridiculous if it's other than looking in the direction they're looking, right? I mean, is that pretty much sums it up in a nutshell? Because that's what it seems like to me.
Well, the thing is they're people pleasers. They're crowd pleasers. Instead of speaking the truth and how they really feel, they go with the crowd and what's popular. And right now it's popular to hate Daisy, just like my sister goes with the crowd. She does the same. She's even said it that she doesn't want to me to come up on her panel because she don't want to lose subscribers, because it's the popular thing to do, to hate Don and Candace and to hate me and whoever else supports Don and Candace. And no, don't go telling her a big bunch of lies, because last time I said that, they went and told her a big bunch of lies. I know who it was. Probably those that hang out with her went and said, oh, Daisy said this about you and Daisy said that. I said, no. Anyways, yeah, let's get to the fight.
Daisy.
Oh, she made Medusa look unstoned. I mean, she was gone. Yeah. And
because she's
if one of her friends was responsible for this, who does that fall back on? It's your responsibility who you surround your stuff with, because if you have children, that's also who you surround your children with. And the people you bring around your children is your responsibility.
Well, not in Daisy's world. She said one of her friends. Well, which friend?
What I would really like for Trevor to do, if he's graduated from high school, I don't know yet. I was mad, maybe. Let me go out a little bit. Name it. I literally have. Hang on.
Of say.
See how
for
skipping it.
She's talking about Marlena.
She knew that property, and SummerWells went with her at that time. Allegedly, that girl was on the substance, and her family was coming around there stealing off Donnie. Who's to say that they didn't have it planned to come up her and take that little baby somewhere?
So Marlena, who accused one of the boys of doing something to her daughter, that's just what we heard. I'm not making the accusation. Happened to know they were.
Okay, so once again, she's talking about shit she don't know nothing about. Have y'all I've never heard Marlena. Has anybody heard anything about Marlena saying stuff about the boys like that? Have you ever heard it, Christine?
No.
So where is she getting all this stuff?
I have no idea.
She's making it up. She's making it up. accusing. Accusing. But once again,
that know how to traffic children.
no,
And
because
quite a few people that buy drugs also have no idea how to traffic children. That's not a normal thing. It's not like you get your clothes and take them over to Goodwill. You don't know how to do that. It's not common knowledge of how to sell a child. I don't know why she thinks.
You want to know why I know it's common knowledge? Do you guys really want to know why that people don't know I do this? Because I actually knew a girl who had a little baby who got high and she threatened to sell her baby to the Guatemalans. She threatened to sell her child for $20,000 to the Guatemalans. Therefore, she lost her child. That's how I know Trevor, big boy that knows everything, because I seen it firsthand. I even have the text messages that person sent me.
I think you just take them up to Walmart and ask for a return. Like, she hurts my head.
That's not how it works. You think it's not possible? You better go back and look at Kensington. Because I saw an interview the other day on there where a man asked another guy from the streets, he said, what's the worst thing you've ever seen on the streets? You know what he said? A woman having relations with an animal for $5.
What? On the streets of Kensington, Pennsylvania. Daisy said it right here, so it can't be a lie. What's the worst thing that you've seen? A woman having sex with an animal on the street?
Well, Brooke, why don't you pick up your computer, type in Kensington, Pennsylvania, and find out for yourself. Since you know stream, I've took a couple clips from Kensington and tagged her and Prayer Garden in it. But wait here in just a minute. Prayer Garden's going to twist it now. This is what she's been silent about. This is what she's been waiting to twist.
I haven't heard her say anything.
Yeah, she's getting ready to make it look.
I think she didn't say anything because she knows that there are tree trimmers up there and it's a possibility. Don and Candace did not invite the tree trimmers there. That is a government contract. Those people were strangers up there. They don't know who's up there and who's not. And I can guarantee you they didn't all have background checks either.
Yeah.
So
exactly. Hang on just a second. I'm gonna let y'all listen to this now. Everything. Listen to what Prayer Garden's. Why don't you pick it up and go look at Kensington, Pennsylvania? Go look, Brooke. Just go look. Maybe you'll get a little education on drug abuse. Because obviously you've not been educated. Right, Lady R. Right, they are. And once again, she's using my content to twist her agenda.
Well, then pimp out your cow or yourself. Nobody would know the difference. You got this? And she was, these things happen on the streets. Would you consider Rogersville the mean streets of, say, Chicago or Memphis?
I would consider Kingsport a pretty bad place in certain areas. And obviously,
it doesn't have to be a bad place. I mean,
well, we know that the neighbor got busted for methamphetamine trafficking.
What? The country, that anyone who is looking to abduct a child, they're not. Why would they go in a crowded, surrounded area? No, they're going to go to a place where there's hardly any cameras. They're going to go somewhere where there's hardly any people, and that's where in the country.
Well, you know that she don't know what she's talking about because she doesn't know how Kingsport is. And she said Rogersville, they live closer to Kingsport than they do Rogersville. I live closer to Rogersville than they live. They live closer to Kingsport. They live right there at the Kingsport line. Hawkins County, Kingsport line.
But I don't understand what the animosity is. That, okay, so we're talking about what we're talking about. What's the animosity? What is it hurting them that what we're talking about? I mean, the animosity in their voice, the making fun of and
because
making it a joke.
And it brings content to bash me.
Some are still missing. So to me, I don't think that's a joke. I mean, that's just my opinion, but I don't think it's a joke. I think it's serious. You'll never hear me make fun of someone's idea or what their theory may be because nobody knows what happened.
Nobody knows.
The police department doesn't even know. Law enforcement doesn't know. FBI, TBI, they don't know either. So why is it so funny that we are trying to go through scenarios that could have happened? What is so funny about that? Because Summer is still missing. I don't think it's funny.
I
I
don't
mean, they
either.
might think it's funny, but I do not. I mean, I don't understand how that is so funny.
Not Maya. I don't get it either. I don't see what. And then she did a live making fun of it after this, uh, and she put it in members only because obviously she don't want her stuff stolen. She don't want her content sold. So yeah, she can steal everybody else's content, but she don't like it when somebody else is amphetamine. I mean, how much more can you get when you deal with those kind of drugs? You deal with those kind of people. Do you think that they're not above it? Really? If you're going to mess with drugs, Brooke, you really need some education. That's what she needs. Someone needs to put her in an ER and let her interview drug addicts. Someone needs to set her in the emergency room and let her deal probably about a week or two of all the people who are addicted to drugs. Come in there and she'll have to be the one to deal with them. Someone needs to put her in a nursery of a NICU of a baby that's withdrawn from drugs and have to deal with that mother and father passed out in the hospital bed and them there at the hospital or sneaking and going into the bathroom of the hospital and shooting up. Have you ever dealt with that, Brooke? And literally, I don't think you have. Let me tell you a little story. We literally got a note from these parents that did that said, "Will you please clean our room up?" While they went into the bathroom together, we went and picked up the room, and that's where we found needles.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, you don't even know what a nightmare it is to work in the ER around these people. When they want drugs and the doctor is not wanting to give them drugs, they will get up in a doctor's face. They will get in a nurse's face. And they'll say, F you, call the damn police. What the F are they going to do? Call them. I don't give a damn. And then the police come, calm them down. They leave and they're raising hell again. I'd like to see Brooke and whoever else that doubts it. I'd like to see them actually deal with people like that. I'd like to see them deal with it because then they would know how these people really are and what they will do for drugs.
Yeah, I guess in their eyes, there's no crime at all, right? Ever. Nobody's ever done anything.
Right.
It's all ludicrous, right?
Yep. Inexperienced people here. Young. Educate yourselves. Both of you. Educate yourselves. She seems young. She should let's get to the part with Prayer Garden. But yet that
so because some woman is sleeping with a squirrel, that means Summer was abducted by a tree trimmer. Now see why I could have been so much better at math if I just thought of things this way. So woman hides behind post office, screwing a squirrel. Now that correlates to that Summer had been kidnapped.
Yeah. Having sex with an animal for $5.
Wait, who paid her? Did the animal pay her?
Are you really serious? Are you all hearing what they're doing? Are you hearing what they're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Trevor, he don't have a clue about anything. He's young. He's too young. Brooke's trying to act like they don't do that on the streets of Kensington, which Marita come up that night and clarified that.
I'm just like,
oh yeah, and go look up Kensington, Pennsylvania. Huh?
I am just wowed by what they're saying.
Guess
because
what? Wait, all day at work. It tries to say I was putting that on Summer. You guys, hang on. But anyways, hang on. I'm gonna get to the part where we fight. Prayer Garden literally twists it though and says that I put that on Summer. Hang on.
What are you talking about? A dog?
I'm about to tears myself, please.
Oh,
She didn't.
here we go.
It makes you so. What you just insinuated?
You're disgusting. You are disgusting, Brooke. You just sit up there and created a whole sick ass scenario in your mind and now you're going to sit there and cry? You mental case. In my opinion, you are a nut. Yeah, she was up her and you need to get help, in my opinion. Crying.
She was crying. Why?
In a way that makes you so angry, you want to cry. I totally and utterly. I mean, I'm sitting here trying to hold it the fuck together right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
That's how angry I am. And
okay, coming from the one that set up here on my panel and said Brandon's agenda is that I was trying to say somebody stole Summer and used the back. They took the scenario where I said people will do anything for drugs and twisted it and tried to make it look like I was saying they did that to Summer. That's what they was doing. That's why I got so mad. So wait a minute, I come up here. Here's where I come up. I was pissed off. My God.
I gotta
go down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Can you all
the only problem is when I went in there, they had a bunch of good things, and
can you guys believe this dramatics from Pam over? Where do these people come from? From a damn holler somewhere in Hardin, Kentucky? Where the frig are these people coming from? These are the lowest of low people. For Brooke to sit up there and twist that around and make it something that it ain't, you are a sick puppy. You and that filthy talking woman, old woman, 60-year-old woman behind that church. They're pathetic, yeah. You all have been with me. You know what was said. You know what was said. Brooke, she likes to pull them tears all the time.
You know, I forgot to get brown sugar. So it's like, how did that work? Right? How did that work? So I leave there, get home, and I'm like, uh-oh, I forgot exactly what I'm supposed to even be going there for. So I had to go back out.
What happened?
To me.
Exactly. I just don't understand it. And I mean, I've never used the Temu app. I mean, I can't put anything in chat.
Where they're talking about Jinkies, where Robin put that about Jinkies, and they're trying to make it look like that Jinkies was taking up money for Summer to give Candace for Summer toys.
No,
like
she's never done that. Jinkies have never done that. Never.
Well, that's what they're saying
right now because I'm on
Jinkies. Hang on. I'll find it. You app with the Jinkies. Well, that's on Jinkies.
We can get it to Candace for Summer, and I'm like, okay, well, who's going to get the credit?
Now, Brooke, come on.
Or just stick to the facts and the FAQs.
Stick to the facts.
Wait, we're getting ready to get it where I come on and fight.
Well, it's one thing, to keep her away from your dog.
Pam, put your teeth in.
Oh, metal. Careful here.
There were so many shady people up there on that hill and around that hill that they wouldn't take that opportunity and then desperate for drugs.
Marlena.
She knew that property, and
they're so jealous of Christine.
Candace is listening.
I'm going to tell you something. If that child would have been my missing child and she said something like this.
Oh my God.
Hey girl, I'm going to break down and cry myself.
Oh, that's so sickening. Hang on, I'm getting ready to get them here in a minute. That Scorpio, she's a mental case in my opinion too. In my opinion, they're all sick fudges. I'm trying to
me, but I guess I am 3 months, so I don't know.
That's freaking. He's just weird, straight up weird. And then he don't like me, but he was upset that I didn't unblock him. That I unblocked someone else, but I didn't unblock him. That don't make no sense either. Oh wait, I want to unblock you so you can come in my chat and be weird in there. I mean, you're gonna be weird, man. Be weird in the bushes. I'd rather be in the bushes doing that shit where I can't see you. Out, for this picture to be taken. For this picture to be taken.
It looks like
Candace would sue this old woman so she'd quit exploiting her daughter and using such filth under this little girl's name. Hang on, I'm coming up. Right here I am, y'all. Trigger warning. It ain't gonna be good.
Trying to insinuate that
What are
Summer
you
is
talking
in a
about?
place being bothered by animals for $5 fucking. How
That's because
stupid
Brooke
is it?
takes my content
No,
and
no,
she
no.
twists it
That
around.
was your
And
own
you're
voice.
a liar, Prayer Garden. You're
Brooke
nothing
didn't
but a
take your
damn liar,
content.
just like Brooke.
You didn't take
You
your
have no
content.
content.
That came out your own
You
mouth,
still
Miss
don't have
Daisy.
any content
It
but
came out your
stirring
own
shit up.
fucking mouth.
And
It
now you're
came
stealing
out
my
your
content.
own
So
mouth,
you're
Miss
going to
Daisy.
get Prayer Garden.
It came out your own
Don't you
mouth.
have any other
It came out your own
content than
mouth.
me? This is
Your
about
own
a
mouth.
little girl.
It came
This
out
is
your
about a
mouth.
little girl.
Yeah,
Brooke
it is about your
my
making little girl. And
content
why
and
are you
twisting
trying
my
to
shit around. What
insinuate?
the hell?
Just it's disturbing. I'm just gonna say that.
If people are out here in this true crime community, you've got to be able. I mean, you've got to have a suit of armor to stand up for these children. What I'm trying to say is, you've got to be able to go.
Well, I understand that, but I've seen creators say, "Oh, let's just put it all out there." Next thing you know, they wind up on News Nation and they're getting drugged, saying, "Why did they put that out there?" So we have to have some integrity. We can say trigger warning all day, but what he said, what he came across, that's
Little girl.
It came out of your
About
mouth.
little girl.
Yeah, it is a 5-year-old making little girl. And why are you trying to insinuate that this little girl? Now you need to grow the hell up, Miss Daisy. You need to grow up. You're the one who died like a victim when you're not. You died like a victim when you're not.
She better quit stealing
Ba
the
ba
damn
ba ba ba.
Well, no, she doesn't have that dog. No, let me talk to her.
What dog?
Her,
I want to know about the dog you're discussing.
Shut up.
about.
You're irrelevant.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Get down with what dog you take.
My content. Do you not have
You're
anything
here
else
for
for
summer, not a
but
dog
to sit
story.
and lie and twist and take my stuff and
You're
turn it upside
psycho.
down?
You're
Get your own content. You've got more subscribers than me. Quit using my content to push your agenda. Shut up. What you get her off his pants?
What was you insinuating, Daisy? What was you insinuating with the dog? What was you insinuating with the dog? I don't think Donald heard about the dog thing. I don't think Donald heard about this dog stuff, Daisy. Matter of fact, I think Donald's going to be pretty pissed when he hears about this.
Prayer Garden, can you
I
not
think
make
he's
a lie
going to be
without my
pretty
name in
pissed
it?
when he hears about this, Daisy.
Without my name in it?
Can you
That's
make a
what I
lie?
like.
I like to know people that do one without our names in it.
I don't have
Every
your
time I
name.
hear you, it's running your face about Justin. You're running your face about me. You're running your face about Brooke. You're running your face about somebody, Daisy.
You continue.
You're always running your fucking stuff
You're a
about
liar.
some
That's how
fucking
you are.
body. You're the
So
fucking
you're
liar.
a liar.
You are a
Stop
fucking
doing
liar,
that,
Miss
but I will
Daisy.
take you to
A
court
big
next time.
fucking liar. Why? Because I'm telling the truth.
Stop using my content to twist your agenda.
Last time I checked, it said you can't sue people for telling the truth. And you're the biggest fucking liar on the YouTube street. I'm gonna tell you what law enforcement is going to do, Miss Daisy. You're a troublemaker. You came to my channel. I didn't come to yours. You came to my channel, Miss Daisy. You're on my channel right now. Run your mouth and attack me. Go tell law enforcement about coming over here and attacking me. Why are you attacking me? Why are you attacking me, Miss Daisy?
You're stealing my content.
You're attacking me. Nobody's stealing shit of
You
yours.
are.
You play my content all the time, Miss Daisy. You play my content. You have even live streamed me. You live stream as well, Miss
You are an
Daisy.
evil,
You are a
vile
piece of
woman
shit.
behind
No,
behind
you're speaking more about
church
me right
house,
now than you will ever speak about me.
You know I know
You
exactly
think about
who you
more
are.
out your fucking ass
That's
because I don't know who
you
the
the
fuck
most,
you
Prayer
is.
Garden, is you know I know exactly who you
I
are.
don't know who she is, Miss
Oh,
Daisy.
you don't know who
And you know what? I don't think you know who she is either. Maybe I should get Kathy Morrison. You're over here saying some ladies' names. You know what? No, I'm not
Yes, you
Kathy
are.
Gracie Morrison. God is my witness. I am not Kathy Gracie Morrison.
Content, Brooke, I will take you to court next time I strike your ass. Watch me and see.
And I do not have a fucking son named Billy G. Get the fuck out of here. You're butt nasty. You're a problem. You're over here attacking me, talking about some other lady, talking about her freaking son.
Go ahead and ring her up. I would love to talk to her. I sent her an email. I gave her my phone number.
I don't want to talk.
And she wouldn't even respond.
No, she likes to come over here and attack PG.
No.
Miss Stacy is in love with me. She loves me. She really does.
Listen, guys. Listen. I have nothing to say to Brooke. I don't want to talk to someone like her. Yeah, I already let her up on my panel once, Brooke, and she just didn't know what she's talking about practically. She just runs off at the mouth like she always does. But yeah, there was a man that come in the chat that said, I need to get hired. Too high for this or something like that. But the point of the matter is that
I didn't hear anything that you said that happened to Summer. You said that's one of the stories that somebody said from an interview that you listened to. How did that get put on Summer?
That's because that's what she was waiting. That's why she wanted Brooke to hurry up and get to the dog part so she could twist her agenda about it. That's what she wanted. That's what she does. She makes up shit like that. She's fudging crazy.
Right.
A mind like that. I'm going to find that where that guy said that. But the thing is, she's never looked up Kensington. And just like Marita said, there's so much stuff that happens in Kensington.
But you said that happened in Kensington, and that was an interview that you heard. You'd never said that was what happened to Summer. Why? How is she put that on Summer?
Because that's what she does. But it's okay for them to do that shit. They can do it all day, every day, and it's okay with them. But when let me say one thing and they twist it and turn it and make it their agenda. And that's why I've been raising hell about it, because that's what they do.
Yeah.
A TV come on. Hang on.
Ooh, that's scary.
I hit it with my foot.
Oh. Yeah.
But
Well,
no, that's
and
why I was mad about it, because she was just taking some. Listen, I hadn't even been talking about prayer garden, so I don't understand why she just continues with it. Like
day in and day out.
she never wants peace, because prayer garden goes with the flow. I think deep down, prayer garden feels that there is a chance that Don and Candace could be innocent, because
Yep.
she even said with herself that she saw Donnie crying
Yep.
over Summer on his knees. But I think that because of popularity, she chooses to think that they've done something, because if she goes any other way, I know when she had Candace on panel and Benny, she got a lot of people that come after her over that. And so the next day she had to make up. And so it's the popular thing to do, is to hate Don and Candace. If you stand out, listen, I don't go with the crowds. I go with my gut.
Yeah.
If Donna Candace done something to Summer, it will come out. One way or the other, it will come out. But
Right.
until then, we don't know what happened to Summer, you know?
Exactly.
Uh,
Exactly. And it would be just very strange not to look at every angle.
yeah.
You know, you've got all of YouTube looking at Don and Candace. Why would we? I mean,
I mean, we've
there's
already
some people have to look in the different direction to see what happened. I mean, obviously, law enforcement has nothing to press charges on with Summer's parents, or they'd be in jail. So why would you continue? I mean, they've been interviewed. Their property has been searched with search dogs, cadaver dogs, drones, search people, search and rescue people. They have been every inch of their property has been searched. Their home has been searched multiple, multiple times. But yet they still have not, there's been no charges, not been arrested. And yes, everyone is still a person of interest. And that is because they can't clear anyone. They can't clear Don and Candace. They can't clear the neighbors. They can't clear anyone because there is lack of evidence. They can't, why you can't clear anyone until you have some type of direction you're going to go to. So
Right.
that it's not just because, oh, well, the parents aren't cleared. Well, there's no evidence to be able to clear them or not clear them. The same is
Right.
for all the other people that are involved as a person of interest. That is why nobody can be cleared. Nobody. They've never came out and said anybody has been cleared. And that's the reason. There's no evidence. There's lack of evidence of anything. I mean, I can't make it any clearer than that to anybody.
Well, the
And they're
thing
like, well, Dawn and Candace there are the main suspects. They haven't cleared them.
they're
Nowhere did they say they were the main suspects. They said they're the persons of interest, all of them, everybody. Everybody that is close to this case is a person of interest. They can't clear them at all. There's no evidence to be able to clear or to not clear someone. So their option is to keep everyone person of interest. Everyone.
I know. Well, the thing of the matter is that like nobody on these YouTube streets knows what happened to Summer, nor are we going to find out what happened to Summer. Only law enforcement is the one who are going to do it this time. They're going to be the only ones that can solve this. Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay for people to have opinions that they think maybe that Summer was took by Don and Candace. That's their opinions, okay? But ripping these parents to shred day after day after day,
Yep.
and just making up shit, random shit,
calling their work, trying to get them fired, trying to call their probation people, try to get their whatever. That's ridiculous. Stop.
Yeah. And
Stop.
then attacking people that are friends with them. And
Exactly.
Greg Arden has clearly says it. She don't say it. She knows it. She is mad because I'm friends with Don and Candace, and she turned on me again because I'm friends with Don and Candace. And that's why she talks the way she does about me. She's doxed everything about me. She's talked horrible. She's made memes. You name it, she's done it. She's made up horrible lies. She's threatened me physically. I mean, you name it, she has done it. And
Yeah.
it's not going to bring Summer back. It's not going to help the situation. We're never going to find out unless law enforcement finds out what happened to her.
Exactly. And the reason why they didn't do a presser in 2023 is because they have no new evidence and no new information to share. None. So they didn't do a
Well,
presser
I've seen
in
where JLR was
2023.
making fun of Donnie's hands being swelled. Would you happen to think that maybe Donnie's hands is swelled because Donnie has high blood pressure because he's having to deal with missing child and missing children? It's the
Not only
holidays.
that, he's a working man, and he uses his hands, and maybe he's worked himself to death to make his hands swell because he might have arthritis from having to do the drywall stuff. And who looks at a picture and then looks at somebody's hands?
Right. Well, we all know Donnie's a redneck. I'm not going to deny that. He is a hell of a 100% of a redneck. So am I. And we can't deny that when he gets in a certain way that he's redneck. But there's a big difference about being a redneck and being hurting a child. A big difference. And if you had the pressure on you and you didn't have your children at home, then you would probably, I know I'd be worse than that.
What did he say about his hands?
I just come across the video with the title of it. It said that Don's hands was swelled when he had his
Probably
hands
because
around.
he's got arthritis and he's a workaholic and he works from morning till night. You have to, he like works until he can't keep his eyes open anymore.
One thing I can say, and I'm saying this from the heart, that man is going to go to his grave over his kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I can say.
Yeah.
Is he a redneck? Is he a hellraiser? Yeah. He's a hellraiser. I'm not going to deny that. He's 100% under a hellraiser.
People that are.
Huh?
There's a lot of people that are, but that doesn't make them hurting children.
No. Does he get intoxicated sometimes and say things he shouldn't? Yeah, he does. Most of us would if we got intoxicated, but put yourself in his shoes. What he's going through.
Well, heck, day in and day out, there's people that are saying horrific things about him and Candace both. That's a lot to take. That's a lot to take.
Not only that, they come by his house and they ride by. There was some psychics a couple weeks ago that was harassing them there at that house. I mean, the things that they say and they do, it's just unreal. And it's just they don't care. They don't care. I've told him that before. He told me to tell somebody something, but I done forgot what it was because I told him, I said, it ain't going to do no good, Donnie. They won't listen. It does no good to try to tell these people anything because they don't listen. But when the man has a heart attack and dies, people's going to be like, oh, I hated that happened to him. But it's probably because of YouTube, because he has no other outlet but YouTube. He tries to stay off of YouTube, but that's his outlet. That's how he voices his opinions about Summer. That's how he does. That's his way of getting the word out there for Summer.
And my logic is if I was a guilty party of something, I would try my very best not to bring it up. or calls
Yeah,
any attention to
of
it.
course, we're not going to come online and talk about it for sure.
Exactly. So that's my logic is if you're guilty of doing something, you are not going to want to bring attention to it. You're going to want to talk about it the least you can. And
Yeah,
you are definitely not going to want thousands and thousands upon thousands of people, looking into it and researching it if I knew I was guilty of something. No
and
way.
tearing him apart, just ripping him apart. Do I agree what was said between him and Josh? No, I don't. I
Uh-oh.
listened to some of
What
it, but
happened? Did
I
something else
didn't
happen?
condone that. But that was a bad night, huh?
Did something else happen?
Well, he apparently might have cussed Josh out and threatened him. But
Um,
that was a bad night. I knew it wasn't a good night. I'd actually talked to Donnie. I tried to calm him down that night, and I knew it wasn't a good night for him to be talking to nobody. But no, I don't condemn it. But people people say things to provoke Donnie on purpose, and there's nothing that provokes him more than people talking about what happened between him and his sisters and bringing it into Summer's case.
oh yeah.
And and when you're dealing with a mad grieving father and other things, and it's going to happen, things are going to be said. I don't condone it. I don't. And Josh is no angel. He has taken money from innocent females in the thousands. Well, most of them are not angels on these YouTube streets. You know what I'm saying? They have no reason to judge anyone. But just remember that when you're ripping this parent apart and he has a massive heart attack and dies because of all the stress that's on him, like these holidays without his children for the third year, not knowing where his daughter is, all of this in together, it's not going to be good for Donnie. I really am worried about him. I am telling you with experience, and I know Prayer Garden knows this too because she talked to Donnie when they first happened. Anytime I talk to Donnie, and you too, Christine, all he talks about is his children.
Yep.
Right, Christine?
Every time. There's nothing different that he talks about.
His
It is
children,
always about his kids. Yep.
where Summer is, where's the boys, the Summer, the boys. It doesn't
Yep.
matter what time I can call and talk to Don and Candace. It's always about the kids. It's always
Always.
about getting the kids back.
Yep.
And so, yeah.
I don't know.
What else?
I don't see YouTube changing, which is fine. I mean, everybody can have their own theories, but
Yeah.
I don't see what the purpose is to continually try to hurt and victimize other people. It's just
Mr. Bojangles and me are going to tide. That little
Mhm.
mouse is getting brave.
I thought Mr. Bojangles already went to.
Mr. Bojangles. Kitty Girls has been laying off on her job.
Well, that's
He's brave,
because
mouse
that's because
is.
Kitty Girl is friends with Mr. Bojangles. He's been
And
around a
Fox
long time.
ain't doing his job either. Kitty Girl's actually getting old, so I think that's why she's not. But
She's probably
the
friends with Mr. Bojangles. Mr.
I don't know.
Bojangles is a cute little field mouse
The
that
third
needs a
I've
little warm
seen
place to live during the winter.
I never heard what was Summer's first words. Well, I'm telling you know what, Sunshiner? If Candace was in here, I guarantee she would tell you what her first words is. Candace has opened up a lot over here and told us a lot. She even showed us Summer's birth certificate.
She showed us pictures that I've never even seen before of Summer.
Me too, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Candace is willing to share when she's not being attacked and being ridiculed and made fun of and called names. Who's going to want to share with anybody when they're being attacked like that? Nobody.
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 Yeah. So it's just, well, maybe Sunshiner, whenever she's in here, we can ask her, and I'm sure she'll tell. She answers questions in the chat, as long as they're sensible and not just like drilling
As
her.
long as they're
But I'm
respectful
sure she
questions,
loves to
not
share stuff. Yeah, she loves to share stuff about Summer. That's what she wanted to do the other night when I did the live. Hey, cool gamer, is that it was the day before Thanksgiving, and she was grieving. She was wanting to talk about Summer, and I don't blame her. And that's how
she has
they
shared a lot about Summer over here. A lot. More than I have ever heard of,
sounds good.
in the first 2 years of Summer being missing.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen pictures of Summer that we've never seen before. So,
And she's got her confidence now where she goes to
exactly.
events,
Yeah.
participates.
She
Before
feels
she was
comfortable because she knows she's surrounded by people who are not going to hurt her.
or let anybody hurt her.
Exactly.
Yeah, as much as me and like the toaster oven and Nana for Life and all them are like they don't like me. They do stand up for. I believe they would stand up for Candace if somebody said something bad
Oh, they
to Candace.
absolutely would. Absolutely
Yeah,
would.
I don't think they would let anyone attack her or Donnie at
Nope.
one of those. I know my sister wouldn't, but the fact of the matter is, once again, because Robin B put that out about my sister, it got twisted and turned around to my sister. And then last night, Prayer Garden tried to turn it around on me, saying I was a part of it. And I'm like,
Ooh.
what? Yeah.
What? What? How?
I don't even know. I don't have a clue. It's
How could you?
crazy.
Why would you be a part of that?
I don't know. I've
I
never
don't.
asked for any.
What were they even talking about? Was it
I wasn't
Was it?
part of
Was
the
it
Christmas
when
tree.
she was asking for if anybody wanted to participate with the tree? Is that what that was? With the ornament?
He said something about sending donations for toys for summer to Jinkies, and they ran with it. And then Evelyn put out a clarification about it. And then last night, Prayer Garden twisted it and tried to turn it on me.
Okay.
She does that shit.
Same old, same old.
Yeah.
I don't know what is the purpose. How's that helping anything? How is that helping anything?
It don't.
If everything is supposed to be for Summer and the good of Summer, then stop saying lies, stop being negative, and start trying to really do some kind of helpfulness, not just constantly bashing people, making fun of people.
Right.
Listen, even when I hear
Gonna make
people saying
it.
horrible things about me, I still do not clap back. Why would I? I'm not going to waste my time.
I'm going to. I'm going to clarify
I know you will.
rumors. Especially when they're making rumors like a horrific rumor like Prayer Garden and them was doing and Brooke was doing and stealing my content to do it. I'm not going
Yeah.
to sit back and let them tell people big fat lies about me. I know you
That's
got
'cause
more
you're
reserve,
feisty.
huh?
I said you're feisty.
Well, it's not that. It's just that people will believe it if you don't clarify it.
That's
And they're
true.
saying some pretty slanderous stuff over there.
Yeah, that
And
is.
I'm just sick of it.
Yeah.
I'm sick
I
of
mean,
all the
there are
lies.
times that I want to go, clap back, but I just think to myself, it's not even worth it.
Yeah, Yanni, go ahead and kick that sunshiner.
Uh-oh.
Because somebody sent me a thing said that she's got a whole channel bashing me. So if you see
Wow.
people like that in here, just kick them. You got my permission to. White Widow Baby said Jinx never collected or asked for donations. She said anything could contribute decorations for the tree for the missing children and adults. She did make it clear many times. We all know that. Yeah. And they tried
Yeah,
to twist it and
exactly.
turn it around. And then she said she's going to make another tree so they could put those pretty Disney ornaments on it. So yeah, where's PG's donations? When the hell has PG put one dime or did any kind of fundraiser or did any kind of anything other than put Allie's Cash App out?
Pass
That's
out
what
flyers.
Where are
Pass
you,
out
Prayer
flyers.
Garden, at the events? She claims she's been to Tennessee, but she don't know a damn thing about Tennessee. She's lying. That's what she's doing. She's lying. She never does anything. She sits over there and collects money off this baby day after day after day, attacking the parents. Yet she's never once did anything in Summer's name, ever.
Yeah, I see that. I'm starting to see that a lot.
Yeah, I
What?
know. I'd like to see where Brooke's done it too.
Well, there's sometimes people are up too high, sitting up in their thrones, looking down on us peasants.
Yep. Listen, the truth shall set you free. I
I'd
could
rather
sit up
be a
here
honest
and
peasant
not
than
be attacked every day. I could sit up
yeah,
here and have thousands of views coming in, thousands of clicks and views coming in, and hate the Wells and make up shit about the Wells and not have to be attacked every day. That would be the easy route for me, right? But I can't sit up here and say something that I don't know about. I mean, I can't sit up here and say that I know that they hurt their child.
exactly. And
Christine,
neither can
can you
law.
I'm going
What?
to the bathroom right quick. Can
Okay.
you talk to them before I run to the bathroom?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. And neither can law enforcement. Law enforcement can't say that Don and Candace hurt their child. If they could, then they wouldn't be out here. There'd be charges, right? I mean, that's only common sense. There's no reason for any creator. I mean, when I first came onto YouTube, and I know this sounds very, very gullible, but I really did kind of look up to creators because I thought, wow, they're putting in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of research, on their own to bring this kind of information to YouTube so it's easily accessible. But years of being on here now, I realize that I was very naive about that because not all creators are equal. I've heard a lot of name bashing, name calling, um, belittling, going real life on people. It's really sad, and I did, I did have this, I don't know, this thought that all these creators are doing their research, bringing this information to us just to, so that we could have awareness. But it's not true. It's not true. I mean, I've been called the Fifth Reich. I mean, that's Hitler. Now, I have never done anything even close to what Hitler has done. Why are you saying that? Why is it's I don't know. It's just the saddest thing. And I've realized that, these people, they're just people too, and people make mistakes, and hurt people, and we can say that all day long. But it's not helping Summer, or it's not helping anyone. All that is doing is causing victimization. That's it. That's all. It's not even content. It's victimization. And I
Okay.
personally wouldn't want to be known for that.
Mm-mm. Well,
I
Brooke
don't.
reminds me of a little teenager running around gossiping.
Yeah.
Like, I
Well, I
mean,
mean, if she would have done some research, she'd know that everything that she was just making fun of actually was definitely relevant on that day.
mm-hmm.
Mm. That's a
Diamond.
fact. It's not hearsay. It's not speculation. That is a 100% factual.
Mm-hmm.
So why is it funny? Why is that? Why are it? Would anyone make fun of that? So what? They've been interviewed, and Don and Candace has been interviewed too. Okay. So if we're going to say, oh, they've been interviewed, then you have to say it with the same conviction when you say Don and Candace has been interviewed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that
Diamond.
makes the most sense, huh?
Dime.
Yes, hi, Miss Daisy
Hi,
and
Dane.
Christine. I gotta come back on here. I've been listening to the show. Very riveting. Great live tonight.
Oh, thank you.
You two have double ganged this in the best way, and you
Thank
really
you.
showed a lot of truth. You know, just like me, a lot of people in the chat listen to Daisy on a regular basis. I
Yeah,
don't I don't normally go to these other creators, but something I've learned is when Daisy's not on and she's off for a couple of days, she's digesting. And I wonder, what is she listening to? Because she takes it really personally. And I did listen to Prayer Garden last night, and I'm going to have to tell you, I listened to all Miss Daisy's streams. I am a very loyal, devoted listener, just as many people here are in the chat. And Miss Daisy has never used the Pennsylvania drug addiction situation in reference to SummerWells. Never. There has been
never.
no correlation between the two. That needs to be dispelled. Absolutely dispelled. I don't know what that sick person on PG's Live was trying to assimilate dogs having sex with people in Pennsylvania has anything to do with Summer Wells. It never happened. Never.
Never.
Ever.
Well,
Ever.
the only thing that I said was people were desperate. If you didn't think people were going to steal a child, if they're desperate enough to do that to a dog, they would do anything.
Right.
Right.
But you
I'll be
didn't
right back,
it
Kathy.
has
Danny.
no correlation with anything that you said. And it was taken out of context. And in
Mm-hmm.
my opinion, I believe that deserves a strike. I don't know how well you can do a strike on a YouTube, but I will tell you this.
She
You
dirty
were
deleted.
they libeled you. They not only libeled you, but they defamed you as an individual. And these lies really need to be taken care of by YouTube, because I'll tell you what, everything has happened here. You know what I realized listening to you guys today? I hope every YouTuber takes the stream tonight and does the right thing with it. Because I'll tell you why. When you put together everything that was said in the chat, you have some real responsive people in your chat, by the way, Miss Daisy. You got some real smart
Thank you.
people that contribute on a regular basis. Very
Thank
smart individuals that are very aware of what's going on and
you. Mm-hmm.
also have knowledge of what's going on other YouTube streams. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to tell you what was really clear that came out. I got to go back. I don't remember her name, but she said TBI came out and said this is a strange case.
It is a strange case.
Okay? TBI
Mm-hmm.
said that. Now, so a strange case, does that mean we're accusing parents? Or maybe
Mm-hmm.
we're looking at some other things that are going on in this case.
Well, if you listen to EquaSearch says there's more than one person involved.
I believe it. And matter of fact, I do believe, and I had put this in the chat earlier, and I'm not sure if one of your mods thought that I was like some kind of snake in the works or something. But I had said, Rose disappeared 10 years ago, and
Mm-hmm.
now Summer disappears. And so I said that, and then the mod said, is there a snake in our group? I wasn't insinuating anything. I was talking to Missouri and I questioned, is this maybe where these traffickers have now gone back? So traffickers find where they can traffic somebody. They find a vulnerable
Mhm.
family, have
Mhm.
information about the family, watch them on
Mhm.
social media. They've watched Summer and her brothers on social media. Candace
Yep.
has put it all out there because she loves the kids. That's what she shares. And are these
Mhm.
traffickers that have maybe previously had contact with that family now looking to source other ways and figure out how to break in and take another person? That's
You
all I'm
could be right.
saying. Okay.
Right.
And so is there a connection here? How many families have been victimized by having missing people? Are they possibly targets with a
You
trafficking ring
could be
that
absolutely
started
right.
way before? So,
Mhm.
and that's all I said.
There could
And
be a link. There could be a link to it.
yes, you don't know. And what's sad about it is not
Mhm.
only now do you have a link between those two, but when you look in a one geographical area, are those people being targeted too?
Yeah,
We've got the black web out here. We've got the black web out here. They have
we do.
access to a lot of our personal data.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and they find
And
vulnerable people.
blue-eyed, blonde-headed baby. 5 years
Well,
old. It seems to be 5 years old, blue eyes and blonde hair.
if you go on the black web and you search that,
Mhm.
you'll be very surprised what you find what's for sale.
See, I'd be
And it's
afraid to get
really
on there.
sad. It's
That's
very
scary.
sad. But I would like to see somebody with YouTube ability, somebody with I'll tell
I
you
hope
who could really break this.
Abigail
There's a
just said
guy.
her daddy had a heart attack. Abigail, we'll pray for you in Jesus' name, honey. We're praying for your daddy.
Oh my
I'm so
God,
sorry.
Abigail. Oh my
Keep
God, I'm
us
sorry,
lifted.
Abigail.
Has the ambulance came yet, Abigail? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. She just said my daddy's had a heart
No,
attack.
no, no. I'm terrible. Abigail's beautiful. I love her. I
I
hope
love
everything's
Abigail.
good and God bless
I'm going to
Abigail.
pray in Jesus' name that
Yes.
he's okay.
Yes, we pray for Abigail and her
Yeah.
family. May Jesus be there to
Mm-hmm.
support her and her family and make sure her father comes through this and gets the necessary surgery he needs to live on.
Yeah.
Yes. But I will tell you, I know you don't like to mention other YouTubers, but
Uh-huh.
um, I've been on the internet here with YouTube probably for about, I would say, 3 years.
Yeah.
And I ran into this group called Boyd, bottom of YouTube. And Boyd was started by a guy out of Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Australia? Australia, that broke a pedophile ring in Australia, and
Uh-huh.
he became Boyd. And he broke that huge pedophile stream, and he became
Yeah.
under unbelievable scrutiny after he did that. And his name is
Yes.
Vinny G. So Vinny
Mm-hmm.
G got a lot of attacks. So
Mm-hmm.
with Boyd's group, they expanded out. And
Mm-hmm.
there is a guy right now. I don't think he'd appreciate it if I said his name, but
Mm-hmm.
you know who I would like you to see bring on your panel is a
Who?
guy by the name of MK Ultra. Now, MK
Oh, he's
Ultra,
evil. Isn't he
huh?
evil?
No, he's not. No. So
He's one
he
of the
is,
pedophiles.
huh?
He's one of those pedophiles.
No, 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 no. MK Ultra used to be with Dolly Vision way back when he was Jimmy Jams. They had a
Oh,
falling out. They had a falling
okay.
out. And
else?
then MK Ultra got into the Boyd family with this guy out of Australia. And
Mm-hmm.
what they do is they run a picture of what's going on the black web. They can find it, and they're very good. And I this MK Ultra, he's a person you really don't know who he is. You can't tag him down. He's in
Mm-hmm.
Canada, he says. I don't know if he's in Canada. I really don't know where he is, but I believe he's
Mm-hmm.
part of law enforcement and FBI, and he kind of
Mm-hmm.
trolls the internet when it comes to missing children. And I would be very interested to hear how, if he could just come on panel and say, really what's going on the black web and how they target these families and these children. Um, and no Dolly, no nothing. I don't care about the drama going on in the YouTube streets. This is not it. This guy has access into the dark web. He knows
Oh,
where to follow. He knows where to
see,
follow
I'd be
politically.
terrified to go somewhere like that.
Huh?
I would be terrified. There's no way I would go in the dark web. Mm-mm.
No,
I'd be
me
terrified.
neither. But you know, they had what is it called? iChan. iChan was there that was talking about what was really going on in the government underneath Donald
Mm-hmm.
Trump at that time. Remember iChan? Well, iChan
Uh-uh.
continues. iChan continues, and people can access it. I am
Mm-hmm.
very afraid to access that. I won't. I feel that later on I may be targeted for accessing those sites. These are
I'd be.
people that are really, really computer savvy into the web
Uh-huh.
that understand
Oh
what's
yeah.
going on. And
Mm-hmm.
I have to say,
Mm-hmm.
anybody listening to this chat tonight
Mm-hmm.
has to leave with two salient ideas. One is, after listening to this, I think it pretty much proved really nobody knows what happened to SummerWells. We
I
don't have
know.
anybody, we have nobody being accused. TBI has come out and said this is a strange occurrence. Okay? When I hear from law enforcement strange occurrence, that tells me this is something more nefarious than a local stalker or anything like that. This is something organized. This is something organized that was planned. Secondly, what came out of this chat tonight, anybody,
Yeah.
anybody attacking the Wells and attacking creators and supporters like Christine that
Yeah.
support the Wells really made a bad choice, because it was pretty clear in PG's content the other night that she was making fun of things. Is that Miss Sherry? Do I
Yes.
see Auntie Sherry? I know you hate me, and I'll get off so you can get here. But my
Hey,
No,
girl,
sweetie.
she.
I'm so glad you're here.
Hi, my dom.
I love you too. And I know you hate me.
I've got on my
I know
Daisy
you hate me.
shirt.
I don't know why.
I've got on my
But
Daisy
She
shirt.
don't hate
Daisy
you.
sent
You
me
know,
this
funny.
shirt. I usually
but
wear it backwards. I
oh.
usually wear it back. I still
Listen,
can't get this.
I want one of those
No, she sent me
Daisy
this
shirts.
shirt. I got to let me turn it around.
Turn it
No, off
around so we
camera.
can
I'll do
see
it
it,
off camera.
please. And don't do any bad provocative things. But another thing, Daisy, your site, when you pull it up to go on to the store, I can't have a selection of things. So I want a shirt. I want a shirt, and I want it in medium. I want a cell phone cover. And I want
Okay.
another shirt in small for my mother.
Okay. I'll have to pull it up because there's one that is Etsy, and Etsy don't work. So the other ones do work. It's just I'll have
So
to put the
how do
links.
we
In. Let
get
me see
into
if I
your
can.
whole show? So I want to see the whole thing that you have is selling, because you're selling coffee cups. I'll buy everything. I want one of everything.
Oh, thank you.
Because I'm giving them as
Um,
Christmas presents. And what I'm doing with a little note, I'm sending them to your channel.
oh, thank you. I
Yeah, I
appreciate that.
want to do
What
that.
I'll
Dom,
do is I'll
you're a
go
very,
in and put
very,
them all
very
in.
considerate person. You're very considerate.
She is.
And I thank
She's
you
very
so much
sweet.
for supporting what is right.
Yeah.
Supporting what
Yeah,
is
Miss
right is
Daisy's
very
gotten a lot
important
of
to me.
crap.
Even though people think I don't know right from wrong, I really do.
No, I think Auntie Sherry, I think you're a great gal. But I got to be honest. I haven't been familiarized with the other people that were attached to Miss Daisy. I haven't part of that history. I don't know. I've only got maybe 5 months here, and I'm going to be honest. When I go to these other panels and I hear what they're doing to Miss Daisy, I can't support it. I can't,
I
and I won't.
appreciate that because
I won't, and I don't want any part of it. I don't belong there. All it does is piss me off.
yeah, and that's because you care about me and I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous what I hear, and what they did. Auntie Sherry, what they did on Prayer Garden there to her this last stream
Yes,
was
I've been on her panel.
disgusting.
We got along fine, but the next day she trashed me to pieces.
Who did? Who?
I'm
PG
a sarcastic bee.
I don't understand
Prayer
what you're
Garden
saying.
did, I guess.
Who
What?
trashed you? I'm going to be
Or
honest with you. Daisy hasn't talked about you.
Daisy has what?
Daisy hasn't talked about you on live stream here.
Oh no, I wouldn't expect she would. That's
No.
not her. She knows me too well. She does really, and she knows I'm not a mean person. And I'm not going. I don't go around from channel to channel spouting off mean things about everybody. I do like to visit once in a while, just so I can see what's going on in the world. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I understand. But
This
I
is my
think,
social life.
yes, but Auntie Sherry, some things have changed. It's
Excuse
really
me?
gotten ugly. It's gotten to the
Hmm.
point it's personal and it's
Yep.
hurtful and it's
Oh,
wrong.
Yep.
I understand that
Mhm.
completely. I understand that completely. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happens. I'm sorry that happens. And when I get attacked, it just about kills my feelings. And I just dwell on it for a little while. And then I have to just kind of shake my feet off with the dust and just say, you know what? It doesn't matter what they
Oh,
think
yeah.
anyway. As long as I know what's true about myself, it doesn't matter what they think.
Yeah. But this isn't our livelihood. Okay. You and I don't have a YouTube station.
No, we
A lot
don't. And
a
I
lot
wouldn't
of
have
people,
one either. I can't take the criticism.
but we like your presence. But I will tell you this. YouTube, everybody says you're some kind of damn grifter being on YouTube. Well, YouTube actually has supplanted TV in a lot of ways, and television was supported by commercial ads. You don't have that here on YouTube. So you have member support to keep the channel going.
Yeah.
If I support the channel, I'm going to contribute. I like the content creator. I appreciate the research they do. They do a lot of research. They spend a lot of time involved in other people's lives, which, as a nurse, I can shut off after 8 hours. These people can't. And I give Miss Daisy a lot of credit. She brings to me a lot of benefit, just like you. You're here
Oh,
today because this is your social circle. This is mine.
This is where I started, Dom.
Yeah.
This is where I
Hmm.
on
started.
days.
To me, this is like coming back home.
But
Good.
let me tell
I've
you
been
something, Auntie
circling around.
Sherry.
I've been circling around
Auntie,
everywhere, you know.
listen,
And I
you
love
know,
Jinkies. Don't get, please. I love my Jinkies, and I
Auntie,
love my
the
Daisy.
thing is,
I love my
Auntie
Daisy.
Sherry, you know that I've stood
If y'all don't
thick
like
and
it,
thin
you can
through
just
you
go to
for
you know where,
you.
because I love both of them.
Auntie Sherry. That's not what she's saying. The thing is you know that I would go to bat for you if somebody was hurting you. I have. I've cussed somebody out actually
No,
that would.
you've even told
That's
me you would come down here and take care of me. if I needed you. That's what you said.
I would take it.
I'll go
But
down
when
there
I
and
see
take care
you,
of her.
I think what Damon's trying to say is when we see you in these other chats going along with what is going on when they're bashing me, it hurts that hurts, Auntie.
I know it
Because
does,
I
honey, but I
wouldn't do
can't.
that to you.
Look, I've visited around everywhere, and there's no place like home.
All right. Well, Auntie Sherry, all I'm saying is that when I see you on other chats, I have to turn it off. Do you know why? I
Why?
feel violated because I know how much Miss Daisy loves you. She loves you more than me. And when I see that
Both.
with my love for Miss Daisy and her panel, her chats here, they become my family. And I just I
I understand.
I don't say anything bad about you, and I can be a bad troll. I can be very, very vicious as a
I
troll.
don't say anything about Daisy when I
But
fly
you want
around
to
either.
know, I would never say anything bad against you because I know Miss Daisy loves you.
I love
And
her
I would
very
never
much. I love you,
disrespect
Miss
her.
Daisy. I love you. I've got on my
I love you too.
shirt. I just happened to have
I
on
love
this shirt
Dame.
today
Oh, I know,
that you
Auntie.
sent me. Remember?
I
Remember? This is
remember
a
for your
store bought
birthday.
shirt. This is not a. It's a wild
Miss
shirt.
Daisy, what is that parable? What is the parable in the Bible where one son left and he left for a long
Uh-huh.
time and the other son stayed behind? But who did God love most? But do you know who I'm talking about?
Both of them.
Job.
What are you talking about?
Was it Job? So
I
Which
one
one?
believe
son
so.
left.
I
Yeah,
believe Job's.
parable
I believe.
Jesus told. No, it was about the it's where those one son squandered the money. The Protestant son, there you go,
That's
the
it. The
prodigal
Protestant
The
son.
son.
Thank
promised
you,
son,
That's
but
right.
Slewfoot.
I think it was the prodigal son, but I believe it was Job. Am I right or wrong? Please correct me if
No,
I'm
no,
wrong.
no, no. It was just a parable that Jesus told.
Hmm.
Job is the one that God let sickness come upon, let the devil do everything but kill Job to test him
Right.
for. But this was just a
No, it was
prodigal
the
son.
prodigal son. Yep.
Yeah, and
One goes
what
off. One goes off. One
and blows
squanders
all
all
the
of his
money and
father's
squanders
money.
it. Hmm.
Am I getting this right or am I missing something here?
You got it right.
Right.
Jacob and Esau was actually the first one who's supposed to have got the blessing of Israel, but Jacob got
There's
it
always
because
been
he's.
problems between siblings, Miss Daisy. Go back
But
to
the
Cain and
prodigal
Abel.
son is a parable that
Go
Jesus
back to
said
Cain and Abel.
that even
There's
though
always been problems among
the
siblings.
faithful one
I
stayed
mean,
and did
not to
everything,
that
the
point.
father celebrated because he was lost
Oh,
and down, right?
Yes. And the father
Dame?
grieved. And yes, and the father
Yeah,
grieved and grieved, wondering when
yes,
his prodigal son would come back. And the son that was behind questioned, why do you despair over my brother who has left you and I am still here?
yeah, I know. I know.
Right?
Right,
So
right.
so we wait, and I wait patiently with you for Auntie Sherry. I don't know about the other people that have come and gone, but
Yeah,
I do have to say, when we look at that parable and see what's going on the YouTube, I have to
yeah,
wonder how many people have gone so to the far side of
yeah.
understanding human conscience and feeling. And are the
Hmm.
Wells going to have in their heart the ability to take these people back and say, now my daughter has been found? We don't know how Summer's going to be found, but are the Wells going to be able to say to these people, who are now going to
Yeah.
coalesce to them. How do you
Mhm.
say I'm sorry? How do you do it? How do
They
you?
won't say they're sorry.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
really
believe they will say it.
disgusting, right?
Yeah.
And this is where a lot of these chats turn into a mob mentality, and it needs to stop because it
Yep.
is a horrendous. I often think to myself, if these people had guns, would they be shooting and killing people based
They
upon their
would. I
opinions
would have already
without
been gone
facts?
a long time ago. I would have already been gone. They would have already had took Daisy out.
Wait. I
No
have
doubt.
Well,
something to interject here. If you were to
Okay.
see these people face to face, it would be a lot different than it is behind the screen.
I think you're
A
right,
lot
Auntie
different.
Sherry.
Absolutely, it would be.
You
Sherry,
got
If you
big
met them
balls
face
to
to
show your
face,
face.
it'd be a
Yeah,
whole different ball game.
some of these
yeah.
people I have seen face to face, Auntie Sherry.
Well, how many people are going to come up to you and say, "You're sarcastic"? You know what? I doubt
I
it.
would have already been taken out
If
with a
you're not
sniper.
sitting behind some sort of icon
No
or
doubt about
whatever,
that.
and you're
The
face to
hate
face
in
with
some
that
of these
person,
people's hearts
things would
for
be
me
different.
is unreal.
They would be different.
Yeah. Yeah, but
But I
YouTube,
think
I'm talking about in
go ahead.
general with all of YouTube. With all of YouTube in general.
hmm
When
yeah,
you
it's
when you
really
see
a
these people
hateful
face to
place.
face, you might think differently.
hmm Yeah, it's a hateful place to be, especially when you have parents sandwiched into it that are grieving, trying to find their daughter, or trying to find their son, or trying to find answers. And I think that YouTube has deteriorated into a horrendous, evil place that I really cannot participate with any more of these creators. Um,
Me neither.
I don't have tolerance for it anymore. I really don't.
Me
And
neither. Me
now where
neither.
do I get my information? I don't watch TV. I'm not happy with YouTube. I only go to certain stations. I pretty much watch
Well,
world news.
All
If
I do
YouTube
is
would
watch TV and YouTube.
this, if
That's my
YouTube
life.
would stop the harassment,
Why
doxing,
do
and
you always see
everything,
this right behind me?
YouTube would not be so bad. But YouTube chooses to ignore a majority of it and lets it go, and that's why eventually I believe in my heart that it may come to YouTube just like getting in a lot of trouble for letting it go on for so
Yeah,
long.
because yeah,
Because
because
something's going to happen.
yeah, because they're not, at this point, they're not following the laws of libel, what we write, slander, what we
Terms of
say.
service.
Well, terms
Slander
of
more
service is
than
not the U.S. Constitution or state laws. And half the shit that goes on YouTube violates all. If I were to go and write into my local newspaper a slanderous thing against Miss Daisy, saying
Mhm.
Miss Daisy is saying that SummerWells was connected with some type of drug infested area that has sex with dogs, and that Miss Daisy said X, Y, and Z. If I do not have any proof to back that up, I would be sued for slander. I would be
Oh yeah.
brought into court, and it is a criminal charge.
That is the very reason I don't use people's names at all.
It don't matter. You don't have to use people's names if it's a name that people are
I just
related
say
to
he
on
or
YouTube.
she. I could be talking
They
about
don't.
anybody. You got to be careful about what you do.
But the problem
My mother said, "Watch
is
your
the
words
thing is,
carefully. Watch
there has
your
been
words
some
carefully."
horrific things done to me and said to me on these YouTube streams, and
Yeah,
not just
I
me, other
know.
YouTubers. Um, Poor Bullhorn Betty I mean, I know a lot of people don't like Bullhorn, but she really gets harassed a lot.
I agree with you
And
there. Yep, I agree.
and I don't think she deserves it sometimes. I know that she comes back at people too, but and I know she's done some things that I don't agree with in the past, but I
Yeah,
just
me
don't
too.
believe she deserves every day for people just to hound her
Yeah.
every day.
Yep.
They do
Yep.
her about as bad
Yep.
as they do me.
Do you know what
Huh?
Betty? Do you know what Betty said on Morbid that I thought was really great? So when she was being
What is it?
interviewed by Morbid, oh, hello, are you there?
Missed that.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so you know what Betty said? If you don't like me, don't listen to me. Just don't listen.
I say that all the time, but they do anyway. They play
But
my
there's a lot
content.
to be said about that. There's
Miss
a lot
Daisy
to be
says it
said
all the
about
time, and
it.
they still listen.
So, but the thing is you know what was good about this live stream here, Auntie Sherry? I didn't see a lot
What,
of
babe?
trolls. I didn't see a lot of trolls coming in. Now, this was a very contentious live tonight. It was really getting down to brass tacks. You know, what are we saying? Is it credible? And how is it affecting people? You know, that's how you have to look at things. Your voice, your word has meaning. It influences
Yes.
people.
That's
It
why my
is a
mother says, watch
sound.
your words carefully.
Yes,
Watch your words carefully.
absolutely. And I'm going to tell you, in this chat, Daisy, I watched it. She had up to 465 people in her chat. And do you
Mm-hmm.
know, I didn't see any trolls. I don't know if it's because she's got good wrenches and they just took them out right away and I couldn't see it. But I was following it pretty closely. I would have seen who was deleted, and I didn't see the trolls come in.
Well,
You know
I got
what
it
I
on
saw?
our. I got
People
it on
respect
our
her.
She
subscribers.
wasn't the only one.
I also the last live
She
I had
wasn't
it
the
at
only one.
5
There was a
days.
whole group out there that
You
got
can
them
fix it
fired.
if you're not subscribed. You can put it forever how long, and they can't come in if they're not a subscriber.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And
but
And you know
no,
what? If you're blocked,
I think
if
there's
you're
something
blocked,
to
you can't send a cash out.
well, I think there's something to what Miss Daisy says, and you
I
know,
played about
what
that.
Miss Daisy says, on the blood of Jesus, Yeshua, I pray. And I do
yeah,
believe that makes the evil people stay away. They have to think twice before they make a comment.
then they
And
have to
I,
me
I
after the live,
think
do live
I think
content.
I think less and less she's not being trolled on her own live streams, thank God, so we can still have a community here. But I think then they take it and they bring it to the other channels and they make clips and they do make content of Miss Daisy's
I know that.
But
I know that. But the Fair Use Act, if you read the entire clause, you are allowed to use other people's material, but it's ethically and it's politically and it's the right thing to do to ask that person first before you use their
well,
material.
not
That's
if
that's
your
how it's kind
content
of
is
open ended.
private,
The whole Fair Use
anti
Act of 1976 kind of open ended. You have to read it all the
if
way through the whole clause, not just
anti
the part
sharing.
everybody shows.
If your content is put in private and it's stolen from a private chat, then that's a little bit farther than fair use.
Well, that's a different
And
story. That's a
some of
different
the
story
people,
because if you read on down with the Private Fair Act, Fair Use Act,
mm-hmm,
if you use other people's content and
mm-hmm,
you don't give them any credit for that content, or you don't say,
mm-hmm.
"Well, this came from so and so," and blah blah blah, well, then you're just being ethically incorrect. But if you just say, "I wanna," you know, but all in all, fair use
Yeah,
stays fair
but
use.
Auntie Sherry, that content was not used in fair use. And the
No, it,
reason it was not, I'll
Well,
tell you
nobody
why.
asked permission. Nobody asked
No,
permission, did they?
no,
no, and then
no. They didn't
Ashen
have
me.
to.
Did anybody credit that person for their content?
No, the way the content was used was to
Yeah,
be malicious. They
Malicious.
Oh, you
maliciously,
can't be malicious now.
no,
No,
Well,
they maliciously took content,
you can't be
yeah.
misconstrued
malicious.
the content to make a statement that was not originally intended. And that
Yeah.
is what you call slander and liable.
And
Yeah,
defamation and whatever else. You name it.
Yeah.
libel is easier to prove than slander because
Me and Prayer Garden
you
has
have
been
the
going back and
documentation.
forth for almost 2 years.
Documentation is on all of these streets.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Even when I didn't support Donna Candace, Prayer Garden and me were going back and forth. And it's just been going on. I don't know what she's going to do if I ever leave YouTube. I
Uh,
really don't know what she's going to do. If
I'll
I
I'll take
Actually,
lose,
I'll take your place, Daisy.
yeah, I think you should, Auntie Sherry. But I will tell you this: I don't think Prayer Garden's going to be here for very long, and I'm going to tell you why. When I listened to her, so I was looking last night before I went to bed. I went to work today,
She
and
trashed me.
I was
She
looking for
trashed me. Trashed me
who
to
did
pieces.
Prayer Garden.
Yes.
Prayer Garden trashed you?
Oh yes.
How?
Really. A tirade. A
I
complete
well, I must have
tirade
fallen asleep.
about Crooked Arrow.
Yeah.
Auntie Sherry, she's always done that though. That's the thing.
Really.
And you go back in there and just forgive her. And I know.
Yeah, and you forgive her, Miss Daisy. And that is the only saving grace she has. Because last night when she came on, I only listened to her for about 5 minutes and then I turned my cell phone off and I said, screw
I
this
can't.
shit. Miss Daisy's not coming on. I'm going to sleep. But I'm going to tell you what Prayer Garden did do. She came on and she said, I'm here with my family and we're really enjoying ourselves. This is a wonderful time. We're all
That's
coming
a pretty good
together.
impersonation.
I am so happy. Everybody in my family, in my community, everybody loves me. And no, we don't have any alcohol. We we're just here in our time. And Summer is not getting that Thanksgiving dinner. She's not getting her Thanksgiving dinner. But Candace and Don are. You know, and I want to talk about it. She says, and she says on her, she said it, everybody comes to my house. I have a big spread. I set it up for all of my family. And then she concludes, but when Christmas Day comes, I only have two presents under the tree.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why my family doesn't put more presents under the tree for me. And I said, Miss PG in my mind, I'm turning you off because all you did here today was number one, lie about your age, lie about
Number
the
one,
family
Dom,
you
is who do you have it to
supposedly
compare
have.
to?
And
Nobody.
Uh-huh.
sadly, I don't
Nobody you've ever
believe
known.
I don't believe she has any presents under her tree. And I think she is deeply, deeply angry at you. She's deeply angry against the well because she
I'm not going to
cannot be
call her angry,
satisfied
but I'm going to say
emotionally.
bitter. I'm going to say bitter.
I do think she's angry at the whole world, to be honest with you.
Yes. And she's
Um,
attacked Miss Daisy.
all the time. Now, the part, do I believe that she has a big spread and all that? Yes. If I've seen her
I don't
house.
believe it.
Her
I don't believe it.
beautiful.
I don't. I don't
You
believe
know.
it, Miss Daisy. I don't believe she has anything in her little duplex. I don't believe she
Mm,
has anything. I think she's very much alone. I
you
think that
do?
she has lost her teeth, and I can hear it in her voice. I think
Well,
that she needs to get
about that.
dentures. I think that she
Yeah.
is really
I
lost.
think she actually does have those. It's just that she doesn't at night when she does her lives. She takes
And
them
I
out.
think and I think she allows you on panel, and the only reason she does
To
is
fight with.
because she respects you. No, she respects you, but she will not give you enough respect to allow you to speak. She's
Thank you.
angry with you. She's angry.
Well, she has no reasons to be angry with me. I've not done anything to her. I mean, yes, since she attacks me, I come back at her, but I didn't do it first. She started it like before. Now I can say the first time me and her had words, it was because I didn't agree with her calling Don Sherpy Jr. And that's what when I didn't support the Wells. I did not agree with her calling somebody that could be a suspect. And I
Right.
made a comment and her back and forth, fighting about it, turning it up. But
Sorry, I have
then
to
we
work
get
around
later.
Lola.
I knew it was just a matter of time before she turned on me again.
Yeah.
She can't be loyal to nobody. People
Yeah.
that she sends her friends over there, she turns on
If
them.
I can't get along with somebody, something's wrong. Because I'm like Christine. I try to get along with everybody. You know,
You
people
do
pleasers get hurt a lot.
see
You know that, don't you?
the difference
Because
between
they expect everybody
that
to
is
treat them the
sensitive.
way that they're treating them. And they don't. They don't come
Auntie
back
What
the
is it?
same
Sherry,
way as you put it out.
Auntie Sherry,
What?
Miss Christine is pretty loyal and she stands to her own truth.
Well, you know what?
I have not seen her waver in any way.
I love Christine.
Yes,
I have pictures
Christine
on my
is
iPad that pop
beautiful.
up all the time with all of us together.
Do you remember on your birthday when Miss Christine came up and she was dressed like a hot dog? Was it a hot dog? Am I wrong? She was dressed like
Yeah,
I
something.
was like,
and for
what?
Auntie Sherry.
She was fun as hell. Fun.
Prayer Garden was balling last night.
She should be.
Why was she praying?
She should be. She
Hmm.
should be. She's sinful.
What was
Why
she
though?
bawling about?
I
See,
don't
I
know
don't
why
like to
she's.
see it breaks my heart to see anybody cry. I don't care if they make me mad or not, except for people I think is faking.
She's a superwoman. I'll tell you that. She's
No,
superwoman.
she's
Who?
not. She
Yeah.
has a fake identity and a fake person, and I think she's
Shh.
living a double life.
You're messing up. You're messing up my. She's she's a superwoman. Trust
I
me.
don't believe her.
Girl,
I don't. She's not
She
that
says she
woman.
is.
Well, she can say whatever she wants, but through her lies, she tells the truth. And I found it last night in 10 minutes. She has no presents under the Christmas tree. And I believe that's
is that
true.
what it is? Is that what she was crying about last night? No presents in.
Absolutely. I don't believe there's a damn person that comes to her house to celebrate. I don't.
Think so?
Yes, I really do. Miss Daisy, I think she is really a dissolute person. She
That's
comes
kind
in
of sad.
on lives in the middle of the night. And it's ridiculous. And she shouldn't be attacking people because when you start attacking people,
Mhm.
your truth comes out because the person you're attacking is the one you wish you were, which shows your weakness.
That's sad.
Yeah. You know what I would do with PG if I were you? You know what I would do? Like Morbid does. Yeah, right. I would put that out there as a super chat for the next
Mm.
couple of days. Just do it 2 days. Yeah, right. And when
Oh
you do
my
that for a
dom.
super chat, she'll stop.
Madame.
She'll stop.
Dang. I don't know. I hate to
Dom de
think of her
Fleur.
being alone for Christmas though. That's
Dom
kind
de
of
Fleur.
sad if she is. I
Hey,
don't know.
or your chat will send her a Christmas
Remember, I
card.
took French.
Let
Well, I
everybody that supports
there.
you send her a Christmas card. I'll be happy to do it. Tell everybody in your chat, I want to give the best wishes to PG. And can my chat just send her a Christmas card wishing her a lovely Merry Christmas?
Well, I'm sure she does.
I have to go back and listen to that with her bawling.
Well, I just but I don't get the hate. I just don't get why she hates people so bad. That's the thing I don't get. How could you rip
Yeah, and then
someone
she gets Brooks on there. She gets Brooks on there talking about the
Oh,
grassy knoll.
You know what Brooke reminds me of? One of them little mean girls from a little teenage mean girl that likes to
Yeah,
gossip.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
really, she just wants to gossip. She don't really want to talk about. Well, one time I did go into her chat, and she was talking about Harmony Montgomery, and I said a few things, and she immediately started attacking me over SummerWells, and I was like, "Well, I'm leaving."
Hmm.
It wasn't even
Yeah,
about,
because yeah,
but
she
it was.
she didn't take the best of what she could have made in content. She was a very unscrupulous YouTube creator. It's unscrupulous. This is bad behavior. And unfortunately, people come in at different times and they hear it and they make an opinion. They hear Miss Daisy hollering, so they think, oh, she's a bad person,
Oh, you
but
mean like
did
when I
not hear
ring
the
my bell?
whole conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love your bell. I'll make your
Oh,
bell
thank
ring.
you.
I like making your bell ring.
Yeehaw,
I don't
yeehaw.
care if it's $1. I don't care if
I
it's $1.
know.
I don't care if it says I've been a member. I want to hear it because it rings out because your
I love
truth
my
is
bell.
clear. And let that keep ringing. I like it. You keep that ringing.
Ring a ring a ring a ring a
Ring, ring. And I like the devil is alive. The
The
devil
devil
is alive. The
Alive.
devil is alive. I like
He's
it.
alive. Look around you and see. He's alive. He is alive in some people's hearts. Look
I told
around.
my
No,
sister
no, the
about that.
devil's
Yes,
not
he is
alive.
alive.
She said
The
that's
devil
classic.
is
No, he's not
alive.
alive. He's alive.
The devil legs are mine.
Look around and see. He's alive in a lot of
I
people's
don't know. I
hearts.
just randomly made that song up just out of the freaking blue. I don't know
Don't I
Love
why
get
it.
trouble for what I
I
say
I
all
love
made
the
that
it.
time.
song,
I
but
love it.
I do like it. So it's got a time to it. The devil
I had
legs
a
are mine.
I had
But
a
I like
situation.
to make,
I had a
and I've
situation
done
at
that.
work.
I made it, huh?
Daisy, don't you think we
Yep.
ought to sing?
Sing the devil legs are mine. The devil legs.
No.
I believe
That's cute
Matthew tried
too.
to call me today.
Yeah, devil
Where is
eggs
Matthew?
came from Matthew.
Huh?
Crime crazy critters on the farm.
Oh, that
We
sounds like Willie.
love chasing cases, do no harm.
Yeah, it sounds like
We're
Willie.
sorry for your loss. Yep, Miss Daisy is the boss.
Yes.
'Cause we're crime crazy
Yes.
critters on the farm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was great.
I am a wild woman. I ain't gonna lie and say I'm not because I
She's the
like to go in
wildest
here and
woman on
sing.
YouTube.
I
That's what
sing
she
to my
is.
children. Like when my children were
I
babies,
gave
I
up my
come up with
title
songs
to
for
Daisy.
and saying I make up stupid stuff. I do. I make stupid stuff. I've always done that. I don't know why, but the devil is a lie. I didn't think it would go so
He's
wild as
Yeah.
what
alive.
it is.
He lives in
I'm gonna
some
put a
people's
pattern on
hearts.
that
He is
thing.
alive.
Well, it is the
Do you
truth.
know
He
what
is
happened
alive.
to me?
Just
I
look
gotta tell
around.
you. So I was at work and I had paid for my egg sandwich at work. And
Uh-huh.
somebody comes up behind me and says, "That's my egg sandwich. She's stealing it." And I said, "The devil is a lie. The devil is a lie."
Did you really?
Yes, I did. And the girl behind the counter says, "I believe her, and that's her egg sandwich."
I bet you was like, what is she talking about? Oh, If people didn't know it on YouTube,
funny.
they'll see it on the
Everybody
screen.
People
laughed
didn't know it,
their
they think we
asses
were
off.
crazy.
Did they really, Dave? Oh, I would have loved to see that.
Everybody
That's
laughed their
funny.
asses off in the line. Everybody was laughing when they heard that. Devil is alive.
The devil is alive. The devil is alive.
You
How
got the little
dare you
twang.
try to steal my egg sandwich?
Sorry, it's a Friday night.
I had no idea that people were going to catch on to that song. Funny.
I wish I had that videotaped.
Hey,
One answer,
I'm so
I
glad to
go
be
out
back
the
home.
door.
I'm so glad to be
because the
back
devil's
home. I
always
visited
around.
everywhere because I was
Always
just kind of
around.
hanging out because I didn't know where I belonged. So I just traveled. But then when I come back home, I feel it.
Well, Auntie Sherry. The
Yeah.
devil is alive. The devil is alive. The devil is alive.
I love it. Yes,
He
he
is.
is.
Look at the person. Look at the person
I
behind
say
you in
that
the
all the
grocery store. It might be
time. The
him.
devil is a liar. The darn liar. Let me tell you a little thing. I got to tell you a little thing that happened to me this morning. So I'm very like overprotective mom, right? Very, 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 very overprotective. My children are adults, but I got to call them and check on them. And normally my daughter gets up early and goes to work. And I forgot. Well, I thought that she might not have to go to work, but anyway, I try to call her and call her and call her and didn't get no answer. And call and call and call and call and call. Didn't
You
get no
always call
answer.
your daughter.
Yeah, but then I start freaking out. And I know it was an attack from the devil. And I was like, I started praying. I said, because I called her husband and everything, trying to get him awake. And they went answer. Lord, I said, I know that you got your warfare and angels. Have one of your angels wake her up. And as soon as I called her back, she answered that phone. I know it was the Lord. I praised him and thanked him.
Wow.
I said, Lord, get your angels to wake her
Wow.
up. And I had
God likes
been calling.
compliments.
I had
Yes.
Did you
called
know
50
that, Miss
times.
Daisy?
I tried to
Yes.
put her on Facebook because I was
God
worried
loves
about her.
compliments.
Yep. Thank you for our communication of our soul. Yes.
God loves
Instantly,
compliments.
Yes.
she woke up.
Give
And I
him the
know it was
glory.
the Lord that talked to
Give
him
him the
about it.
glory. If I am a
Yes,
sarcastic old.
angels ready to ready and waiting for us to ask, but we don't ask. So I decided to ask him to get one of his angels to wake her up, and he did. She answered the phone as soon as I called back. After I said it, boom,
Yep.
she answered.
Thank
And I've
God.
been trying
Yes.
Thank
for
God. It's a wonderful feeling to know that your children are okay. It is. Because
it's just I freak out. Like the worst things in
I
my
started
and
saying around here, my
because
granddaughter started
I
saying
do
it.
recognize it as a spiritual attack on me. It's
yes,
a
it
very
is.
bad.
It is, Miss Daisy. I
My
agree.
caregiver knows that song too.
I do rebuke it and
She
stuff, but
knows
this
Crazy
morning I was
Grizzer
just like,
crime on the
why
farm
can't
too.
God's got all these angels, just get those angels to wake her up. And he woke her up. I mean, like she woke
Yep.
up. And
You know what? Somebody
you gotta
tried to
recognize
convince me I was a bad person, and I almost fell for it.
who did Auntie Sherry? Who?
Oh, I'm sorry to laugh.
Devil is the
You
devil
know I
is
don't name names, Miss Daisy.
the
It's a
devil is.
guessing game.
But I thought that was
Auntie
a good.
Sherry, Auntie Sherry, I'm an asshole. I know it. I do laugh at stuff and I shouldn't.
Jane, let me tell you something. You are the most honest person there is because you just tell it how it is, and there's nothing wrong with that. Let me tell you something. I would want you as my nurse
Yeah,
because I
no.
know that you would
I'd
take
fight
good
for you.
care of me.
I'd fight for all of you. I
I
fight for
know.
all of my
No.
patients.
I know you
No.
do. There's
No.
no
No,
doubt
I don't
about it.
stop.
Hell, I didn't have a nurse in the hospital. Guess who my nurse was?
Who?
Online. Daisy.
There you go. You had the
There
best
you
nurse in the
go.
world.
I'm telling you, I had a traveling nurse. She didn't give a crap about what was going on about anything.
Yeah, that nurse. Was you here that
And
night
I
that she
stayed.
was in the
I got
hospital?
I got on my tablet immediately when I came to, and everything got oriented. And I got on my tablet and came straight there, and I was like, "Look, this woman's hard to deal
Well,
with."
I feel like Dame is like me. If you feel like something is too much or dangerous, you stand up and say no.
Yeah, and you
That's all
sacrifice
I
yourself.
do.
We catch shit
Yeah.
for that.
I was an LPN one time,
Oh my
and they wanted me
gosh!
to push.
I
An
called her Miss
RN
Ratchet.
wanted me to
I called her
push
Nurse Ratchet. That's what I called her.
before I became an RN. I was an LPN, and we were allowed to
She
push
had
some
51 patients by herself on one floor.
IV, but the
51.
doctor looked at me and told me to
Whoa.
push Finagrin on a child, and I
You
said only
can't as an
RN.
LPN.
We
Mhm.
can't now, but then we could. When I was an LPN, we could. That's before they stopped Finagrin
You
from
can't
being.
do that now. No
No,
LPN can push
yeah, they
IV
stopped it.
meds.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I told them no, I cannot do
Mhm.
that. I'm an LPN, only an RN can do that.
Mhm.
They argued with me about that. Even the
That's right.
doctor, and that's absolutely not.
Well, you
And
were right.
another nurse said, "Well, I'll do it." And I said, "The thing on you. You want to do it, you do it, but I'm not doing it." And but it made
Another
me.
LPN did it.
I guess I don't know. She said she was going to. I don't know if she did or not.
Well, I'm
But I
going to tell
wasn't.
you.
I normally love
Well, I'm going
nurses.
to tell you why.
I normally love nurses.
Yeah, but the reason you
I
don't push
do, and I
Phenagrin
appreciate that.
as an LPN is because number one, you're not licensed to do so.
Nope.
Secondly, if you do not push Phenagrin slowly, you are going to cause a patient to vasovagal.
Yep.
Okay? So if the
Well, now
patient
they can.
vasovagals and you're not pushing it over 1 minute, you have to push it
Yeah.
over. You have to look at your clock on your hand. Nobody has
Yeah.
Timexes
No
anymore.
pushing.
I had the old nurse Timex with the second hand on it, and I used to watch it take vital signs and all kinds of stuff. They don't do that no more. But when
Right.
you're pushing an IV drug, you better have a watch on your hand. And
Hey,
I
You know
say
what?
to nurses when I go into the hospital, where's your watch?
When
Where's
I
your
got
watch?
surgery, it
How
took
do
me
you know
about
how
6
fast
hours
you
to
well,
get
get
that
the
woman to
meds?
give me a
they
Norco.
was Finagrin.
Even
It
RNs
took
don't
me
even
6
have it.
hours cajoling with
Well,
her
like I said,
and
once I
talking to her to
graduated
give me
my
a
registered
Norco.
nurse, that was out the door. They quit pushing
That was
Finagrin. They
painful.
don't push Finagrin anymore, or at least they didn't where I worked at. They
No,
didn't.
you can. No, they still push Phenagrin.
They still push it.
We do. We do in the operating room.
Well, see,
We'll do it in PACU. We'll push it. Yeah, in
well,
PACU, we'll still push it for nausea. The only reason that you push Phenagrin if somebody couldn't take Zofran. So Zofran's normally the medication that will push, but Phenagrin is just as good as Zofran.
well, even at that, even if it wasn't Finagrin, LPNs at that time was not allowed to push
No,
anything
and
on
they
children.
still aren't. LPNs cannot push IV meds.
Well, now I used to do it as an LPN. We were trained to do certain
Well, that was
medications.
in your state. In New York State, LPNs couldn't do that.
Yeah, yeah. But once I became an
Yeah,
RN,
yeah.
but I
It's
still,
If one more
based upon
person, if
state.
one more person tells me that Miss Daisy is not a registered nurse, I'm going to go off.
Oh my God.
I don't care if they believe I am or not.
I'm
That's one
telling
thing
you,
I
I've
don't
seen her
care.
graduation pictures.
Yeah,
She's holding her diploma. She's in her capping
honestly,
gown.
they've
I'm
looked up
telling
my
you,
license. They've done all kinds of shit. So,
yeah, she's
but
a
Hey, Miss
registered nurse.
Daisy, do you still have your
I
cap?
just get
When
tired
you
of people telling
graduated,
people
did you
what
have a
they're
cap?
not. They ought to
still
be
have
telling them who they are.
I still have my gown somewhere in there.
So no, so
I
I
don't
had
know.
a nurse's cap. So when I
I got.
graduated as an LPN, I got 2 stripes on my nursing cap. When I
Oh
graduated
no,
as
we
an
didn't do
RN,
that.
I got one big black stripe across my nursing cap. Can we do a picture grab where everybody that's nurses send in themselves in their nursing cap? I'll send in mine.
I don't have one. I never got one. We had a pinning ceremony, but we never got a nursing cap.
Well,
When I
because
graduated, I wasn't doing it.
Yeah, because they
got
stopped nursing caps in the 1980s.
Yeah. So I didn't get
Yeah.
anything like that.
Hey, I want to do a call out to all nurses that were nurses in the 1980s and 1970s that wore their nursing cap. Can you send in a picture of yourself? Send it to Miss
Yeah.
Daisy's email and let Miss Daisy honor the wall of nurses
Yeah.
on her
Put on
channel
your nursing cap.
that are
Put on your
standing
nursing
there
cap.
with their caps
Show us
on.
your picture.
I'm going to send you a
Yeah.
picture of myself with a cap. I
Okay,
hope
that's awesome.
everybody goes and sends in their cap pictures, and we do a Florence Nightingale a day on
Yeah.
Daisy's farm where we show the picture of us standing with our caps in our graduating class
Do you
and
know
say
of
where
Mary
it came from.
Breckenridge?
And don't forget,
Dom,
Dom, that you get pinned.
Dom. Do you
Dom,
know of
Yeah,
Mary
we
you get
Breckenridge,
pinned
first
as you're
midwife
a
in the
nurse.
United States?
You know what being pinned is?
Dane,
Yes, I got pinned. I got a pin and a cap.
Dane, Dane. Do you know who Mary
Yes,
Breckenridge is? The first
yes.
Mary Breckenridge, the first midwife in the United States. I went to her
Studied about
home.
her when I went on for my master's
Probably
degree.
my great grandmother.
Yeah,
She
When she
delivered
came
over
she's
3,000
well
babies.
known.
Southeast
That
Kentucky
lady's well known. Yeah.
in the mountains, and she built a
My
cabin
great grandmother
by
was a
hand,
midwife,
and she was
certified
the first
midwife, and
midwife.
she went all
And
over this county. And
there's a hospital named
she
after
helped
her, a
birth
midwife.
3,000 babies.
Thought about being a midwife, but they used to ride horseback. But I've been
She
to
was
her house.
Yes,
certified. And
yes,
back
in
then,
the
they only had Model
Appalachians.
Ts
They
or
used to ride
whatever it was. It was
horseback
in
in
the
the
30s.
Appalachians to
She
deliver
brought,
babies.
and
No.
she actually brought
I have a
uh,
CD of my grandfather and
vaccines
my
to
grandmother talking about their
Southeast
lives. And he
Eastern
was talking about
Kentucky.
his mother being a
They would ride
midwife.
by horsebacks at night and deliver babies.
And she never had to go
She
anywhere
built her
because
cabin.
they came for her.
I've been to her cabin. When I was in nursing school, and they fixed the spaghetti dinner for all the
Yes.
nurses, and we toured her
Yeah.
home, and it
Yeah.
was just wonderful to learn about. She had a child
Isn't
die
that
2 years ago.
beautiful? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know, Miss Daisy, put all of those memories together and do a
Yeah.
channel on it honoring nurses. I
Yeah.
belong to the honorary nursing guard here in New York State.
Wow.
We developed that. So when a nurse dies, we
Uh-huh.
as nurses all go in our white and our caps, and we go
Uh-huh.
to the funeral of a dead nurse, and we
Oh,
have the lamp. We have the lamp, and we light the candle,
wow.
and we give the nursing blessing to the family.
Kind of like the army does, the military does.
Yeah. So we called it the nursing guard. So we have the nursing guard, and we will
Yeah.
go to funerals. So
Uh-huh.
when a family contacts us, we're called the nursing guard of New York State. So
Wow.
when families have a dead nurse, so like if I were to die, right? So
Mhm.
if I were to die, my sons could say, my mother was a nurse for 45 years. And
Wow.
I'm requesting the nursing guard to be here to stand by my mother's casket. So
Yeah.
all the nurses come in white with their
Yeah.
caps, and it is beautiful. They
Oh,
are
I bet it
white.
is.
They are white from head to toe with their caps, white
Mhm.
stockings, white shoes, white uniform. And they
That's
come
Hey,
and
Matthew.
what they do is they come together as a group and
mhm.
synonymous they all speak together, all 80 of us. We have 80
Yeah, it's
nursing guards,
teamwork.
and
Wow.
they speak the nurse's prayer to the family. And the way they end it is through all of our nursing diligence and that of
Yeah,
your whoever
Scouty.
died.
Scouty.
We say that
You know
person's
what?
name.
The surgeon
we
goes
give
in
you
and he cuts
we give
you and he does
you
his job.
our
And you know what?
blessing
He's
to
finished.
continue to heal. Though
He's
death may
finished.
make us apart,
Everything else is left
we
up to the
do
nurses
believe
to make sure
healing
that
will
you heal well.
continue across the
It's a
lifespan.
very big
May you please take
responsibility.
this gift
Very
from
big.
us,
Like
and
being a
we give
teacher is
them
a big
an honorary
responsibility.
cap of their
Scouty.
loved one and the
I love you, Scouty.
Florence Nightingale lamp with the
Scouts boo of
lighted
our original
candle,
group.
and we place that in their hand and say, "You may extinguish this at any time
If
you
you
feel
mute, if you mute
necessary,
me, I'm
or
just
just
leaving.
let it go." And it's a
That's awesome.
beautiful, beautiful ceremony. It's a beautiful ceremony, Miss Daisy. I gotta
Why
send you
don't you
one of
read it
those
to us?
ceremonies we do. I'll send. I'm gonna have it videotaped. I'll ask the family for permission so you can see it. But I'd love to see you do something about nursing history, about how nurses work, that nurses cape. That's something I wanted to send you for Christmas. I wanted to get you the old nurses cape that they used to wear in the 1920s when they were running around and doing community health in New York City. Beautiful, beautiful blue cape. Kept them warm.
Wow.
I thought to myself, that's the most perfect thing for Miss Daisy.
I
I
actually get
think
my
Miss
feelings.
Daisy, I think
I
she'd
have
enjoy
been
being a school nurse.
I'll be honest with you. I have been hurt
I think she'd
and
enjoy that.
avoiding talking about nursing for a while. Like I won't watch anything to do with nursing or anything, but I really don't need to do that. I do need to embrace what I've done, and it's just if I could go
Yeah,
back
be proud of who you
to
are.
nursing,
Don't be
You've
proud of
done
what
most
you
beautiful
are. Be
things.
proud of
You've
who
done
you are.
beautiful things as a nurse. You deliver babies. I never did that. I was always in the ICU, dealing with adults and brain death patients and severe trauma.
yeah,
I was just
that's hard.
massive blood transfusions, albumin, monitoring ICPs in the head, and
Wow.
trying to keep adults alive. I was always the person running people down, a CAT scan back and forth, and
Yeah.
CPR, it just really aggressive nursing over my 40
Oh
years.
yeah.
But
No doubt about
I was an ICU nurse. You, on the other hand, you
it.
did something that was completely different than me. When I listened to you do OB/GYN,
Mhm.
your history. You know what I put in the chat that people need. I hear this man laughing and it's not funny. Goodbye, Matthew.
No, he's
But
just
I will tell
kidding.
you,
He
I
doesn't
know.
know what we're
But
talking
I'm going to tell
Oh,
you
I'm sorry. I'm laughing
when
at
you talk
Sherry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
when you
See, look
talked
at her.
about Kingston, and you talked about those babies being born to drug addicted
Uh-huh.
patients.
Uh-huh.
One thing I did say that I heard, you will
Uh-huh.
never forget the shrill of an infant drug addicted being born, screaming and shrilling like they do because they don't have the drug anymore.
Well, the
You'll
thing is,
never
they
forget that
literally
sound.
I literally had a baby seize in my hand before because he could not cope. He bolted up he stiffened up on me, scratches at their face. They scratched their face.
Oh,
They
these
just
poor babies.
yell
Oh, these
with it.
poor babies.
Yeah, and
These poor
there is
babies. These poor
yeah.
babies.
What's up,
Yeah.
Matthew? It's sad. But
Hi.
yeah, I also worked a step down unit too in the cardiac, and I pushed
Yeah,
cardiac
I know. I heard that. Yeah.
and all.
You don't want to push low pressure too fast because you're going to
Oh
put them
no,
in cardiac standstill.
no. I've 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 done dopamine drips before. Very
Yeah.
mostly
Yeah.
Cardizem and heparin until we can get them to the ICU. And a lot
Yeah.
of times the ICU would be full, so we'd have to keep them there until we could get
Yeah.
them transferred. But I
Remember
really
during
like.
COVID, we all had to lie in the hallway.
I was top of the class in the heart.
No one
What?
let me in.
Yes, he
I didn't have
did.
to do
That's
that.
because we don't
Well, I
have
did.
enough room for patients.
I did. They were checking
Listen,
me to see if I was
got COVID and I was in
okay
the
with
same
Lame.
dementia
hospital
or something. They were asking me
that I
who was
worked.
okay, who was president in 1950? I'm like Truman, and they're like,
I
well,
didn't
I
know
said who was
that.
president? Who was elected president in 1860? They
Who
said
what? Who was
we
it?
don't
Oh,
know.
Auntie
I said
Sherry.
Abraham
Matthew,
Lincoln.
where you been?
I mean, really?
What you said, Daisy?
You just
They
want
have
to
to
call me
do
Daisy.
assessments. They
I'm
have to
proud of
do
God.
assessments on you. Make
I
sure
don't
What?
you're
know.
kind of clear
Daisy.
headed.
One more time, Daisy. One more time. One more time.
I was just wondering, had you tried to call me today? Somebody called.
You know I tried. Don't even. You know I'm out of here. Daisy's lying, everybody. She
Don't
knows
even
I tried.
try.
I'm
She's
out of
not
here.
going
I'll
to
be
answer
back.
your
I didn't
calls.
know if it
She
was
won't
you,
respond to your
Matthew.
messages.
I didn't know if
And
it
she
was
doesn't care
you
what the hell you have to say.
Oh,
because
God.
other
She's
people
off the
call me
line. She's
on
off
that
the
number.
line.
So, but yeah, Dane.
Really.
But one of these days we'll have a talk where we
I
talk
did
just a
stick
lot
up
of
for you, Miss
nursing
Daisy,
stuff.
by the way.
Huh? But yeah, it's. I miss it. I miss being a nurse. I ain't gonna lie and say I
So
don't.
Miss Daisy, so
Yeah.
yeah. So Miss Daisy, I'm sending you two things. I'm sending you a
Lola,
recap of what I've
I
done
heard
on
it.
Britney Spears
I
for
heard it. I don't know what it
investigation.
Oh,
is. It's okay,
And
honey.
now
woohoo!
It's
I'm going to
okay.
include the honor guard for
It's
nursing,
all right.
so we can discuss that.
Good
And I
lady.
think you'll
Don't
get
worry. We're
I
locked
think
and
you'll
loaded,
get
baby.
out of
Don't
that
worry
the honor
about it.
guard, you'll probably get one view, but that Britney Spears thing, I think you're going to probably get a week and a half off of that, because that's really intense. When I started doing the research on her, you wouldn't
Uh-huh.
believe what they did to that girl when she was
I
young.
know.
Lola.
Yo, that
And
dog is angry. Oh my
No,
god.
I heard the same thing she did. It
I've
was
done
pretty
some real
loud.
bad stuff to
Hey,
her.
can
No,
I say
you
hello
haven't
to?
seen my dog, have you,
Can
Matthew?
I say hi to Scouts Boo?
You have to see her.
You can say hi.
Incredible.
Hey, ooh,
Hey, ooh.
hey, Scouts
She's different
Boo.
than any dog you've ever seen.
Ooh, Scouts Boo.
Where's Jinkies at?
What is she doing with the camera? Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry. I
I
dropped
don't
yeah,
my
it's going to be
holder.
really interesting to see Matthew with Auntie Sherry.
That's that's happened
Sherry gets
already.
wild around
It's
Matthew.
it's happened. I didn't like her at first. I love her now
Oh,
though.
Oh, sent me something.
Auntie Sherry's a good
Oh
lady.
my god, what is that? Like a summer sausage or something? Oh, it's a dog. Oh my.
Oh, is she showing the
I'll
dog?
be posting. Dane, you know what I'll do? I'll post. I'm gonna try to put the cell phone and the other shirts into one shop. So if you want to get them, you
Get him,
can get
killer.
them. Because right now I've got 3 different shops, and I don't know
Yeah.
how I did
Well,
it.
but
White
from what
Widow.
I understand, the
Ooh.
link, if you could just get the
Dom.
proper Shopify
Madame.
link that has your whole
Madame de Feu.
that has your whole shop.
Madame de
Yeah,
Feu.
I'll do that
Yes,
because
Auntie Sherry.
I actually
Wednesday, I
got
got
the
4
I ain't say
injections, 4
nothing.
vaccines.
What?
I did.
what?
You
Yeah,
got 4
at the
vaccines for
pharmacy.
you got the 4
4. I have to go
vaccines?
back for 2 more. Something for
Actually,
CRB.
Auntie Sherry, I am not a doctor, but I will tell you this. Stop getting vaccinated. Stop.
Thank
You are
you.
in your house. You
Stop
are
it.
not exposed.
Don't. No
Stay
more.
home.
No more.
Stop the vaccines.
No more.
I'm home all the
You're
time.
smoking weed. That'll cure
But
everything.
people
I
are.
mean,
Yeah.
No, we don't pass pipes. Thank you. We don't pass joints either. Not my house.
Yeah.
I'll give you your own.
Stop with the mRNA vaccines. They are not
Why?
good.
I just read today that people that get the vaccines are more less likely to get Alzheimer's.
says
Hey,
who? Says
Dane,
a
what do you
random
think
article.
about the Ozempa shot?
No, it was on the
Because I
news.
thought about getting
It
What
could have
did
been
you say?
fake
I'm
news.
sorry, I didn't hear you, Miss Daisy.
the Ozempa shot.
Sorry.
I thought about getting that Ozempa shot.
What the hell's that?
What is the Ozempa for? I
Right?
never heard of
It's
Ozempa.
for diabetics to lose weight.
Oh no, you don't want no Ozempic.
Yeah.
All right.
That.
So okay, let me clarify this. I actually have a case that came before me about Ozempic. I can't disclose what I do for a living, but I am a nurse. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Ozempic came before me, and Ozempic was found to cause pancreatic cancer in a patient.
Damn.
Well,
Yeah, and if we
I'll
didn't
tell
have
you why.
vaccines, everybody still have polio.
No, because it was used off
Hi, Lori.
label. Ozempic for diabetics that are trying to control an
Or
HA1C
smallpox.
is good. I would tell you, Miss Daisy, if you are a diabetic and you have an H1C above 9 to 13, this
Mine was
drug
8.
will help you. And what it
Ask
will
for
do is
Jardiance.
this.
Jardiance.
It's not
Jardiance. Jardiance.
curable, but I will tell you
No,
this.
I'm not getting paid
It
by a
will
pharmaceutical company.
immediately reduce weight,
Oh
which
yeah, that's what I
will
want.
help your A1C.
Yeah.
You will get your weight under control.
Yes.
And you'll start to lose the weight, and
Good.
it will make your metabolism better. And if you are diabetic, Ozempic is great. Me,
And
not
B12.
being diabetic, and I want to
Yeah.
lose
B12
20
every day.
pounds, if I want to lose 20 pounds and use it as weight loss,
And a lot of people
no. You don't use
Yeah.
it for that. You have to have a pre-diagnostic hyperglycemic problem.
Well, see,
Oh
my
my.
A1C was 8.
Wow.
So he put me on Januvinet, and it's helped me, but I ran out. But if
Okay.
Ozempic will help me,
Ozempic is just like
Ozempic?
Ozempic is just like Rejuvenates, but
That's an
so
injection,
talk
isn't
to
it?
your
It's only
doctor, Miss
by
Daisy.
injection.
I'll tell you
I'm
why.
going to.
If you have had a
Jardiance is a
slow
pill you take
downward
once a
trend
day
with your
to get rid of your visceral
H1BC,
fat.
then you
Uh-huh.
need to continue on what you're on.
So
Well,
I eat what I want, but I still
I've
take
not
Jardiance
took it because I've not been back to the doctor.
because I have
Yeah,
visceral.
But
get
I'm
back
getting
to
ready to
the
go back.
doctor. So
Yeah.
get back to the doctor, and you need to say, what is better for me, Ozempic or whatever else you're taking, Juva, whatever it
Juvenet.
is. But
Juvemet.
now
It's
the problem
Januvia
is,
and
yeah,
metformin.
right. So
Jardiance.
what is
Jardiance.
your health insurance covering?
Jardiance.
I don't have health
Jardiance.
insurance. That's
Really?
the bad.
Jardiance.
Really?
No.
Really?
Jardiance.
That's sad. Well,
Yeah.
No
but
side effects that I know
okay.
of.
So what you need to say, so what I
Except
would
what?
say to my doctor in that situation is,
Uh-huh.
what is the best medication I can take that will not cost me so much out of pocket? Because
Yeah.
some medications are going to cost you
Jardiance.
500 or more per month.
Ooh.
This is the
Well,
truth. People really need to hear this shit.
well,
Medications for
I'm not
life-saving
a diabetic because I
situations.
watch my diet.
I
I'm
Well,
could
very
we're not
get.
careful
talking
about what I
about you.
eat.
We're
I
talking
had
about Miss
spinach salad
Daisy.
tonight.
Damn it. So you,
Did you hear?
man. So what you need to say to your doctor
Hush,
is,
Matthew. I see you.
what you need to say to your
Don't
doctor
you be
is,
making fun of me,
what
boy.
can I afford to pay out of pocket to help with
Yeah.
my A1C?
I'm just
Yeah.
sarcastic. I can't help
Yeah.
it.
So
That's what I'm
whether
gonna
it
do.
is,
I'm gonna try the Ozempic because I need to lose weight. I have to get better, and I've struggled. I do the keto,
Jardiance.
and
you
it's
know, Miss Daisy, I know you've been doing it all. I know you've been doing
Jardiance.
keto, but the
Mhm,
problem is you can do all of these diets. If you're
mhm.
diabetic and you have a thyroid problem, you're
Take
not going to
Yeah,
Jardiance.
kick
You can
in.
eat what you want.
You're not going to kick in your metabolism.
I know.
So so what you need to do is not only get in with your primary care physician to discuss
Yeah,
how I'm going to tell you the big urgency here for you is to
yeah,
get that A1C under control. Because if
right.
you don't, you're going to wind up with kidney
My
function
A1C is
problems.
Oh,
6.
You're going to
Is
wind up
6
with
bad to have an
nephropathy
A1C?
in the
my
lower
mama died
legs.
from
You're going
dialysis.
to have vision problem. You
I
don't
know.
want this, and you can control it.
Mm-hmm.
And what I recommend is you also get together, you ask your doctor, you say, listen, I don't have health
Excuse
insurance.
me.
I need what's going to treat me, but I also need a
Soda.
nutritionalist that's going to work
Yeah.
with me. Do you have somebody that subscribes that can assist me with nutrition? Because I'm having urges. I have urges for
Well,
sweets.
actually, when I go on keto, I don't have those. Eat keto
You
stops.
should. I'm going to tell you,
I'm
keto is
actually
a
feeling very
goddamn hard
well
diet.
and
Keto
stuff.
is
And
very
don't
hard.
forget to dance once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm all right.
Daisy does a lot of dancing here on YouTube.
Ooh.
But I will
Oh,
tell you, keto is very difficult because there are
Yes.
she ain't doing
no
no dancing.
carbohydrates on it. And
Yeah.
you need to talk to a
I do eat
nutritionalist
some
on
carbs.
when
Ooh.
to introduce
No
carbohydrates
problem.
into your daily routine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Jardiance.
Well, I've looked up, like, I could probably get
Guardians.
like health insurance, but
1 little pill a
it's
day.
500 a month just for me, and that's a lot. I don't make that much here on YouTube, but the thing is, I'm gonna get
Miss
it all worked
Daisy, we
out.
don't care about YouTube.
I
No,
know.
this is her
Yes, we
income.
do.
Auntie
We care
Sherry,
about each
this
other.
is her
really
We
is.
don't
income.
care about YouTube. We care
Yeah,
about
we
each
do.
other.
It is my
No,
income.
we
I'm
don't.
not gonna lie and say it's not, because
You
right
know,
now
that's
my
not embarrassing. You know, Miss Daisy comes on here and produces something.
Wait,
You don't understand. Auntie Sherry, you're retired with an income, okay? Not all nurses have the ability to retire with an income.
right.
We don't get retirement as
In the state of
nurses.
Tennessee, you get screwed,
Nurses get shit.
With whom are you speaking?
jeez,
Matthew.
No, I'm
scared me there.
serious.
With whom are you
People think
speaking,
nurses,
Mom?
you work every day, you work your ass off
You get
24 hours
hurt
a
and
day,
then you're
you
screwed.
work every goddamn holiday, miss your
Woo.
kid's life, you miss everything. And all you get is a damn pay. And nobody gives you any retirement. And the only time you have health insurance is if you're employed with the hospital.
Well, he
Well,
should have
the
been a
thing is,
teacher.
I have been employed with the hospital majority of the time
Yeah,
I've
but
worked.
they're not covering your insurance now as a
No,
nurse.
no, because I made a mistake and came to Tennessee and worked, and that's where I got hurt. If I would have been hurt in Kentucky, they would have took care of me.
How you get hurt?
In the state of Tennessee, they don't take care of them. That's one of the biggest things in Tennessee. They don't take
How
care
you
of
get
people.
Miss
hurt?
Daisy, I don't give a crap.
Well,
Nurses do
during
nurses work back breaking work. Okay,
yeah,
we do it every day. We go in there. I
yeah,
can remember being pregnant and not having enough staff to assist me
yeah.
with lifting up a 450-pound patient
Yep.
that could not breathe over his diaphragm and was desaturating. And I, as an 8-month pregnant nurse, went to the head of the
Little
bed, got
Yep.
my arms under his arms, and
And
started
put him in.
pulling him up in the bed so he could breathe until somebody came and assisted me.
I did that after I got hurt. I had a
Damn.
400-pound patient that I had to put in Trendeberg position to get him up in the bed because he couldn't breathe.
Yes.
So I got
Yes.
at the end of the bed, put him in the Trendeberg position, and grabbed his sheets and pulled him with the
Yes.
bad arm that I'd already hurt myself.
You did
with.
it smarter than me.
Because
And
I had
if anybody
nobody
doesn't
else.
know what, yes, and if anybody doesn't know what Trendelenburg means, it means you take the head of the bed, put it rock bottom to the bottom of the floor so the feet are up, so that you have gravity to assist you to pull a huge body down from the bottom of the bed to the head of the bed.
Yeah.
So they can
That's
set up.
Trendelenburg.
Yeah.
And Trendelenburg also raises blood pressure for only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
After that, if you don't intervene, you're not going to get a blood pressure back.
So usually when we do CPR, we do a Trendelenburg. I can't say.
Trendelenburg, yes.
Yeah, you put them immediately
Yes.
Trendelenburg.
because that makes the blood go to their brain, and that's ultimately what you need to do. But I did it. That's how I do to get, to
Well,
be.
you were smart. You were
My brain
smart.
blood's
I didn't
usually
do
my
it
job.
because the guy I was working with was
very
totally alert.
Huh?
I couldn't do that with my patient because he was totally alert and freaking
Well, mine was
Is that
too.
a harmonica?
I told him what I was going to do, but I just get so used to it. You do it because you don't have no one else there. You got a patient in respiratory distress.
But the problem is nurses are not covered like the fire department, the police departments, or the teachers.
No.
We are considered freaking you just do your nursing service. Nobody knows what we do to get a nursing degree. First of all, to practice as a nurse, you have to have an associate's to a baccalaureate degree. After that, you have to work unbelievable hours. And our hours are very stringent. If you work the that's right. Yes. If you work in the OR, you are there at 0600.
And
God
if it's
forbid if you are 2 minutes late.
Time.
There is
Lisa,
no late in nursing.
I've
You must be
literally.
on time.
So when you take on the responsibility of a patient, if you leave that
Scared.
patient, you could be charged for abandonment.
Abandonment.
So
And that's
it's
true.
Madame,
there's been
are you
cases
Yeah.
passionate about
people
this?
cannot come into work and you have
Yes.
no staff,
Yes.
so you have
I
to
thought
stay
so.
over more than
Yeah,
There are
you couldn't
YouTube
tell.
stations out there right now about nurses that have been fired for not getting COVID shots, for not
Yeah.
showing up for a
I expect to
snowstorm,
get fired any
and
minute.
they have lost their licenses.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is, you just can't leave your patient. If nobody shows up, you've got to
Mhm.
stay there and take care of it. If it's 24 hours,
Yeah.
and you be calling your supervisor, but still you cannot leave that patient. You've got to
Yeah.
take care of that patient no
Yep.
matter what until somebody comes to relieve you from that duty.
I'll never forget this. I was at the VA hospital and I was doing a shift. We got a huge snowstorm here.
Mhm.
Massive, massive, massive snowstorm. We
Yeah.
got like 20 feet of snow up in the hill towns.
Yeah.
And I was stuck over at the VA for 24 hours.
Uh-huh.
And they started clearing the streets in front of the VA, and I was allowed to go home. I'm driving home from the city. I get into the hill towns. I can't get in because the hill towns are blocked. Massive snow. So I grew up in the hill towns there, and I called the highway superintendent and I said, "Listen, now I'm up for 24 hours taking care of patients. Nobody's
Yeah.
showing up. I'm covering several units now trying to take care of patients because we
Yeah.
had no relief." I get out
Yeah.
of there. I called the highway superintendent and I said, "Listen, I need help." It was 9 o'clock in the morning. And I
Yeah.
said, "Listen, I'm coming home from the
Excuse me.
VA hospital. I'm a nurse. I've been on duty for 24 hours. My children are with my parents up in this higher area that I need to
Yeah.
go." I said, "I need to get home. I can't get through the roads. I have a piece of shit car." I was in a Ford LTD at that time, very
Yeah.
poor. I said, "I
Fuck
need
is
to get
that?
home and take care of my kids." And the
Yeah.
highway superintendent said, "No problem, no problem," because he knew my family name. He
Mhm.
went and he met me at the highway department, and he was the town highway guy. He went
Mhm.
and he plowed county roads and everything else to get me up into my parents' house. And my
Oh,
father sees this huge snowplow coming through our mile-long driveway. And my father says,
wow.
"Holy shit, the highway department's here. What's going on?" And I'm behind him. And I get out of the car, and my father comes running out, and he has $100 bill, and he says, "I got to thank you for helping us. I need oil. You wouldn't believe I can't get any help here. I got a diabetic son. He has a doctor's appointment today. He's got to go. He was just diagnosed as a diabetic, and we're having problems with him. Karen
Yeah.
can't keep him alive." And anyhow, my
Mhm.
father sees my Ford LTD coming behind it. And
Mhm.
the highway superintendent said, "Listen, Stanley, I did this for your daughter. She worked 24 hours in the
Dom,
VA and needs to
Madame,
get to her kids."
will you
Wow, that's
stop long
good.
enough for me to
This
ask you a
is what
question?
shit happens as a nurse, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, I've
You're not
actually
finished talking. I'll let
thought,
you go on then.
what is it, Auntie?
I just had a question
Go for it.
for you.
What is it?
Just a question.
Go ahead.
Nothing more.
Okay.
Nevermore. My question is, what field of nursing were you in? I mean, were you were you a neonatal nurse? Were you an ER
I
nurse?
was in all departments.
ICU
I
nurse?
worked med surge, OB,
Madame?
nursery, uh,
Madame de
step
Fury.
down units. I've never worked in the ER and ICU. I've only been pulled to those units before, but I've
I'm
never
asking
worked.
Madame.
Yeah.
Oh, Dom. Okay.
Yeah. So infirmary.
Madame de Fury.
Oh, Matthew. So,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm
Were
glad.
you at
Aunt Sherry,
ICU,
thank you.
ER,
Thank you.
neonatal
No,
unit,
thank
or
you
just a
for
general
asking me.
practical
Yes,
nurse
yes,
on the
yes, yes.
registered nurse on the floor?
Yeah. So Auntie Sherry, I'm 60 years old, and I
You're what?
started. I'm 60 years old, so
You're
I'm going to give
60.
you. I'm 60 years
Damn, you're
old.
old as hell, aren't you?
Yes. So I'm going to tell you what I
Hell.
did.
You know,
Well,
I
Dom,
And
told
you
I
you I
can,
was
sound
and I
like
great.
this.
continue to work today as a nurse. So I'm going to tell you how I started.
You sound great,
So,
Dom.
so
Yeah.
when I was in high school,
Damn.
Miss Daisy will be able to understand this. When I was in high school, I was part of BOCES. So in high school, when I was in 10th grade, I started BOCES for the LPN program. When I graduated high school, I took my boards and became an LPN. I applied to a local hospital during that time when HIV was going on, and I worked as an LPN for an entire year.
Mhm.
I left and went back to college. And at that time, I did not go back to college as a nurse. Instead, I
You
went
know
back.
what? You need to go on Miss Chewie's channel and tell her all this.
No, I want to just finish
Why?
up
She
your
does sharing the
concerns.
stories.
Okay,
And
hang
she
on just
likes
All
a
right,
to
second.
I
Just
want
share
to
the whole
finish.
thing.
hang on, Auntie.
Tell your
So,
story, how you
Look in
got
the
to be
back
where
chat,
you
Daisy.
are.
so
You know,
what I did was
you really
I
need to go
joined
on
the
there and
U.S.
tell
Army
this.
because I did not have money to go
I
to
have a similar
college.
experience.
That's the reason I went to BOCES, because I needed to have a way out to make money. So I
Ah,
knew I could make
I needed
money
a
as an
way out to get
LPN.
rid of my family.
I joined the service. I went into the service and I
Please, I'm
enrolled
going to
in
college.
mortuary
I
science
don't
at
care if
Canton
I have to
SUNY,
take.
and I became a funeral director.
Okay.
While I was in the service, I became a mortuary officer, and
Ah,
I cared for the 96 Beirut casualties that came in
Are
to
we in the
Dover,
bathroom?
Delaware. And I
here's
embalmed
my
them
bathroom.
with our
Yes,
local
you had a
Oh.
funeral
shower in here,
director.
so shut up.
Uh-huh.
After I did that, I went back into nursing. And
Uh-huh.
from there, I went
Make sure
back
you're not gonna
into
go poop.
medical surgical for a year and infection control and
I did this
telemetry.
all by myself.
From
Okay.
there, I went into
All
ICU
by
and I worked ICU for many, many years until I was
myself.
recruited
I see
by
you.
organ donation. And
Wow.
there I took care
Organ
of people
donations.
needing organs. And I
Awesome.
managed brain dead patients on ventilators,
Mm-hmm.
placed their organs, went to the
Go on
operating room,
Chewie's channel
and
and
made
tell her
sure
all
their
this.
organs went
Please.
to
People
the
want to
proper
hear this kind of
recipients.
stuff. They really
That's
From
need to
awesome.
there,
know.
I went back, got my
Please
master's
consider it.
degree in my nursing
Please
degree,
consider it.
and from there, I continued on into
Excuse
nursing
me a moment. I'm going to
management.
be busy.
And I managed
Love you.
many acute
See this old
intensive
creepy
care
skin.
units in
You too
level
shall
1
have this
trauma
if you
centers
live long
for
That's
enough.
30
awesome.
years. And
Wow.
then
This
from
used to be a
there,
muscle.
I went on to become a director of nursing
Ooh.
into rehabilitation, long term care. And then from there, I
Mm-hmm.
now have a new job that I will not disclose
Oh, don't
how,
do
in what capacity I work, but
Yeah,
it is
don't.
a
Rowdy.
very high capacity.
Miss
Ooh,
I
Monroe.
you
am
go.
not an asshole. And
No,
I'm
you
not
Miss
are.
my folks.
stupid.
I do.
I came
I got
from
folks.
nothing. I came from people that did not value education. I came
Yep,
from people that
me
beat
too.
the shit out of me to make sure I was compliant on the family farm.
Right.
And today, I made something of myself, and I've done
Yes,
a lot to help people, and I'm proud to be a nurse.
and I'm
Good for
proud of
you.
you.
You go, girl.
I'm proud of
Well,
you.
I'm proud of both of
You
you
sound.
for being
I want you to
nurses.
be my nurse. No doubt about it.
Daisy was my nurse when
No
I was
doubt
in the
about it.
hospital.
You've done some stuff. Now I've never I've been a charge
Daisy
nurse.
was
I've
my
never
nurse
been
when
like
I was
that
in the
high, but
hospital.
I only have an
She
associate's.
really was. My nurse
I
was
don't have a
very
bachelor's. I
scarce.
thought about going back
Daisy was right
and
there to
being
tell
a
me what to do.
midwife. I would love to be
Yeah,
a
you'd be
midwife.
a beautiful midlife.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you something. If you were to become a midwife, baby delivery, I
Mhm.
tell you, Miss Daisy, your presence with God would bring such peace to every delivery. I don't think there would ever be a problem.
The
You know
thing
how to
is,
deliver calves. You know how to deliver anything.
I
You
delivered.
could deliver horses. I really believe, Miss
What?
Daisy, you have
Let me
unbelievable
see it. Let me see you
spirited
do it.
guidance by the Lord that could make any blessed delivery.
The thing is that it costs an arm
Madonna,
to go back to school and everything.
Well,
But
that's a lot. You're
but
talking about
are
a
you married?
$60,000 degree.
I know.
For my master's degree. My master's degree cost me $60,000.
Yeah, I don't doubt that at all.
I just finished paying off student
Damn.
loans 5 years ago.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm 60. I finished
Shit.
student loans at 55.
That's
Fuck.
my grandson's listening to. He's laughing at Michael.
That's good. I'm glad he's listening. He's getting an education
say
here
Michael?
about nursing.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
good.
I would do it if I could, but who knows? I've asked God if it's in His hands, if He wants me to go back to nursing, He'll
Mhm.
work it out. Because I don't see myself staying on these YouTube streets very long because I love the people and stuff, but there's so
No, Miss Daisy, you got to stay. I'd be heartbroken if you left.
well. If I
You know,
did, I would definitely stay, but I wouldn't be on as much.
do you
You
know
ain't
you're
going
the only
nowhere.
nurse on YouTube that
No, you aren't.
deals with all of
Miss
these
Daisy,
tragedies?
is your husband wanting you to get off YouTube?
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a
That's
minute. You
what I thought.
married?
You know that, Matthew.
Good guess.
Yeah, but yeah, he
What the
didn't want
fuck?
to be on
What?
YouTube in the beginning.
Married?
I
What?
love everybody that I do love my community that I have over here. If I could just block out the haters, then that would be perfect. But unfortunately, the way YouTube is, you can't block the haters out, so they can
Well,
steal
that's
your
the way the
content
whole
and
world
everything.
is.
Ain't
Oh,
that
thank you,
ain't that the
This is
truth?
Wendy.
just
Thank
a whole
you.
world screw.
Hey!
Remember the flag?
What was that?
Yes! Yes!
Wonderland.
I wish I had a bell. I don't have no bell here. I gotta get the horses' bells.
Oh, this is actually a cowbell.
I'm gonna get a horse bell. I'm gonna
Huh?
ring it with you one day.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got
But
the sleigh rig
I got a
horse
fever.
bell.
I got this one, and
The only prescription is more cowbell.
I love your bell. You painted that up beautifully. That bell is beautiful. You gotta show when you do your ringing an actual picture of the bell
wait
so
a
people
minute. Look
can
at
see
that.
it.
Did you see that pretty
Yeah.
thing behind the
I
bell
just
though?
showed it. What?
You're
What'd
the
you say?
bad guy.
I said that pretty thing behind the bell.
Oh my God!
You know you're
Listen, I don't show my face because people are too mean to
Don't even
me on
question it,
here.
Matthew. You know
Oh, Creative Spirit gifted a membership. Let's ring the bell. Thank you, Creative Spirit.
Miss Daisy's wild.
Somebody was shooting at me or something.
I
Oh, Creative Spirit. Let's see. She
I
gifted
love
another
it.
membership.
Show that love. I love it. I love it. I love it.
So many people
Oh
give
my
me hell
God!
over this.
Scared me.
Hell.
Daisy rings her bell and she says, "God, thank you. It's wonderful. I love it."
Thank you,
I'm gonna start wearing a helmet.
Daisy.
Well, I think that if people are good enough to give, they should get a shout out like that. If they're
Absolutely.
they deserve a shout out. I think.
Absolutely. They're giving you a gift.
Okay, Madonna.
Yes,
My
yes,
God.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Madonna, someone else is trying to come up.
Who's there? Ain't nobody trying
I
to.
don't
Nobody
know.
else.
Can you see
All right,
Madonna?
I'll leave then, Auntie Sherry. I'll leave.
No,
How
you
can
don't
you
have
see
to
it?
leave, Dame. You're
How
good.
can you
There
see
ain't
it?
nobody else trying to come up.
Well, we're
Yeah.
just, I kind of overtook Matthew. You got
Oh,
Auntie
you're
Sherry up
fine.
there.
No, Dame, you're fine.
Pleasure
You're
to meet you, Dame. Dame,
You are
Dom.
fine.
How do I say your name?
Hey, Matthew, I'm going to,
Yes, ma'am.
Matthew, this is to
Yes, ma'am.
Matthew.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to hear you say my name because you got that sexy voice. So
How do I
my
say your
name,
name?
so I took the name
Leave him alone about
Dom.
this voice.
So it's
He's heard this
Dom
all of his
DeFur.
life.
which is actually Margaret
Is
Thatcher.
there anything remarkable
So
about him besides
call
his
me
voice?
Dom Defer. I want to hear it, Matthew.
Dom Defer.
Dom DeFeur.
Ah. And Margaret Thatcher would appreciate
Eiffel
you with
Tower.
all
Dom.
high heaven.
Dom Defer. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's where my name came from. It's Dom
Just say,
Defer,
yeah, I
Lady.
know. She's like, say my name.
Yeah.
Dom
So
Dom
it's Lady
DeFeur.
of Iron. So Dom
Defer.
Defer is Lady of Iron, and that's
Dom
Margaret
DeFeur.
Thatcher.
Oh,
Is that how you say it? Dom Defer.
Dom Defer, you're so good. You know French. Probably français. Woo, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to just burst out in song.
I like it when he
I've
says
had
that.
this in my mind all day. I've got to get it out.
Say it.
At least
Oh yeah.
I've
You
got
can
an
say it.
earworm
There you
now.
go. Woohoo!
And now
You
we
just
all
put
got a
your head
history
on that
lesson too.
until you sing it or
There you
feel
go.
Absolutely.
it won't go away.
I hope so,
Oh,
Brenda.
Auntie Sherry's jealous.
Hey, Monty King. What
Oh
happened?
no.
Auntie Sherry, what happened to Top Dog? Is him and Curvy still a thing?
Well, I'm sad to say, but he's chained in the basement again.
He's in your basement?
That sorry thing came back and he's chained again.
Whoa.
I don't know.
He can't get
He's
out.
very knowledgeable. Do you remember him, Dame? Top Dog?
No,
No,
I've
he's a
never.
wonderful
What is Top
person.
Dog?
He's
Like
a
Snoop
He's,
wonderful
Dogg?
he's
Is
the
it
guy
a
that you
We
could
were
have
very much lovers.
and he's ex,
I kept saying,
ex,
you know what?
That was
Me and
good.
Dom
Oh,
need to
Matthew.
That was good. That
go
Top
back.
Dog is
No.
It's like Snoop
military
Dogg.
police or something
He
like that.
drank
He was
all my
some kind
beer.
of police,
He ate
detective.
all my food.
He's very
And he
knowledgeable
drank
about
all my
this
water
crime,
bottles.
though.
And I mean, it's got real greedy, so I just chained him
Um,
to a cot in the basement.
Auntie Sherry,
What?
he causes Auntie Sherry to take her clothes off whenever he comes up on panel.
Oh God.
We've
Nah.
witnessed it.
No, I
Yeah.
He
didn't.
goes wild when Top Dog comes
I
up on
didn't.
the panel. He messes
I
with
didn't
her.
witness
Did you
it.
see what Top Dog has?
Auntie Sherry.
No,
What?
I haven't.
True story. White
It's
Widow
a true
Baby's a
story.
true story.
I mean, we have the receipts.
Hey,
That-
can I ask a
We
question?
do.
Yeah.
I do. I saved it.
Auntie
Yes.
Sherry, I
I
want
saved
to
that
ask.
one.
I want to ask
Yeah,
a
I don't
question.
save many, but I saved that one. That is funny as hell. I love Top Dog in his red shorts, don't you? That man can dance like a waiter.
Auntie Sherry, man, she's wild.
Waiter. I said
Well, let's just
waiter,
put it
not
like this.
waiter.
Auntie Sherry, what she's talking
Anaconda.
about with
His
Top
nickname
Dog,
is Anaconda.
I'm not going to say.
All right.
It's too bad to say.
Well, I
So
say it.
I got a question for
They
Matthew.
said if you see something, say something. I saw it. I'm talking
Yes,
about it.
ma'am.
So Matthew, I have to ask you.
Mhm.
You're a new guy on the streets. I haven't seen you. The first time I've ever met
Don't
you
bring
is
him
here
up
on
here,
Miss
little
Daisy's.
fella. Oh my gosh.
And
I go off the chain.
how did you get here? How did you start, Matthew?
How did I get here? I followed a mermaid.
We know about you, Auntie Sherry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Matthew,
Jinkies.
how did you start? No, how did you start a YouTube?
Oh, so
What
start.
made you start a YouTube? What's your game? What are you trying to do?
C19. C19 is when I started.
What C19? What is that?
I can't say the whole thing or her.
What?
You know the Cove.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so stupid. Here I've met.
That's what made me start watching.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I realized like, oh, I can make videos too. Wow, I didn't know that. And then I started in what sector was that? Kwame Brown. I don't know if you know what that is.
No, just tell us what it is. I'm really
he's an ex
Yeah.
ex NBA player. It just
Mhm.
just started from there, and I forgot how I met. I met Jinkies because somebody dared me to go to this lady's panel. Some random lady. They're like, I bet you won't be able to get up there, and
Was that Daisy? That
So
Spanish lady?
Matthew, when did you start YouTubing? What was the
That's about
origin of how you started the channel and
Before
started
I
and
ever
why?
did, about 5 years.
probably when I realized I could make videos, and then I went out and bought a really nice laptop. That's what started everything. Just watching
Nothing
other.
spurred your interest to get into YouTube? Come on,
Mm-mm.
something's got to
No,
spur your interest to get into YouTube.
no. The simple fact that I didn't realize there was communities in YouTube. I had no clue. Just
Hmm.
I started seeing the same people. Um, I started recognizing the
You
same
see them
people in different
everywhere.
lives. Yeah, and I'm like, oh wow,
Yeah, you see
and
them
more and more
everywhere. Isn't that
people.
cool? You go
Right.
somewhere and you say, "Oh hell, I know you."
Yeah, yeah. Then I started realizing that I could make this stuff, and then I
Yeah.
started realizing I could do a little bit better than some people, or I have a computer
Like
that
what?
can do more stuff.
Yeah.
Like what? What did you want to make better? So what
When
was the dig that brought you in?
when I first started, I was interested in making like cartoons, like actual drawing,
Hmm.
That's cool.
animations,
That's
and then
pretty
that
cool.
yeah,
Hmm.
and then that led to just figuring out little apps to make myself a cartoon, and to when I have my lives, anybody that types, it'll read it out loud. The AI can I can turn it on and off, and it's a bunch of cool stuff you can do.
Yeah, you're a pretty creative developer. I can see that.
Try.
You change your
I
face,
try
you
to
change
I try to
stuff.
make
Yeah.
my lives about the chat. The I try to make it
Yeah.
interactive. I want everybody to be a
Yes,
participant.
he
Yeah.
does. And you do a
So
really
so
good
what
job
is
at
it
that.
that
I had
you want to do
did
on
I
your
tell you? Did I
channel?
give you that clue?
What is your
Madame.
goal? Do you
Excuse me,
have
Madame.
anything? Oh, stop it, Auntie
Mm.
Sherry. Let me ask. So what is
I
it
hear you.
about your channel that is different from everybody else? I feel like you're coming in, but I'm
Mm.
not quite sure what's your end goal. What
I
are you
don't.
about?
I'm trying to do everything to figure that out.
Spread love,
Yeah. The
basically.
the less
I can tell
drama
you in two
I
words:
have, the
spread
better.
love. Spread love.
See,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
something you're not going to avoid because YouTube streets are full of it. Even if you don't want to do it, somebody provokes you. Like
Oh
somebody's
yeah.
provoke you.
Yeah, for sure. It's already happened.
Yeah,
Mm.
and you can't just sit there and let them just keep on
He's
and
already
on
he's already had a
and
couple of
not
people
say
come at
nothing
him,
to
Daisy.
people.
Daisy. He's had a couple
Yeah,
of people come
I
at
know.
him in
I've heard
chat.
him. I've heard him going off on a cue. But
Sometimes you gotta do that to where
Well,
you gotta
sometimes you
cut
have
the
to
string
react.
sometimes.
So Matthew, it sounds like you're trying to develop in something. So you're getting into
Sure.
these channels and you're trying
Hmm.
to develop into something.
Right.
Um, so
Now be
I'm going to tell
kind.
you,
I'm one of his
I'm not a
mods.
YouTube creator, but if I were to be one, this is what I would do. Um, I would take stories, parables,
That's what I told him.
stories. I would
I
I,
told
I
him
would
just let your chat
read
take
off a
over. Your
parable or
chat will
story,
bring
and
out
I
the
ask
subjects they
for
want to
an
talk about.
interactive chat.
Dominator,
How do you
here.
feel about what you just
Would you
heard?
stop just a minute
And
so
have a
somebody else can talk?
discussion with a bunch of nerds that like to read,
Please.
like reading different
Would you give us a
novels
break,
like Moby
please?
Dick or something like that. And get in. So what
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Would you please
acquisite
be
to
quiet,
me
Moby?
are people that are used to reading on novels, are into
Right.
novels.
I hear you.
um and like I'll tell you a
Haven't
really
been here
good
the whole time,
stream that
son, so hush.
nobody picked up on is that what was his name? He was an author. He put out three novels about the Celestine prophecy. So the Celestine prophecy was really brilliant. That was a brilliant art
Well, why don't
that
you tell
somebody
us
wrote
about it?
about.
Then we don't have to read
And
it.
you talk about the Celestine prophecy,
If you
and
tell us
when
about
you
it, we don't
read the
have to
three
read it.
novels, it puts you into different areas of how you can look at things in your life. and it's kind of um, I stayed away from it. I'll tell you why. Because you get all these new age people in there,
Hmm.
and I didn't want to deal with that. But the Celestine prophecy actually went back like the Dave Brown talkings about the Bible and everything. Um, you would want discussion. It was really hard for me to consider how am I going to control this discussion from New Age versus True Bible,
Hold on.
because I'm True Bible.
Something's scratching.
And how do you decipher from that? Because I'm going to tell you, once you get yourself into something on the internet and you start live streaming, you're pretty much boxed into it, and you're boxed into
Hmm.
whatever these trolls are going to do to you, and now you have to defend yourself, and you may not have the support, and you have to figure out ways to get out of it.
Stay out of
And
true
it's really a bad
Madam,
situation.
if I
Yeah.
can say something, please.
That's what the true crime. You're not going to avoid it if you do true crime.
Mhm.
There's just no way of avoiding drama from that. And they say the knitting community is just as bad.
I
I,
can't believe that, because I subscribe to the knitting community,
Okay.
because I
I've
crochet
got to
and I
take
knit.
action.
yeah,
I
they
can't
say
believe these bitches are going
gotta
after
take
each other for stitches.
I'm telling you, they're
Bars.
crazy. But my first thing is I want to do farm. I like talking about true crime,
Mhm.
but I would like to build my farm channel up. But more
I
than
think you should, Daisy.
I have another
Yeah.
channel too that I'm trying to build and
You
monetize.
haven't posted on there, Miss Daisy. You gotta do a posting.
Well, I know, but every time I put my animals out, these vipers try to attack my animals, and
Yeah. I think
that's
I'm
just
gonna
messed
se-
up.
I'm gonna send you a video of my horses.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't realize I raise horses here, and I raise them to run. They run on the track, and
That's
we
awesome.
breed them. And I'm very fortunate to have a wonderful veterinarian
Oh,
who's
we
my
got
brother. He's
yeah.
my brother. I got a
Oh yeah,
brother,
there you
and
go. See? There you go.
and
Nice.
we take
Nice.
care of huge livestock, and we're all vegetarians in the family, and
Yeah.
we're breeding horses, and we have a real breeding farm. And I'd like to send you stuff where maybe you and I can go through the farm, look at the horses. I have beautiful
Oh yeah,
thoroughbreds.
that'd be awesome.
They're beautiful, beautiful babies.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we've had babies that have run. I have a hard time letting go of them.
Yeah.
People want to buy the horses. I don't want to sell them. I'd
Yeah.
rather run them myself. And I'd like to get into the industry of
Hmm.
what it's like to get into the track. How do you
What?
how do you get your horse into the track? Who
Well,
do you
now,
have
have you
ride
been
them?
to Kentucky Derby before?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, it's a lot of bullshit that
There's
goes
2
on there.
raccoons on my deck.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of bullshit. It's really evil. It's
Yeah.
evil what
And I
happens.
have a fist.
Yeah.
It's a real bought industry,
Thank you.
Oh
and
yeah.
it's a bought betting system.
Well, the Queen has
Oh, yeah,
horses
the
there.
race.
Did you know
That's
that?
what Lola's working at.
No, I didn't know that.
Raccoons.
Or she did have them. She's passed.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I know what you're saying.
England
There's
had
nothing for
horses
them
there
to
in
eat.
Kentucky.
I don't
Mhm.
leave dog food
Yeah.
outside.
So I've
I
never
don't know
been
what
to
those
the Derby,
raccoons are doing here.
but
They're
I know
supposed
a
to be
person
here.
that was
Hopefully they
married
get
at.
this
Yeah,
way.
but we race down
Good
there.
go.
We race down there. I
That's all I
bring
have to
horses
say
down
about
there,
that.
Oh, you
and
Don't ask me to
yeah,
race.
yeah. I'm
I'm
telling
not
you, I
racing.
have horses that run. We run, and we run,
mhm.
and I would love to do a live video with you
Madonna.
about putting the horses on the trailer. Um,
Let me
um,
know. They'll do it.
my trailer, so everybody knows. Everybody thinks that we abuse horses. My trailers, my horses are pure and clean,
Oh,
and my horses run in air conditioned, heated trailers.
Madame.
Um,
oh, that's
my
My my.
horses are
Madame, do
pristine,
you like white?
mm,
and
no.
and I
Do you
will
like red or
never.
white wine?
I don't know what she's saying,
Madonna.
but my
I'm asking
horses
you,
will only
do you like
eat the
red
best
or
food.
black bellies?
That's
And
good.
I produce that on our 450-acre farm. I
Wow.
make sure we buy our own. We grow our own alfalfa. We
That's
grow our
awesome.
own corn.
You
Now
do
we
that
have
already?
enough
I think of the Little Rascals
farming
every time
that
I hear
we
that.
don't need to have to
Whoa.
supply the
Mhm.
15 horses with all of that, and we will bring it down to the port and sell it.
Yeah.
We will go to Connecticut and deliver hay in Connecticut and whatnot. But I
Yeah.
will tell you this.
So,
Yeah.
do you drink
We have
red
the
or
best,
white?
and we renutrient all of our property.
Lola,
All of our land is
do you drink red
renutriented,
or white
so
coffee?
that when the feed grows, it is 100% giving supply to the animal.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
And that
I
doesn't
make sure of
deserve an
that.
answer.
That
I
is
wish
very
I had that much acreage to be able to do that for my cows,
right.
but my neighbors do it, and where my husband,
Well, you have enough stool to reconstitute your land if your husband goes through and makes sure he takes the cow plopping and
Husband.
puts it into the land, it'll be good.
oh yeah. Well,
Madonna.
the chickens and ducks and geese and all that, like they
Yeah,
fertilize.
Listen, Linda,
you got a
listen.
beautiful farm. Beautiful,
Thank you.
beautiful farm. Beautiful farm.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, and I would
Listen,
love to
Linda,
show
listen.
you how we breed
Need to listen to
horses.
me, Linda.
Go through the artificial insemination.
Oh yeah.
Because
My neighbors.
I'll contract out for
Oh, you
different
learned that her
artificial
got a
insemination.
video
It
about
won't come from our livestock. It'll come from another that has been a winner, and we buy that, and we keep producing and breeding horses that
Wow.
run. And I have to tell you, loading up horses, bringing them to the area.
those right there.
I do not allow our horses to go into pasture areas because I don't trust it. I
Yeah.
don't trust it. I won't tell you who our winning horses were because it
No,
will
no, no, don't. Just be
expose
careful.
me. But I will tell you this: we have caravans that will keep them enclosed in
Right.
air conditioning areas when they're down there by
Amen.
your in Kentucky. And then it will keep them warm when they come up here to
That's awesome.
Saratoga. But we don't need to warm them in Saratoga. I'm only about 2.5 hours from Saratoga. So,
Oh,
but Saratoga has always been called the deathbed of the horses. Once you
mm.
Ooh.
finish up, the majority of the horses die in Saratoga. Um,
Oh,
Scream.
yeah, and
Hey,
Mm.
it's
nephew,
really
scream.
bad. It's really the circle of death for horses. I don't know why.
is it
Saratoga,
like a certain
it's just
disease or
shitty.
something?
And I'll tell you why. It's because they do it in summer. They
Mm-hmm.
run these horses in 90-degree weather,
One of my favorite
90
Uh-huh.
horses.
degrees, 90
My favorite.
degrees, 96 degrees, and they run them to
Madonna.
full
Madonna.
capacity, and the horses go down. You have to make sure they're
Madonna.
hydrated many days
Yes.
before they hit Saratoga. They have to be
You
well
went
hydrated.
through
They have
that.
to have a lot of minerals on board.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you just have to. So I do a rigor
Madonna.
here.
I have
They
a
either.
question for you. Have you
Uh,
ever thought about reading to the blind?
what did she
Read
say?
Have you ever thought about reading to the blind?
I don't know what she
what?
said.
Reading to the blind.
Yes. Have you ever thought about that? Your voice is just great, and you just do a great job at it. I promise you. Have you ever thought about that?
What does
Recording
that
your
got to do with
voice
horses,
on
Aunt?
a book for the blind? Have you ever
And
thought
Hey,
about that?
hey, Daisy,
Yeah.
and Dom, if
Have
you,
you really? I'm
I,
Yeah.
asking you.
I'm gonna,
You
retire
have a
for the
nice
night.
voice,
It was great to
and
talk to you,
you're well
Dom. It was
versed,
a pleasure to meet you,
and you're
man.
well
hi,
read, and
Matthew.
so I
Goodbye.
just wondered if that could be a
Pleasure,
thing that
pleasure to meet you,
maybe you
Daisy.
could do.
Yes.
I still love you. Okay.
Everybody needs to
Love you
find a
too.
passion when they retire.
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Call me tomorrow.
What time?
Back in the evening, because I'm up all night.
Oh,
Well,
we're
maybe you
leaving.
need to
Well,
go to
I'm asleep
bed.
Okay.
in the
Go to
morning.
bed, Daisy.
I'm
Jeez.
a night shifter. I've always been a night shifter.
Sherry, behave tonight, okay?
Well, I can stay up as long as Daisy can.
Behave, Sherry.
Erica fussing with
Behave,
me.
Auntie
What are
Sherry.
you doing in bed at 11 o'clock in the morning?
You
Get her,
ladies have you
Matthew.
ladies
You
have a
need to
good
get up
night.
and
I'll
move
talk to
around
you
my schedule.
tomorrow,
And
Daisy.
did you take
All
more
right.
medicines?
Bye,
I said, yes,
Matthew.
I did.
Talk to you
God, having
tomorrow.
a caregiver is like having a
But,
double mom.
are you there, Dane?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't want
Bye,
to.
Matthew.
I
This
just,
is your normal
Matthew
habit
just left
friend,
because I was on panel.
No, no,
He's
it's
not
not.
being
It's not
rude.
that.
This is his
Matthew
normal
has. You
exit.
know how many kids
That's
he's got,
his
don't you,
trademark, as an ex, and he just goes
Dane?
poof and he's
Yeah.
gone.
It's okay.
Dane,
Yeah, no, I hear you. So listen,
he's not.
I would love to do on your
I want to
farm
know if
channel
you could read for the
a
pod.
little expose of what we
That'd be
do
awesome.
with the
I'm
horses,
serious, and I'm asking you
and
Yeah.
questions.
how
Too.
we
I'm
get
asking
them
you
on the
yes.
track
Could
and
you read
how
for the
we
pod?
inseminate them. We could do little, little previews, and
Yeah.
eventually, we can say, this is a horse. So, for instance, I'm developing a horse right now. The horse I'm developing
Mhm.
is a male, and I plan on calling him American Boy.
Okay.
I'm planning on I'm planning on getting American Boy out there on the running.
Mm,
Um, I will tell you this: if I see shitty shit, I'm going to pull my horse. I'm
yeah.
not going to allow them to run on a track that
Who
has
is giving you
bullshit going
shit?
on.
I just asked
And
No.
I'll
questions.
pull him. I'll pull him. And he may be a yearling. I'm going to pull him. Depending on what his numbers are as he runs, maybe I'll reintroduce him. But
Yeah.
it can only be as honest as the track is.
Yeah.
This track is not honest.
Who are you
Yeah.
And,
talking about?
it's a lot of rigged bullshit with
Madame, who are
bidding.
you talking about?
You're talking
So
about Kentucky, right?
no, I'm
I'm
talking
talking about
about
me, honey.
gaming across the
Again.
board, across the United States. I'm part of the gaming
Okay.
commission here in New York State. I
Oh,
can't control what's
Oh,
happening in
wow.
Kentucky. I can control Belmont. I can control
Yeah.
Saratoga, but
Yeah.
I can't control what it takes to make a thoroughbred win across the sections.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and you got to be
Well,
really careful.
my neighbor artificially intimidates his cows with hybrid Angus.
turkey baster.
So they do that. They do that in this area. But the thing is,
The
I'd
bad
like to
thing
get
is
me
you got to cut the
another
thing out.
female
Never mind.
Angus.
I know too much about the farm.
But
They just
let me
make
know,
turkey
Dane,
roll like
because a lot
that.
of people's interested in it, and we'll do
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
together.
I would. I'd
inseminate
like to
the cow.
do. I'll do a
You
series
got to
with
get the
your
wool off.
farm
You know what I'm
channel,
saying?
Hmm.
and at that point, on your farm channel, I'll probably show my face. I'm going to have to because I'll be, discussing the horses, showing you the horses,
Well,
and talking about
People are.
what they ran. Give the history of the horse, what they ran, how we're breeding them,
Yeah.
and that kind of thing. And it's not to advertise my horse breeding farm, but it's kind of to intuit with you as a farm
Madame,
channel that deals
Mhm.
with
Madame equestrian.
cows and
Madame
whatnot.
equestrian.
Yes, sequestering. She's right. And
Madame
you know,
equestrian.
I I
I
um
have a question.
I think it would be really
I have a
good.
question.
And I'll tell you
Equestrian.
what I want to share with you, Miss
You
Daisy,
ain't gonna listen to my
is
Uh-huh.
questions, are you?
later on here now in New York State, we're going to have a
Yeah.
lot of snow coming. And in February,
Yeah.
towards
Love you,
March, we
Madame.
are going to have so much snow. And
Love you, Daisy.
we ride these horses every
Good
day.
night.
So
Hmm.
I work as a nurse.
I
I'm
love
on
you
the
too.
horses from 4 a.m. until
Sometimes I love
6 a.m.
absolutely
And
Wow.
then
what
I
you do.
clean up. I go to work. I come home. and I'm back in the barn, making sure everybody's eating, everybody's good.
Yeah.
The barn is on my parents' farm, 450 acres. I live away from there, and I have to go back and forth. I have a little apartment I can have to stay in if in the event we don't have electricity or anything.
Yeah.
Making sure everybody has water and whatnot.
Yeah.
We've made it like kind of fallout shelter.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to tell you, I got to take you through the winter. When you see these beautiful horses, I
Mhm.
load them up. So I have minimal saddles for them. I'm pretty much a bareback rider when I train them. I train
Uh-huh.
them bareback. And I put a minimal saddle on them, but I will ride them Western
Mhm.
in winter. And you would not believe how beautiful it is to see 10 thoroughbreds run in the snow that has not been plowed down the road. My parents' 450-acre farm
Mhm.
is one whole road, and these horses, we run them. I have several people that work on the farm, so we run them daily.
Mhm.
And we take the horses, we run them down, and all you see is snow churning up around them. And I put bells on them,
Oh,
and they ring and they ring and they run. And it's beautiful. And
I
I
bet
think it'd
it's.
be perfect for your station. I
Oh
really
yeah, that'd be
do.
awesome. I would
I
love
just got to
that.
figure out how I'm going to film this. I'm
You
going to
gotta
have
be
to
careful,
have
Don.
somebody.
As much as I know you want to show yourself, these people on
I don't
YouTube,
want to show myself. I
I know, but
don't want to. But I'm thinking if I work with the highway department, I think if
mhm,
I can get the guys to film the horses running, that
mhm.
so they can film the horses running, you can't figure out who I am because we have everybody running the horses and we're running the lead of the
There
younger
you
ones.
go.
Yeah,
You-
you wouldn't know who I was per se. And of course, I'm all snucker down, and it's
Yeah,
cold here. It's cold where I am.
yeah.
So
Well, I want to protect you at all costs. Any of my people, even Matthew, I told Matthew to be careful because
yeah,
these people on these streets, not the good people, but the bad ones,
yeah,
are
they're
really.
vicious. They're
Mhm.
ruthless and vicious. Yeah, and it's really
It's a
sad.
shame that we
Yeah,
can't share things without people, just ripping us to shreds. But
yeah,
maybe
yep,
that'll change to where you can have your own private YouTubes without certain people being able to steal your content and be able to rip you apart, like if they show
yeah,
your.
yeah. But
But
you are bringing in other people, into the content. So I don't know. Miss Daisy, I scared away everybody. I
no,
actually
you're
scared
fine. You're
away
fine. No,
Auntie
listen,
Sherry and
no,
Matthew.
Matthew goes to bed this time of night. He does because he's got all them kids, so he has to go to bed because he's got to get up in the morning with them and stuff. But
The
Auntie
only
Sherry,
thing I'm glad that I did tonight, I stopped Matthew from starting shit.
what,
I
what,
did. I stopped him from starting any shit. The guy's trying to develop a station. I asked him, "What are you about? What's your purpose? What what
uh,
what are you doing?" He couldn't answer it. He couldn't answer it. He's got
I
to
don't.
figure out what he's doing. He's lucky he has you supporting him.
I
Um,
just think that he hasn't figured it out yet. But once he gets his glitch, I
mhm.
think he'll do good because he's got
Yeah,
the talent.
he needs to figure it out. He
Hmm.
does. Yeah,
Like
because he's been kind of wandering.
I just think he's not found it yet, and I don't think true
No,
crime is the thing because it's not good for him. I don't
no.
think with all his,
He's more chat about music and that kind of stuff, that
yeah,
route,
yeah, yeah,
right?
just things that interest him. I think he would, he's good at interviewing people. He's very good at interviewing people.
Yeah,
Um, and he lets us just we'd like to have fun on his panel when I go over there and stuff.
yeah,
Um, he's just got to find his glitch. He's not found it yet.
yeah. You kind of you cover it all as a nurse, and that's what we do as nurses. And I
Yeah.
understand the breadth of your scope. I understand that. But I'm going to send you a bunch of stuff on Britney Spears.
Okay, that sounds
I'm going to
awesome.
send you a bunch of PowerPoints and stuff. You know, I don't
Oh,
know how much you work with that, but it'll kind of give you an
I
idea.
did in nursing school. We had to do all that stuff, but
Yeah, but
yeah.
that's how I'm going to explain the research I've done.
Mhm.
And so all you'll do is take the research I did, and you'll scrutinize it and see, did
Mhm.
Dame send me the right stuff, and
Yeah.
what's questionable, what do we need to talk about. But I'm going to send you something on Britney Spears, and I think you're going to be a little shocked. You're going to be a little shocked at what
She's
you
just
find
sad.
there. Yeah,
Brittany's a sad girl.
it's a sad situation, and I
Very
think you're going
sad.
to be shocked.
And
You're
we
going
don't
to
even know what she went through when she was a child working for
No,
Disney.
no. And I'm going to bring it down to her latest stop with the police,
Uh-huh.
and talking to her, and she is really a hostage in her own body.
Yes, she is.
And she's been
She's sexual.
scrutinized by her
Yeah.
talent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
Like
think you
we
need to
have
do
her at
that.
15 years old, like being provocative, and
Yep. And then I'm going to send you our nursing guard at a funeral. I need to get permission from the
yeah,
family to videotape it, which, you do it sensitively. Families will say, yes, yes, you can do that. I'll just, I'll do the disclaimer. My name is so and so.
yes.
I'm a fellow nurse. I'm part of this nursing guard, and I'd like to ask your permission if I could please videotape this funeral services in
Mhm.
regards to what the nursing guard does. I
Yeah.
get their
I'll just
consent.
get the part
They're
where
going to
they
sign
did.
it off. I'll have all signed consents. Everything else, I'll submit them to you, send it to you. And I ask that all nurses, if you ever had a cap, show me your face. And you don't have to say who you are. You can just send it. You don't have to say who you are. Just send it to Miss Daisy. And I think it would be a wonderful welcoming for nurses who, over the years, were never recognized.
Right.
Now, today, they retire. They don't have health insurance.
Mm-mm.
They don't have retirement, and are pretty much on public service, and which is really sad. It's a sad
Yeah.
situation to put a nurse in.
Right. And the ones that are working nowadays is worked into the ground. Like they've quit.
Yeah,
Like where I was working when I got hurt, you barely had a CNA. And a lot of
I
times
know.
you didn't have a
I know.
CNA or a huck or secretary. So you had to put
Yep.
all your orders in. You
Yep.
had to do
Yep. Yep.
everything yourself,
Yeah.
plus do all the CNA work and
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
your nursing too. So they
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, too much.
Yeah.
Just too much.
Yep. All I can say as a nurse, 8 hours, 12 hours, you're there, and you got a patient on
Mhm.
CRRT, which is continuous renal replacement therapy, just like being on dialysis, changing the bags, emptying the bags, getting rid of the bags.
Yeah.
Um, you know, and you can become careless during all of that. And I'll never forget, I was changing a CRRT bag for an HIV patient,
Hmm.
and I pulled the bag off the CRT machine, and don't you know, the damn shit diacylate um, splashes into my eyes.
Oh my God.
Right, HIV patient, and
Wow.
I had to say to everybody, I need to go out. I just been contaminated,
Hmm.
and they immediately put me on the medication for HIV, and I'm sick as shit
Oh,
from the
very.
medication,
Yeah.
and it's wrecking my blood cells, and I'm getting sick, sick, sick on these medications, and I'm losing an hematocrit. I'm getting really sick, and I have to stay on it to fight this so that I don't get infected.
Right.
And you know, and nobody knows those traumas, and
They
I don't
don't.
know if anybody in their careers that are sacrificing their lives. I
Yeah.
don't. You know, this is a huge sacrifice what we do.
Yeah, I've been stuck with a needle before, but it was an
It's
older lady. Thank you.
hmm
Still scary.
hmm
I was stuck with a needle, and then
yeah.
I know one nurse that had, people that has had hepatitis, mamas that's water broke all over them. I
hmm
mean, you put yourself out there. I
Yeah.
mean, just dealing with a lot of
Yeah.
mental illness is scary in itself.
Yeah.
I've dealt with
Yeah. And
I've
just,
dealt with some hostile people before.
yeah, hostile. The refractory sequelae, of going home after that and just, going home to your family, you're talking to your family and your kids, but
Hmm.
you go to bed and people don't know your horrors or what you saw.
No,
Nobody, and you don't discuss it with your family. It's kind of like it's a hidden secret somehow
you have to really, because
because people don't know.
one time I sat with a patient that had meningitis bacterial. I come home and burnt my. I wasn't about to bring that in my home. I burnt my uniform that I wore that day because you're worried. You're worried about packing that stuff home. You know.
I remember when I remember when this COVID started. So I live in the hill towns. So all I got is connection with is maybe the snow plow coming across my driveway and stuff. And I
Mm-hmm.
remember coming home. I was a director in nursing at a nursing home during the COVID stuff, and I was hands on. When the LPNs couldn't pass meds, I would fill in and stuff. And I gown up back and forth. And I remember going to my house one day. I had worked a 24-hour shift, and I come
Mm-hmm.
home here. I come home at 8:30 in the morning to my house, and it was the middle of winter.
Mm-hmm.
And I took all my clothes off during COVID, all my clothes off. I took everything off in
Mm-hmm.
front of my house before I walked in.
I don't blame
You,
you.
so listen, do you know what the snowplow people did? These
What they
scumbags. They videotaped me going into
did.
my house naked.
No. What did you do about it?
They posted because it was political, because I'm a Republican in a Democrat area and I had been previously elected.
Hmm.
They posted my pictures and my video of getting rid of all my clothes and
Hmm.
putting them into a bag. They
Oh
posted
my
that
God.
on social media.
Did you do anything to him for it? Did you sue him?
I didn't. So what I did was, and I responded to the newspaper and I said, well, the only reason I was undressing is because I was dealing with 86 COVID positive patients in a nursing home. And
Wow.
I didn't want to bring that disease into my home.
Right.
So if you're going to post this, shame on you.
Exactly. Did you
Yeah.
strip completely naked or just bra and panties?
I stripped down I my shoes. So the way I did it was I did it how you would undarn from a isolation room. So
Mm-hmm.
I took my shoes off. I left them there,
Uh-huh.
and I took the socks and I made them inside out, put them
Uh-huh.
inside a bag, and I had the bag in a garbage can where I couldn't touch it. All I could do was put inside it. So
Yeah.
I took the socks off, so I was barefoot, and I put that in the center of the garbage can.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, I started, and I had gloves on. So I started darning down. So I took the pants off
Mm-hmm.
completely, put them inside the garbage bag.
Uh-huh.
And then from there, I removed the top that I had on, put that in there.
Mm-hmm.
And all I had was underpants and a bra on, and I sealed up the bag. I
Mm-hmm.
brought it, I took my gloves off and threw the gloves in a different dispense area so that I could throw that elsewhere
Uh-huh.
when I went to the dump. And I brought the bag in,
Yeah.
and I washed it under bleach and high heat disinfectant for 90 minutes in the garbage can. And they videotaped me taking my clothes off in front of my house
They're rotten.
and said, "This Republican is nuts."
Mm.
Hmm. Yeah.
See that's low. That's low, 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 low.
In the meantime, I was exposed with COVID on
Yeah.
86 patients that were not only respiratory compromised, but also GI. So they were vomiting. I
Yes.
had all the shit all over my
Oh yeah.
uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as I got rid of my clothes, I immediately put them in the washer and
Mm-hmm.
then went upstairs and went into my shower and I cleaned my hair and my body.
Yeah. You have to.
And I had to do that daily
Yeah.
so that I did not bring this into the house. And I did, and I had to make sure that where I ungowned was
Uh,
far enough from the front of my door so that I wasn't tracking it back in.
yeah.
So I was walking in snow. And they made fun of me for
Yeah.
walking in snow.
See, that's just how mean people are. They're so mean. But yet you were probably there saving so many people's lives and being there with them. Because COVID is scary. Like I seen people go downhill quick with that. It was terrifying working around it. I mean, I caught it from the hospital myself. And
Miss Daisy, I had a nursing home that had 250 residents.
mhm,
And out of those, 86 died in 1 month.
wow.
Can you imagine this?
Hey,
260 residents and 86 die
wow. What did they
in
and they
one
probably
month?
died alone too, didn't they?
Well, no, they were in the nursing home. We were treating them.
They could
I was going through each room with every, with the medical director. We were going through.
wow.
I
That's
mean, and we were calling families and we were informing staff of what they needed to do.
yeah,
And how to properly, I was teaching people every shift on how to garn properly to protect yourself and
yeah,
how ungarn, and proper receptacle for that. And it was really a geriatric massacre. It was horrible. It was horrible.
oh yeah. Well, and not only that, we actually had a chief of staff pass away from
Hmm.
that. I mean, healthcare workers have died from that.
Yeah, and they get no credit.
Yeah.
People that are working in there, I don't care how well you work your N95 mask, how well
Oh
you do
yeah.
your hand washing, you
Yeah.
can pick the germ up.
Do you
You
know
pick
how I got it?
how?
Because they had a nurse that was a floater, worked on the COVID floor, came down running a fever, working with me the night before,
Mm.
running a fever, and she got it. And I had the same strain because we had the exact same symptoms. Me
Yeah,
and
they
her
track
worked.
back the strain. Yeah.
Yeah, she was about dead working. The night I started getting headaches and I started running a fever of like 100.5,
Yeah,
100.3.
yeah. They're high
Called their
fevers. High
supervisor.
fevers. Yeah.
Yeah. Called their supervisor. Oh, can you stay till morning? Yeah, I stayed till morning. Get this though, working with mom and babies, stay until morning.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you can't pull people that worked from COVID floors to other
No,
floors.
no. And
Or,
so what we used to do was separate staff. So if you were exposed to COVID,
yeah,
worked with COVID, you stayed in that area. You didn't
I was
come
off.
into an area. Yeah.
not only did I get sick, but I was in the hospital with it.
I'm
And I
sorry,
was
Miss
off for
Daisy.
2
That's
weeks
terrible.
and
That's
never got paid
terrible.
for it. I had to use my own PTO.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm sorry for you.
It's okay.
Nurses that get sick get treated like shit. That's
Yes.
all I can say. Nurses get no coverage.
Yep.
I was just out here grocery shopping before I came home from work. I was, getting food for the dogs. I make my own dog food.
Uh-huh.
And I ran into a woman that used to be my boss. I
Mhm.
ran into her and I said, "Oh my God." She says, Debbie. She's calling my name. I'm
Yeah.
looking up and I see her and I said, "Oh my God, Karen,
Mhm.
Karen, what are you doing?" And she's retired. And I said, "Karen, why are you retired?" Now, this was a nurse that was on top of things. She was the nurse manager of our medical and surgical intensive care units. We are
Wow.
a level 1 trauma center. We get helicopters that come into our center.
Yeah.
And huge ICU nurse. And I said, "You're retired." Now, she, of course, is 63. So I guess, but
Yeah.
63 is not when people retire.
Right.
And I'm 60. So I said, "Karen," I said, "you're retired." And she said, "Yeah." She said, "Debbie, you know, when that COVID came out, they said that they supported healthcare staff.
Mhm.
They didn't." She said,
We
I
got
was
forgotten.
she was a manager. And she said, "We were so low staffed in the ICU that
Yep.
I hadn't touched a patient in 20 years. And
Mhm.
now I'm trying to figure out how to titrate drips, make sure people have blood pressures, all this stuff." She said, "I didn't know it, Debbie. I was a manager. And here now I'm on the floor." She
Mhm.
said, "I caught COVID," she said. And she said, "I can't breathe anymore." And I looked at her and I said, "What do you mean?" And she shows me in her shopping cart, she has a freaking oxygen tank. And I just, I said, "Karen, you don't wear the oxygen always?" She says, "No. Um, I can't determine when I become short of breath. But when I
Mhm.
do, I really desaturate and I turn blue, Debbie." And
That's
I said, "Karen, I am so sorry. I am so sorry to hear that." And
Mhm.
and she was there at the institution as long as me. We both did 25 years there. I
Wow.
started before her. And
Yeah.
I said, "Did they cover you?" And she said, "No." She said, "I used up all my vacation time." She said, "I accrued my 345 hours of vacation time. I didn't use it because I couldn't, because we never had an ability for me to take time off." I said, "Yeah, I remember." And
Mhm.
she said, "Once my time was used up, I had nothing, nothing.
Yep.
And I caught
Yep.
COVID and I had nothing."
Yep.
This is bullshit how they treat nurses. It's really
It's horrible.
bullshit.
It's horrible, and I think it should be a statewide thing to only. I think a nurse that's doing primary care, and that means everything on a patient, should only have 5 patients. Anything more than 5 is too much.
Actually, that's too much. The way now that we admit patients in the hospital, I'm going to be honest with you, Miss Daisy, the acuity is so high. Like if you're in a level 1 trauma center like I am, really
Yeah.
in the ICU, the most that they should give any nurse in the ICU is 2 patients on a ventilator.
Exactly. 2 patients.
If the patient is on CRRT,
Uh-huh.
continual renal replacement therapy, that should
Yeah.
be a one-on-one.
Absolutely.
Anybody coming in that has massive blood transfusions
Oh,
after
yeah.
a trauma, that should be a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Anybody that's an organ donor patient should be a one-on-one.
Yeah.
Um, you're talking about 100 100% involving of the patient to reconstitute a blood pressure, a heart rate, a bleed or breathing rate, making sure they're synchronized on the ventilator.
Mm-hmm.
This is unbelievable hard work. Turning and
Oh, boy.
repositioning the patient so they
Oh,
do not
yes.
break down, cleaning out the oral cavity so they do
Yeah.
not get ventilator associated pneumonias, making sure that they're getting nutrition properly, monitoring that, checking residuals, making sure they have urinary output. You know, you have to do this. It's hard to do it with two patients. And on these med surge floors today, with some of the orders that come out that we're doing with wound therapy,
Oh,
um,
yeah.
you cannot take care of 5 patients. You
Listen,
can't.
last
Not
time
in
I
these
worked,
trauma centers. It's insane to
it's
give them the care they need and not get them infected.
yeah, absolutely. The last night I worked, we still had COVID patients. With my arm being bad as it was, they gave me 7 patients. 5 were complete.
It's
One
fucking nuts. You can't do it.
every
And how
hour.
many of them got blood transfusions?
I
You
don't
know,
think any of them that night got blood transfusions. Thank the Lord.
but
But
and
they
that's
were all.
another thing. You have 2 patients on blood transfusions. You
I've had
have to
that
stay.
before,
You,
though.
you
I've
just
had that.
it's a fucking nightmare.
Oh yeah, and a terp, continuous
Yeah, so you're
irrigation on a terp.
continuously doing a terp. Come
Yeah.
on, come
Oh my God,
on.
yes. Yeah.
And people don't know what a TERP is,
No
but that's
CNAs.
transurethral irrigation, which
Hmm.
means you're taking 500 liters of bags of
Yep.
normal saline,
And it's straight.
putting it in through a Foley catheter,
Hmm.
circulating it through the bladder,
Hmm.
and making sure you're getting rid of the discharge and
Hmm.
hanging another bag and hanging another bag and hanging another bag, which
Changing the
takes at
Foley
least
catheter. Changing
30
the
minutes,
Foley
if
catheter.
not more.
The catheter. Yes. And then giving blood on top of it,
Yes,
and then
yes.
whatever else happens during the
And
night.
then people
Oh
wonder
my
why things
God.
fuck up in a hospital.
Yeah.
You can't
That
give
night I
enough
was hurt.
care for each patient.
But that night I was hurt. My arm was really bad hurt. And I had 7 patients, 5 of which were complete. So had to be terminated pieces and changed.
Yeah.
Which the CNA refused to help because I was hurt.
Fucker.
So I
I
had to
can't
go get
stand that
another
bullshit.
nurse.
I hate that. You these goddamn, I'm gonna tell you, when you're working with people, now a lot of CNAs are good, but I
Yeah,
will
a
tell
lot
you
of them.
this. When they don't do their job,
Yeah,
it really
it
it's not
hurt.
to piss off the RN, which
Yeah,
they think they're gonna piss off the RN. Oh, okay, I'm going on break. What do
yeah.
you mean you're going on break? I got all this
Oh, I've
shit
had
going
nurses
on.
do that to me before. I've
I
had
haven't
nurses.
had a fucking break.
People, we got 500 people in here right now. Raising Cane. The
Well,
point of the matter
true.
is,
It is true. But the thing of the matter is that like when you have completes and you've got a hurt arm and neck and I had one that had to be changed every hour. Okay.
Yeah,
Complete bed change because it was a complete mess.
yeah,
Every hour. And then you've got a CNA not wanting to help
yes.
do their part. And then you go to your supervisor and they're like, oh well, don't do nothing. And
Yep,
then you're already got a hurt arm, and
yep.
then here you have been tugging, pulling, and doing all this all night long, running around,
Hmm.
and then they wonder why your whole arm is sore and twitching, you name it. The next day, well,
You
hell,
probably have a torn rotator cuff at that point.
huh?
Your rotator cuff was probably torn or something.
No, it's my neck. I have, well, it caused.
Well, that's
Well,
all. That's your spine then. So you had a fucking
I
spinal
still
injury.
believe though that there's something with my arm because
they did an MRI, but it wasn't a very clear MRI on my wrist. And sometimes if I move my hand, it'll shoot plumb up my arm like it's a bone pain. If you ever felt that a bone pain, and they wouldn't do an MRI on my whole arm, they just did it on my wrist and my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
It showed wear and tear on my shoulder, and then all of it was neck. But I think not only did my neck get hurt, but I do think there's something going on with my arm as well.
Well, I think that what you
How
need
that
to really,
goes.
you need to check to make sure you don't have osteoporosis. And, you're in your 40s going into
Well, I go to an
50s.
orthopedic.
You had children. It's probably and you also have thyroid. So you probably got a problem with osteoporosis.
Oh
And
yeah, 'cause
what
I don't have.
you're going to wind up with microscopic fractures in areas that are going to be impacted by lifting. And
Yeah.
people don't realize, we're lifting
When I fell,
patients that are
when I
twice
fell,
the size of us.
okay, so when I fell during a rapid response. They had
Well, and a
stretched.
fall is bad.
Well, see, they stretched the trash cart across the room and they plugged it in across the room. And when I ran in, all I seen was somebody turning blue. And they
Yeah.
hollered at me and said, "Go get some IV fluids." And so I ran to go get the IV fluids. When I did, I turned around and tripped over that crash cart and hit on all fours. And it
Yeah.
caused a whiplash on top of
Yeah.
an already degenerative disc in
Yeah.
my.
It was unexpected injury.
Yeah. I literally had to have someone help me get up.
Yeah,
I
I got
couldn't
to
walk.
tell you what happened to me. So I had a
Bad.
situation, Miss Daisy. I laugh about it now, but it's not. It's this is like sick nurses humor. So
Uh,
I'm in room 359, and I'm
yeah.
saying code blue. I can't hit the button on the side of the room because I'm
Yeah.
walking in and I'm seeing the patient is going into VTAC
Uh-huh.
into a systole. So I immediately jump on the bed. I start compressions. I'm
Yeah.
screaming, code blue. I need help. Well, I
Uh-huh.
was good. I didn't need respiratory because the patient was on the ventilator. And I
Right.
start compressions and I'm screaming, code blue.
Oh,
I
good.
can't get to the damn button to alert the rest of the
Yeah.
hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So my buddy next to me, Lisa, says,
Mm-hmm.
"Oh, what's going on in here, Debbie?" I said, "Lisa, get the code card, hit the code blue button."
Yep.
She goes and she goes running with the code blue card, and we had these huge columns. I don't know what these columns were for there. She
Mm-hmm.
goes running and bam, she hits the crash card into the column. And I'm watching her
Mm-hmm.
outside of the room while I'm doing compressions.
Uh-huh.
Bam, she hits her head. She falls back. She hit the column with the crash cart. She falls back.
Oh my
I shouldn't be
Lord.
laughing about this. So I'm screaming, code blue, code blue. I'm doing compressions. And Lisa's
Uh-huh.
down on the floor.
Yes.
Everybody comes running in. Somebody hits the code blue button. Thank
Yeah.
God, the guy on the ICU, the
Mhm.
the ICU fellow is there. He
Yeah.
comes running over. He sees what's going on to run the code. I'm doing the compressions. And
Uh-huh.
Lisa's on the floor, and my friend Cynthia is
Uh-huh.
pulling pulling Lisa away from the code cart so
Oh
they
my
can get the
Lord.
code cart in the room. And
Oh
I'm
no.
saying, Cynthia, what's wrong with Lisa? And Cynthia says, she's frigging out. She's frigging out, Debbie. She's pissed.
He passed out? Oh
She
my
hit her
God.
head in the damn column.
Oh no. So
I
you had
shouldn't be laughing about this.
to take care
The
of her
patient did
too.
great. The patient did great. The patient did not die. We saved the patient. But unfortunately, the nurse went down to the emergency room and she was diagnosed with a concussion, and
Oh
she
my
was out for
gosh.
3 days.
Oh my goodness, that's
I
scary.
said to her, yeah, her name was, I used to call her Cowan.
Uh,
That has nothing to do with her name, but I used to call her Cowan. I said, Cowan, what the hell is wrong with you? That's how you respond to a crisis? What the hell is wrong with you?
she freaked out, didn't she?
Smashed her head. She saw him on top of the patient's screen. I could not get to the button to hit go blue because I'm doing
Been
compressions.
there
I'm
before.
screaming, I need help. Help. She comes with the crash cart, smashes her head into the damn column of the wall, which is all concrete. Bam! She went down.
Yep.
You know, some, and I had to laugh about it, Miss Daisy. You know, there are some things we do that, you know, in the crisis is kind of funny,
Yeah.
but thank God the patient survived. And you know what that patient said?
What?
That patient eventually woke up and she had all kinds of dreads in her hair and these I don't know, they put these hair implants in the hair. So when we're doing compressions on the patient
Hmm.
and anesthesia is making sure we have a secure airway, and we kept the patient on the ventilator, and anesthesia was increasing ventilator respirations to the patient as we're doing compressions. The
Hmm.
patient later said she woke up. I took care of that patient. She woke up and she looked at me and she said, I remember you. And I said, you do? She said, yeah. You were screaming about some Cowan that smashed their head in the wall.
Oh my
And I bust up laughing. The
God.
patient actually, while she
That
needed
purpose is worth
resuscitation,
you.
remembered the name Cowan.
Wow.
I couldn't, and she said to me, that has nothing to do with my hair, you know. And I looked at the patient and I said, oh no, it had nothing to do with your hair. I said, Cowan is the nurse.
Oh.
Cowan has nothing to do with your hair, because she thought we were making fun of her hair.
Oh.
It was
Love.
weird. It was weird.
Abigail here said, my daddy was airlifted to Jackson, Tennessee. He had 2 stents put in and might come home in a few days. I'm supposed to be there, but decided to wait until Christmas. So thank God he is okay. He's 80 years old. Oh,
Yeah. So he's
Abigail.
got the stents in. He's doing good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I just want
Abigail,
you
good
calling
girl.
and crying for guilt of not being home. You're fine, Abigail. Honey,
No,
it's your fault, baby doll.
no. Now I'm going to tell you, a lot of people don't realize once you get these stents in after cardiac surgery,
Mm-hmm.
it gives you a gift of 20 years onto life.
Yeah.
Some people get pacemakers for their
Well,
AFib.
at least he
They
didn't
get
need.
20 years. Do
Yeah, at
you
least
know
he didn't need open
her?
heart too. You
That
know that was.
man is going to live.
Yeah.
He's going to live. He's going to live enough for her to come and visit. You know
Miss
something?
Daisy,
Him kind of guilt. Yes.
I think we ought to sing the song again.
Oh, we will, Andy. But
Okay,
I'm so glad for Abigail
let's
because
sing it
the
now.
scary
Okay.
thing, my daddy had he had a heart attack, and
Yeah, they
that's
put
what
his
was.
stent in.
We chose not
He's
to put
gonna
my
be
dad
fine.
through all that. They went to do a
I
stent,
had my
and his was
oldest friend
too
in the world
big,
of 50
and so
years
we
now.
decided to
It'll be
bring him
50
home
years in 2024.
for
We met
hospice.
in college
So
in
my
1974.
dad was a bleeder. He had
We
Parkinson's disease, so there was no way we were going to put him through an open heart surgery.
Why are you talking about this right now? I
Huh?
don't understand. What happened? I don't understand. We talked
Abigail,
about Abigail,
Are
and
you
now
not
what
reading the
happened?
chat, my
what
dog?
happened? What are you talking about, Sherry? What? I was
I
talking.
was
What?
talking about Abigail's father. A stent
Yeah,
being put
yeah.
in.
He's doing
A
good,
stent
and
is so
Well,
Abigail's
much
my
living
better
daddy
good
than
with
what
them.
they used to
my
have to
daddy
do.
couldn't have open heart surgery because he
Yeah.
had Parkinson's and he was a bleeder and he was just not in good shape. That's why we chose not to have
Yeah, it's
his.
really hard to take care of somebody that's on blood thinners.
Yeah. Well, uh, my daddy was supposed to have stents put in, but they went in and they couldn't do it because it was just too massive. The
Right.
length of the
If it involves
blockage
five,
is
if
too
it
much.
involves, if
The
it
pipes
involves
were too
five vessels
clogged.
or more, it's very
Yeah,
The pipes were
difficult
too
depending on
clogged.
the
It was
age.
just a matter of
yeah.
time.
My dad was
Mhm.
also aspirating from having Parkinson's. He was very weak, and I wasn't about
Oh.
to put him through an
I'm not
open
worried
heart
about dying,
surgery.
Miss
No,
Daisy.
Miss Daisy,
I'm
listening to
just
that,
worried about the way in which I will
sometimes you have
do it.
to ask, do we do
Mhm,
surgery or not?
I'm
Are
not
mhm.
we going
worried
to do
about the
palliative
afterlife.
care?
I'm just worried about, you know, how I will get there.
Hey, the Wilsons,
How
Dallas.
much will I suffer?
Thank you all. We will be
I
on
ask
blood
God
thinners
not to
for life.
let me
Yes,
suffer anymore.
probably have to be on blood thinners for life.
Yes,
But he's
yes.
80
The
and
old
just
standby
now
used to be
getting blood
heparin.
thinners. That's
Heparin used to be the old
it's
standby.
okay. My daddy, we prepared him before he passed away.
Yeah.
Evelyn wanted to send him to Vanderbilt and let him go through the surgery, but I was like, I don't think Dad would survive that. I don't think
Mhm.
he would come off the ventilator, and he did not want to be on a vent. That was so
No, 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 no. You don't want that.
yeah, and so
No.
if it was up to him, he would have never left the house.
That's the way I am, Miss Daisy. If I found out I had a terminal disease tomorrow, I
Hmm.
won't leave this house.
No, me neither.
They're going to come
Let
to
me die
me.
at home.
They're going to come to me,
Put
and I'm
me in
going
a
to
wood
die
box and let
right
me
here
die.
with
Back into the
hospice.
earth naturally.
You know how much of a hospice lover I am.
Yeah.
Oh
Uh,
dear.
did you ever work hospice, Dame? I worked it.
I
No,
have.
I worked extra
no.
care hospice, and what we did is a regular hospice nurse don't come in and stay. We came in and stayed the 12-hour shifts with the family.
You're a
So,
good
Yes.
hospice nurse. You're good because we don't get that here in New York State.
well, they stopped it after a while,
They
and it was such a
also,
blessing
the
to be.
nurses also prescribe all the medications and the morphine and anything that anybody
Well, the
needs for
regular hospice nurse does
even
that.
palliative
What
care
I did was come and help them
to help the
help
family know
help
what
them
to do.
out. Like they would go shopping and get a break, and you know, if they needed medical care, we would give it to them, and really
Yes.
bonded with the families. Like
Yes, that's what I
still
did.
friends to this day with families when you work that. Even when
Yeah.
the patient passes on,
I
you're still
worked in
friends
nursing
with them.
homes, hospitals, and in personal homes of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that is it takes a really different kind of person to do that kind of work.
Hey, Shauna. But I'm so glad
I
for your
got
daddy,
assigned to all the
Abigail.
ones that
So
didn't have
happy
any
for your
family.
daddy.
I did.
I always like said Daisy, a very good friend of mine just had a blood clot removed. The clot went from her knee to her butt cheek. It was
I have
19
my
inches long.
friend
They never heard of such a thing.
my
Yes,
friends
I've
went
seen that
from her
before too.
ankle
I've actually seen blood clots like that
to
removed
her
out of
lung,
the body.
from her ankle to her lung, and
The
she was
woman
in a
was on
coma.
dialysis, and
She
the
was in a
doctor went
coma
in
for I don't know
and used a balloon to
39
pull them
days,
out.
and then she came out of it.
Yeah.
Finally, she came out of it.
Dame, where'd you go?
Where'd you go, Dave?
Dame. I don't know where she went to. But
The
I've
dog,
seen
the
him
viewer,
removed like that before. The blood
Lady of
clots
Iron. Get back up here, Lady of
come
Iron.
back up.
You know, Dog the
Dame.
Viewer means
You may
Lady
have
of
lost
Iron
service.
in French. Lady of
Yes.
Iron. That means she's a Lady of Iron, and she's not kidding.
Come back up, Dame. But 19 inches, yeah, I could see that. Thank God none of that broke loose and went anywhere else because that would have been catastrophic if it would
Well,
have.
you don't know what's going on with your body until you feel something.
I've actually seen
Your
them
body
being
gives you
removed
signals.
before. I've seen
It
them like that.
does.
What they do is they take a wire, they go into that vein, and then they blow a balloon up and they pull all that out with a balloon.
Yep.
I've seen it done before.
That's
It's pretty,
angioplasty.
it gets rid of blood clots. Like
It's
that's a
angioplasty. Yeah.
miracle that
They
she didn't
blow up
have
the
to go
balloon
anywhere
and
else.
they widen the artery so the clot can pass.
Really,
I was supposed to
Abigail?
be a doctor.
Blood clots are dangerous. But
I was
not
supposed
only
to
are
be a
there
doctor.
blood clots, but you can get fat embolize, which is particles of fat from a broken leg, or if you have liposuction done, anything that deals with the
Miss
fat.
Daisy,
Even
that's why they put those.
C-section can do it.
Miss Daisy, that's why
Well,
they put.
amniotic
That's why
embolism,
they put those compression
where
stockings on you at
amniotic
the
fluid
hospital.
gets in the bloodstream and
Did you hear
causes
me?
emboli. Huh?
That's why they put the compression stockings on you at the
Just
hospital.
down.
So they squeeze your legs and let loose.
Yeah,
Squeeze your
to keep
legs and
it
let
from getting
loose.
blood clot
Squeeze your legs and let loose. The compression, that keeps your
stockings.
blood
Yeah,
circulating in your legs when you're down for a long
yeah.
time.
They put the stockings on and the machine, the
True. You
scud.
don't need to be down for 24 hours. You need to be getting up and going somewhere as long as you walk. Circulation is
Ooh.
healing, and
Yeah.
motion is
Yeah.
lotion.
She was sick her whole life though, and her foot was broken. I bet that
Truly.
was a fat emboli instead of a blood clot.
Yeah, an
Yes.
emboli is more than one blood clot.
No, it's just one. It could be just one
No,
blood clot.
embolus is one, and emboli is more than one.
I guess, Auntie Sherry.
I told you I was supposed to be a doctor, so hush.
There you go. Dang, what
No,
happened?
look it up. An emboli is
I
more than
lost
one blood clot.
connection.
An
The phone
embolus
went
is
dead.
one blood
Ooh.
clot. Come on, Dr.
Ooh.
Fuhrer, tell her, Lady of Iron. Tell her.
What causes a blood clot? It can be caused from post-surgical where the
Any
blood
kind of injury.
slows down. It could
Injury.
be from disease
There's
like
many things.
a
Cause blood
valve
clots.
problem. Anything can cause a blood clot.
Yeah, but so blood clots are actually
Dr. Fuhrer, Lady
they're-
of Iron.
yeah. So blood clots are of two origins. They can be caused by a clotting factor.
Yeah.
A clotting factor will create a blood clot into the
Yeah.
brain or the lung,
Your clotting
or
factors, your
you can
amount of
throw a
platelets you
fat
have.
blood clot that comes from
Platelets.
bone after break.
Yeah.
Platelets keep you from
And
bleeding to death.
an ambiotic one too.
Okay.
Well,
I
that's
know
your
as much as you
specialty.
two do,
Good
and I
girl.
don't
Oh,
need to be
Yay. Yay,
oriented.
Miss Daisy. That was good.
uh-huh. Well, the thing is that we can also get them from infections, DIC,
Yeah. It's called
and
septicemia.
And
Blood
one
clot.
more thing,
pressure in pregnancy
immobility.
can cause it. Like if your liver
Immobility
starts,
also will cause blood
hi-
clots.
uh,
True, Madame?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
um, my mind's went blank.
That's why they put compression stockings on you in the hospital where they
Yeah,
go squeeze.
absolutely. But they don't
It's
do
to
that
keep your
anymore. Now they
circulation
put
going.
these
I
boots
know.
on
I'm
you.
in the bed
But
all
yeah,
damn day. I'm in the bed all damn day, but I get up and I move around. I mean, I've got
I
stair
hope so,
lifts that go
Miss
upstairs,
Terry.
stair lifts that go
snake bites
downstairs.
can
But
cause
I get up and move
some
around.
snakes can
I don't
cause
sit here
DIC too.
all the time. I stand up as long as I can.
Yeah. You guys don't think I'm crazy, but sometimes you need to take a swig of apple cider vinegar a day, and
Yeah,
that'll keep the blood clots away.
apple cider vinegar is so good for everything.
Yes.
Yes. I
If you
don't
can
mind taking
stand it,
apple cider vinegar. A lot of people
I
can't
take
stand to
pure
turn that
honey every
stuff
day.
up.
But
They can't
You
stand to
take
turn
pure
that
honey,
apple
Miss
cider
Daisy?
vinegar and take
yeah,
a swig.
that's all I drink in my coffee is pure honey.
Well, that'll help you with your local what do you call it? Allergies.
Yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
That's
honey.
good.
Don't forget
Yeah.
honey. When it comes springtime and everything starts
You
blooming,
can
give your
request.
kids and yourself a big dose of honey, a big tablespoon of honey. I'm
Yeah,
telling you,
I won't drink sugar in my coffee. I put
I don't drink sugar.
honey.
I don't even touch sugar. Sugar's not my diet. Oh
I
yeah,
thought
it
about
is.
trivia
It
the
is.
other
I ate
day. I
half a
need to
pumpkin
use some of
pie
it.
last
I
night.
want to
So
try to
yeah, sugar's in my
make
diet.
it with
I ate
something.
half a pumpkin pie by myself.
I did good for Thanksgiving. I really didn't eat a lot of sweets for Thanksgiving. I bought a lot of sweets, but I didn't eat a lot of sweets.
Yeah, but you
Good for
bought them for
you.
other people. You weren't
Good for
going to
you.
buy it for you.
I
We
went
know
to
what you do,
Yoder's or
Daisy.
Amish Market and
We
bought
know about these shopping trips.
some
We
really
got
good
it
food.
figured out. It's not all for you.
I went and bought a pure butter from the Amish market, and we
I know
used it
Yodels.
for turkey. And
Yodels,
oh
right?
my God, it made
Damn, I
such a
got a
huge
good
difference.
memory.
I bet you that was
Yodels.
delicious. Butter is keto. You can eat as
Yeah,
much butter as you want.
I love butter.
You
I
know what? My
love
Yeah,
butter.
grandfather
it's
lived to
good.
94, and I'm gonna tell you something, Madame. I only knew one person that churned their own butter and put it in butter molds, and I would go buy them from her and take them to my grandfather, and he
Oh
he
Lord, Miss
smoked a
Lady, I'm
pipe
glad
all
you
of his
found
life.
one.
Yes, he inhaled. That's how I learned to smoke, lighting this pipe. But anyway, he lived to be 94 years old, and he only wanted fresh cream butter. He said he wouldn't get any of that crap from the grocery store. He wanted fresh cream butter. Do you think it killed him? No.
Well, you can buy them at the Amish store, big old things of
I
them.
know
Oh
that.
God, they're so
You can
good. They
buy
almost
as
taste like
big as
a
you can
cream
buy
cheese
them in a
butter.
wheel. They're called a wheel if you want to get a big old slab of butter about
Well,
that big
Daisy's
around.
udders is dried up now, so I
Or
can't get
Swiss
any.
cheese. It's about
So
Swiss
next year
cheese.
she'll
It's
be.
about that big
I'm
around.
definitely getting a
Lasts
machine to
about
milk
six
her with
months.
next year. There's a lady on YouTube who makes
I've
butter
never been to Yodel. I'm
and
up
she
back in
adds spices
Ohio.
to them. I'm like, yuck. I like compound butter with like herbs in it to put on like biscuits and stuff. If you get the Red Lobster biscuits,
Yeah,
they have
it's
the
beautiful.
butter.
That tastes good. Yeah.
Oh, it's so
You put
good.
rosemary in there and the
And
Italian herb.
I
Yeah.
grow my
I
own.
love rosemary
So
chicken.
I grow rosemary, sage, chives, basil, and
Mm,
Rosemary and
yummy.
thyme.
cilantro last year or this year, this summer.
So for a vegetarian, I eat tofu and I'll
Mhm.
season it like you and Auntie Sherry say. You put the rosemary on there and you just season it in there and then I broil it. And you
Mm,
would never know that the
You
tofu
saute
was
the
not
chicken.
meat.
You throw a
I
couple of
don't eat
sprigs of
chicken.
rosemary in there.
okay.
You make a roux, if you know
Well,
what
I
a
mean,
roux
if
is.
as long as it tastes like it, that's all that
ROUX. A
matters.
roux is a flour and wheat
I
milk.
love
It's like
potatoes,
a
but I
gravy.
found a good
Okay.
substitute for potatoes with broccoli. I
They call it
love
a roux in French.
broccoli.
I don't know
So
Broccoli's
you
French.
know
so
what
good.
they say about potatoes? So you can make mashed potatoes. So
Uh-huh.
I love mashed potatoes
take
with
your
peas in them.
potatoes and you mash them
Yeah.
and
I
you
love
put
mashed
them in the
potatoes
freezer.
with English peas in
When
them.
you
I like to
freeze
mix them
them,
all up and eat them.
they
Uh-huh.
break down the glucose molecules and change it so that
Wow.
when you pull it out of the freezer and
Uh-huh.
defrost it, it doesn't have the same deleterious effect.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I wonder
And
if it tastes the
also, if
same.
you microwave so they say if you
Mhm.
freeze or microwave potatoes, you will not get the same glycemic content from potatoes.
Wow.
And that's the same thing
No,
with bread.
you're
If
not
you
supposed
buy
to freeze
bread and
potatoes
bagels,
anyway.
put
Who
them
came
in the
up with that
freezer,
idea about
freeze
freezing
them,
potatoes?
and it breaks down their
Really?
glycemic content.
Well, now they make good keto bread. They make
We're not
almond
talking
keto
about
bread, so it's
caloric
really good, and it only has one
countdown
carb
here.
per
We're talking
slice.
about real food. And you know
And
what?
I
Mashed
like the
potatoes.
almond keto bread
Eat
better
mashed
than I do
potatoes.
regular bread. Kind of like Diet Coke versus Coke.
Just take
I could not
Jardiance.
drink a whole Coke; it's too sweet. But
Take
because I'm so used to
Jardiance.
Diet Coke,
I asked my doctor, I said, since
I know
I've
it's
been
not good
taking
for you though.
Jardiance, my pee has foam in it. He said, Sherry, that's
I
normal.
love mashed potatoes though. I
That's all the
love
fat coming
potatoes.
out of your
That's my
urine. I
weakness is
said, fat
potatoes and
coming out of
spaghetti
my
noodles.
urine? He said,
Miss
yes, it
Daisy,
does
I don't want to seem rude with
come out of
Annie
your
Sherry
urine.
talking back
That's
there,
why you
but
have foam.
it's hard for me
They're
not to
like,
refrain to talk when I hear her talk all the time. I just want to make sure I'm not over talking her.
Oh,
That's why she hates me.
well, she don't hate
Who
you.
hates you?
Sherry has a hard time hearing.
I can't hear shit, honey.
She does have a hard time hearing, so
I can't hear
most of the
shit.
time she
I've
can't
had
hear.
5 pairs of hearing aids at
Love
the
her
tune
Lord.
of $25,000. I'd rather read lips. But you know what? When people are avatars like you guys, I can't read you. I get up here on my own so people can read my lips if they can't understand.
I know, Auntie Sherry.
Really? I cannot read avatars. I have not learned that trick yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much
Just
do
like
you
I can't
drink
see
of
around
apple
corners yet.
cider
But
vinegar?
I'm working on seeing around corners.
Hey, Willie Works. Willie Wonks, I mean, good night,
Dom,
everyone. God bless.
Madame, I do
Not
not
Willie
hate
Wonks.
you. Don't even say that. That is not true. I
What?
love you.
What,
I
Auntie?
love you. I just want you to hush every once in a while so Daisy can talk.
Who?
Madame.
Dame's good. She's not bad at all. We have a good conversation, Auntie Sherry.
I noticed.
Because
Aw.
we're two fellow nurses and we like to talk
I
about it.
know. You guys have a lot in common.
Just like you would with a teacher or a fellow teacher. I know you and Scouts Boo talks a lot because you're both teachers.
Teachers talk a lot.
I mean, that's just something you do when you've got a
You do it all
profession.
day long.
Yeah, and I'm
And
sure.
I answer 50 million questions.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Who else
I'll
is a
tell you,
teacher?
Madame.
Marita.
Keep
Marita's a
a good
teacher
sense of
too.
humor, and please don't blame me because you know what?
Huh?
You know what? I just asked the chat. I said I think I talk more than she does, or she talk more than me, or whatever. But
Who?
me,
Oh. But yeah, Miss Daisy, how much are we supposed to drink of apple
don't pay
cider?
attention to me, Madame.
Dame, do you
I'm
have?
cuckoo for
I think it's
cocoa
like a
puffs.
tablespoon or something.
That's
Ain't
what
it, Dame?
somebody said about me
Of apple cider vinegar.
on
You're
a
supposed to
comment.
use?
Well,
I'm cuckoo for
you
cocoa.
can't overdrink apple cider vinegar. It's kind of hard to do it.
Yeah, you
Mhm.
can't do it.
But they recommend daily on take a shot of apple cider vinegar. It does work. Apple cider vinegar not only helps you from blood clots and that type of stuff if you daily
It
take it.
cleanses your liver
It
too.
also assists you in collagen production because it provides a vitamin C.
It
Um,
cleanses your liver.
and it does. It's
Marita.
true. Anti-sherry. It cleanses your liver. And if you use, and I'll tell you this, if you put apple cider
Oh,
vinegar
Marita, I'll
in
bring you a
any vinegar
potato.
in your
Let me get my
bath
private
and you
helicopter.
soak
I'll
in
be
it,
right there, baby.
everybody
I'll be
doesn't
right there in
realize our
Pennsylvania.
integrity,
I remember where
our
everybody's from and
skin
what they do.
organ also needs cleansing. Our skin is our first barrier to any defense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to
What's the
also,
largest
if you
organ in the
soak
body?
in vinegar or apple vinegar,
Hey,
Uh-huh.
you
hey,
need
hey,
to do
hey.
that in hot water. It
I got a
really
question.
detoxifies everything.
I
It's
got
Well,
a
I
very
soak
question.
my
good
feet
for
in
you
apple
I
cider.
got a
to do that
question
once a
for two
week.
nurses, please. Please.
I do soak my
Please.
feet in it to
Please
keep
pay
it from
attention.
getting
I
like a
have
fungus
a
or
question.
something.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what
Would you
happens is
please?
the
Okay,
older
Madame.
people, like my
Madame.
mother, she's
Yeah.
got
Madame,
all
please
of
let
this
me ask this
freaking
question. I want to see if you guys can get it.
skin going around her legs, and it's getting like where you can peel it off. It's
Oh no.
disgusting.
Wow.
And
Okay.
if you just do your vinegar regularly on your feet, take care of your feet and your lower legs,
No, put Vicks
and
on your feet with a
soak
pair
in
of
that
socks
in
you
the
don't care
vinegar
about.
in the bathtub, and just be, use that as part of your detox plan. You will take care of your physical body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madame, may
Yes,
I
ma'am.
ask a question to the nurses?
Yes, Sherry.
Thank you. I appreciate this. Ask this question. Can you both
Sure.
name together, collectively, can you name 10 body parts that only start with 3 letters? And ass does not count. Start.
Do what, Auntie Sherry?
What, Auntie Sherry, what was the last part? So 10 body parts and
Can
what?
you name 10 body parts that only have 3 letters, and ass does not count?
All right, 3 letters that don't count. Arm. How's that?
Arm?
Arm.
Arm, yes.
Thank you.
An ear.
Pardon me?
Ear.
Ear?
That was
Mhm.
good. That was
Good.
good, Miss
Okay.
Daisy.
Lips. Eyes.
Yes, that's 3.
Or
Come on,
eye.
Mercies. What'd you say?
I said eye, lip,
Yes, that's 4.
Miss
ear.
Daisy just hammered this. She nailed that question.
Come on, my
I've
5th
been
graders
asked
did
this before
this.
by Auntie Sherry.
What?
I've been asked this before by you.
I know. Then you should remember it. That's 4. Come on. 3-letter words. You already said arm, ear, eye. Come on. Y'all
Lip.
can do this. I know you can. You're nurses. I'll give you a hint. Start from the top and go to the bottom, or
Skin.
go from the bottom and start to the top.
Skin.
There's your hint.
Uh.
Toe.
Toe.
Oh yeah.
That's 5.
Auntie Sherry, what are you doing?
Come on. Come on. Y'all are nurses. Come on. Let's get with it here.
I'm trying to think.
I know. I would give my kids something like this every day to do when they came in the classroom before class actually started. And this is one of
Rib.
the questions.
Rib.
You'd be surprised.
Rib.
What'd you say?
Rib.
Rib. Excellent. Rib.
Leg.
6. Pardon me?
Leg.
7.
Hip.
8. Come on, madame.
I'm
Well,
thinking.
I'm just in the chat.
You're thinking.
Let me see. Let me go up.
We only have 3 more.
Mm.
Come on, ladies.
I'm thinking because I think that Daisy named them all.
No, she didn't. She
Toe. She got the
70% of them.
We got more.
So
Hang
far,
on.
she's got a C.
Oh my God.
I have a C too.
How many more do we have to figure out?
3 more.
3 more?
Yeah.
Yes.
3 letters.
Well, you stumped us, I guess.
Come on, guys. I said lips.
I know you said lip.
Hip. Did you already get the hip?
Yeah, I got the hip.
Vag.
Got the rib.
That's
Got
what I
the
said,
arm.
vag.
Got the leg. Okay. Go to the top. Go to the top of the head.
Brow, but that's 4.
That's 4 letters.
Yeah.
Come on.
I don't know. I'm trying to.
You said I, right? You said I.
Yeah, and somebody said ASS.
Okay, I think there's just 2 more now.
All right, give us a hint.
I said go to the head.
Go to the head. We haven't hit the head yet.
Can't be the brain because brain is
5 letters. Okay.
Ears? Did you say ear?
Yeah.
Yeah, we said ear. There's only 2 more. We're 80%. We're at a B right now.
He
She's
said
a real teacher.
Come on.
ears,
Well,
lips, ribs, arms, legs, toes, hip, and
we
jaw.
already got all that, Daisy.
Jaw.
We
We
only need two
didn't say
more.
jaw.
What?
Jaw.
Ah,
Jaw.
you win.
Yay! 90%. You're in the A category. One more.
One
One
more.
more.
In
What?
the head? One more in the head?
Jaw.
One more in the head.
Hmm.
But don't tell the man that.
Hmm. Gum.
You got it. Yay!
Yay!
She got gum. Woo!
We
Woo!
got
Woo!
we got ear, leg,
You
eye,
made A
nose,
plus.
lip, arm, jaw, and gut.
Absolutely wonderful.
And butt.
Yeah, Rhonda. You know, I used to do this stuff for my
That's a
kids. I
question.
say,
It's
do it in the
okay. You had
morning,
a rough
and
night,
they
Miguel.
would come in. Some would come in at different times off the bus before actually class
Well,
started. So
that's
I
hard.
always had something for them to do. Once they hung up their book
I
bags
would
and
never
say
got
good
that.
morning,
I
I
still
always
didn't
had something on the board. It was extra credit, and then if they got the
do it.
extra credit right, I let them choose 100 in any subject. You get 100 in any subject. You get it in health or science or whatever. I don't care. You did the extra work and you figured it out, so you
Give us
get the
another
credit for
question,
figuring
Auntie
it out.
Mary.
Pardon me?
Give us another question.
Really?
Yeah. You got another
Are you
question?
kidding me?
No, give us another one.
Ha ha, Miss
Auntie
Daisy.
Sherry's the queen of trivia.
Now, Auntie Sherry is the best educator in town.
I'm
I
not the
love
queen of trivia.
it.
Ooh, I got 1,000 likes. That's good. Yeehaw.
This is
Yay!
for the nurses.
1,000K likes. Ding, 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 ding.
That's an antique hotel bell. It is. So help me God, if you saw it, you'd laugh.
We do like a challenge, Lisa.
Oh, I love a challenge. I love taking tests. When I'm bored, I'll go online and take some sort of test. I took the CNA test and passed it with like 100. Then I started taking some. I'll just take tests because I like to take tests.
Yeah.
Why do I like to take tests? Because I like to see the results. Why do I like to grow plants? Because I like to see the fruit they bear. I mean, that's just who I am. I'm a weirdo from
Right.
the word go.
Have you come up with another question
What's
yet?
the largest bone in the human body?
What'd you say?
Largest bone in the
What's the
human body.
largest bone in the human body?
Spine?
Pardon me?
The spine?
The spine? No. I'm sorry.
The fibula?
No, I'm sorry.
Thigh bone?
No, I'm sorry. The femur? Your thigh
Marita
bone?
got it.
Your
You
femur?
can tell that you two are teachers.
Okay, now, what
We're
is the
nurses.
largest
We can
organ in the body?
Huh?
Nurses, what is the largest organ in the body?
The skin.
Yeah,
Pardon me?
the skin.
The skin.
Who said the skin?
Dime.
Daisy.
But
Dime.
Tom,
Dime
you got
said
it
it.
right.
I was going to say the liver.
Yeah, the skin is the largest organ of the
It
body.
is.
And
Ding,
next
ding,
is
ding.
liver, I believe.
I was going to say that's what I was going to say.
The heaviest, as far as we say heavy, large, whatever. You know, if you're heavy, you're large. If you're large, you're heavy. So what the hell's the matter?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to give you a geography question.
I love geography.
How many provinces are there in Canada?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, I don't know.
That's a good question. You're talking to us, U.S. state people. How many provinces are there in
Well, hell, I
Canada?
live here too, but I know this.
5.
That's a good guess.
25.
Yeah, Marita, it is a fever. You are 100% right. We just misspelled it. It's you are.
Huh?
How many?
I
How
like
many?
you, Marita. You're outspoken, just like
I
I
love
am.
Marita. How
What
many?
little baby
Get to
said
it.
I know it's either black or white with her, and that's the way I am too. It's either black
7?
or white. You don't have
Damn
to
it.
guess.
How many people are in Providence of Canada? How many?
Nancy?
What's the answer?
7.
Ooh, what?
Seven?
There are 7
Marita.
provinces in Canada.
Really? I didn't even know that.
Okay. I'll give you a different question for a different category. We'll say history. Okay.
Sure.
Who was assassinated on November 22nd, 1963?
JFK?
Correct.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Who was elected president in 1860?
Oh, that's really good. Now I'm going to have to go back.
Was it Abraham Lincoln?
No, 1860. Yes!
Yay!
Ah,
Abraham
yay!
Lincoln and
Was it
Kennedy
Lincoln
have
for
so many
sure?
things in common.
Yeehaw,
Kennedy had a
yeehaw,
secretary.
underlay.
Listen, Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln. Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy. Both were shot in the presence of their wives. One was shot in a theater and ran into a warehouse. One was shot from a warehouse and ran into a theater to hide. Both of their names have the same amount of letters. I can go on and on and on with all these similarities.
Oh,
Seriously.
we need
Yeah.
Marita here.
Come on, Marita. Get
Come
your
on,
ass
Marita,
up
come
here.
on up. Marita,
Come on.
come
Get
on
your
up.
ass up
Go,
here.
Marita, man.
It'd be like boom, 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 boom.
Look, Daisy, I only have the advantage because I'm older. That's the reason I have the advantage.
Well, I have short-term memory loss, so I can't remember what I said 10 minutes ago. So if I repeat myself,
Yeah, we know that, but we accept it.
there she is, Marita.
I'm so happy to be back with my family. I don't know what to do. Hey,
Ah,
Marita.
there's
Hey,
Marita.
Hey,
Marita's
Marita's
Marita.
sick.
there.
I'm glad you were
Marita.
never a nun. You know why?
How do I hide myself?
I don't like nuns.
I
I
love
don't like nuns
Marita.
because I don't like their habits.
I don't like nuns because they beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Aw.
They'll beat your heads all to pieces with a ruler.
Aw, well, that's not good.
I love Marita. I'm so glad she's
Marita,
here.
you feeling okay?
I'm sick since middle of last
Your hair
night.
looks nice.
Aw.
Oh, it's a mess, but thank you.
You ain't got the C word. It starts out with a head.
No, it's I was nauseous. And I always get a headache in my eye.
Well, please don't throw up online.
No, I'm not going to.
Please. I don't
Feel
think you
better.
should
I
do that.
slept all day
Aw.
and all night actually too, till like 9:30.
I'm sorry.
Just have
I'm
a bad
sorry.
Poor
headache.
baby.
I would
But
be
no,
if
I don't
was
have
home if I
COVID.
hadn't taken a big
Oh,
nap.
good.
But I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving.
We did. We
Yeah.
did. I hope you did too.
I had a
Marita,
beautiful
my
one.
stomach has been so
Iron Lady.
upset. Marita, my
Really,
I
stomach
don't
has
know
been
Dean? You
what
too?
numb the Fuhrer
upset for
means.
3 days. I don't know what the hell is wrong with me, but I'm shitting my brains out.
I
I
was I was fine till I ate a banana around 1 o'clock last night,
Oh,
and then it just
What's the
I
matter
was
with you
nauseous
people?
since then.
What's the
Yeah,
matter
me
with you
too.
people anyway?
Well, we're
What's
up
that,
north.
Sherry?
Northeast. We're at
You're
northeast
East
people.
Coasters. We're messed up to begin with. Yes, I knew I spelled femur wrong as soon as I hit the E, and
Look.
that's you.
Wait a minute, Marita. Wait a minute. I've got to comb my hair.
I got product in my hair and it won't even stay up anymore. It was up today.
Yeah, don't you wish you?
Do you know what I've been doing?
In the 70s.
I've been
But
putting the old
Everybody had
rollers
long,
in.
straight hair, and they were so beautiful. And I had this shit up here on my head.
I had long straight hair in high school and
Yeah,
actually into the 90s.
But I did not.
Except for that,
I never got to have
that period of the 80s where perms were in. I don't even know why.
I used to
I've
have.
never had a perm, and I don't think I need one.
I've never
No.
had a perm. No perms. I ordered those big rollers, so I've been putting I used to watch my mother she was in the 60s, and I'd watch my mother put in these big rollers in her hair, and I thought how ridiculous she looked. So
You
I
need to move closer to your
I
mic,
just
honey.
ordered
I can't
those
hear
rollers.
you.
Not
Not
putting
enough here.
my
I can't
head.
hear you, Iron Lady.
Huh?
Would you get closer to your mic, please?
Who?
You. It's always the person that's next turn to play
Let me
cards
turn
or
her up a
something.
little bit. Maybe
Whose
that.
turn is it? Well,
There you
Yeah,
go.
give me the trivia question. Come on.
you need a trivia question.
Trivia.
Yeah.
Another trivia.
Okay,
Come on, Annie Sherry.
What is the capital of Norway?
Oslo.
Wow.
Can I do double jeopardy on that one?
Yay!
Next question is for $500.
That's good. That's good. She killed that one.
She got it. I knew she would blow us away up here.
Yeah, she's like hot shit. She's good.
She's good. Yeah.
What's the capital of Kansas?
Of what?
Kansas.
Kansas City is Missouri. Kansas. Give me the first letter. Remember, I have a really bad headache.
Yeah, you're giving me one. That's a question.
Start with an O.
No, it's
Wichita.
Wichita.
That's because Debbie gave it to me in the chat.
I was trying to say, yeah. I'm not.
Okay.
Okay. It's Topeka.
A lot of people are saying Topeka.
Topeka, Kansas.
Is it Wichita or Topeka?
It's Topeka.
Okay.
Topeka.
So.
And I did that
what?
without any
What are we supposed
Googling
to
or
pick
anything.
Okay, so it wasn't Wichita. Okay.
What are you supposed to pick at?
Next question, Auntie Sherry.
Oh, okay. Okay, next question. If you have curly hair like mine, what are your hair follicles as a geometric?
Circle. What? Cylinder. Circle.
No.
Kinky.
That's what I was saying. I happen to know differently now.
What? What did she say?
I don't know. I don't have a fro.
They're square.
Really?
My hair follicles are square.
I don't know what yours are.
What's the question, Auntie Sherry? What is your Auntie Sherry?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the question?
It was.
We already went through the question.
White Widow Baby said rectangle.
Sorry.
Rectangle.
I'm sorry.
I would have gone with cylinder.
I have no idea.
A curl is a circle.
It's called Frisbee gun.
You remember that stuff?
Somebody get Aunt Sherry off here. He's off here.
I have a question. What's in Auntie Sherry's pipe?
Oh, God. Need a Tylenol.
Hey,
Yeah, I need a Tylenol.
What was Dorothy's name in The Wizard of Oz? Her last name.
Dorothy's last name was Dorothy Gale.
You got it.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding.
Wow.
I would.
Wow.
1939. She was 14.
Wow.
And let me ask
Let's
you
go
another
boom,
question.
boom, drop,
In
bomb, boom.
1939, Wizard of Oz competed with which? With
Gone
which
with the
movie
Wind.
that produced?
Gone with the Wind.
You weren't heard
My
of it.
favorite movie.
Yeah, I loved Gone with the Wind. I read that book. That made me cry.
She is Abigail.
Gone with the Wind. I read that.
Who sang this? The hills are alive with the sound of music.
I hate that movie, but I'm going to say.
What's her name?
What's
Sound
her
of
name?
Music.
Who?
My God, she's
Sound
standing
of
right in front
Music.
of me. Oh shit! She's Mary Poppins. She's Mary freaking Poppins. Why can't I
Really?
think her name?
Nobody knows.
Julia Andrews.
Julie Andrews. Yes.
Julie
Debbie Nelson
Andrews.
about that one.
Julie Andrews.
I
Y'all
hate that
cheating.
movie
I think you're
so
looking at the
much.
You're
My
looking
mom
at the
used to make
chat,
me
and I
watch
can't.
it, but I liked it,
You're
but
cheating.
not after 1,000 trillion.
Exactly. I liked it when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
Meter readers.
after the millionth time that you've had to watch it.
Georg von Trapp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which wine should you serve with beef? If you want
What
to
did
be
you say?
etiquette correct.
What? I didn't get the
Oh,
question.
I missed it on that one.
Which wine should you serve with beef if you want
I
to
don't
be
drink
etiquette
alcohol. I have no clue.
correct?
Repeat that, Annie Sherry. I couldn't hear that.
I would think red, but I don't drink alcohol at all.
Well, I drank white wine when I ate a steak one time.
I think red
Well-
goes with beef.
Oh,
I
does it?
think this one goes to Madame because it's red wine.
Red, red.
We all go. Oh, I like that song though.
Red wine.
There we
You
go.
be 40.
I love that
A
song.
big
My friend
steak
died.
sounds
That was
real
her
good
favorite.
right
That was her favorite song.
Oh, my
She didn't
God.
even drink wine. She just loved the song. You want me
Next
to
question,
continue?
Nancy Sherry.
Come on, next question, Sherry.
Okay. Next question. I've done geography. I've done history. I
You
haven't
can
done
never do
literature.
enough geography.
I
or
haven't done
history.
literature yet.
Oh, yeah, literature. Okay.
Yeah, you haven't done any geography or history. Please.
Yeah, there you go, Nancy Sherry.
Give us a little lit.
Okay. Who was beheaded at the Arc de Triomphe?
What?
Some damn Frenchman. Probably Napoleon.
No. Queen Antoinette.
Antoinette, a queen. Let them
Marie
eat cake.
Antoinette.
Let them eat cake.
Antoinette.
Marie
Yeah.
Antoinette. Yes.
Yeah, let them eat cake.
Okay.
I'll take cake.
If my stomach can handle it, I have 2 pies sitting here.
I'll help you. I'll help you.
Come on over. I got pumpkin
I'll
and
take science and
some
nature.
kind of custard.
Science and nature.
I'll take the pumpkin.
Okay. I like science and nature. What is the chemical that makes our leaves green?
What did you say? What is the chemical
What
that
is
makes
the chemical that makes our leaves green?
what
Otherwise,
kind
they
of
would look.
what kind of leaves green?
Trees. It's from oxygen.
Chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll. Yep.
Chlorophyll.
Chlorophyll. Right on, baby.
What was Elvis's first hit record?
What's 12? What's 12 times 12?
144.
I'll give you a hint.
144.
It's a grace. It's a gross. I'm sorry. It's a gross. I should have asked that question. What's a gross? Yes, you got it. 144.
Always know
You're the
your
math
times
queen.
tables.
I'm still over here trying to get it configured out.
Always know your times tables. You'll never need calculus, but you'll need your times
Who
tables.
developed the law of inertia?
What? Repeat that.
I
Who
don't even know
developed
what
the law
inertia
of
is.
inertia?
Who developed the law of inertia?
Yeah.
Newton.
Isaac Newton.
I love
Correct.
it when she rings that bell. I don't know why.
I just like to ring the bell.
I wish she had the money coming in
I'm
when
asking
she hit
these
it.
Yeah.
questions because I just like to bang the bell.
That's friggin' funny.
Yeah. How many adult teeth do we have?
34?
36. 38.
34.
I have no idea.
32.
Well, it has to be even.
32.
32.
32. See him?
Well, I was counting my wisdom
28.
teeth. I was counting my wisdom teeth.
28.
Oh, yeah. You cheater beater.
I got all mine out.
Yeah,
So.
you just like Rab. He's a cheater beater, too. You can't even eat a banana with somebody in a race anymore without somebody cheating. It's awful. Just awful.
What's the oldest freeway in the United States? Route 66?
Name me one fruit that is high in potassium.
Bananas.
Correct. Or oranges.
They usually give me bananas when my potassium's low.
Okay.
So.
Well.
Or make me
Damn,
eat them.
my hands.
32 teeth. 32. 32 teeth.
We already covered that one. We're on to another.
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry.
We're way.
Keep up, James. Keep up.
I didn't get my ding.
We're way above
I
that
didn't
now,
get.
my dog.
I didn't get my ding like this.
Dang, the nuns wouldn't put up with this nonsense.
I know. I'm not part of them.
What?
Oh, shit. I hate to admit I am.
Marina, thank God I'd have a bunk like you because you take care of me.
I was quiet back then.
I don't know. I think you take care of a unruly dame.
I would do that.
Spelled narcissistic. Spelled narcissistic.
DONALDTRUMP.
Narcissistic?
You didn't get what I said.
I heard it. It was all wrong.
What did you say?
Donald Trump.
Oh.
LPND4.
That's not nice. Not nice.
I'm calling a spade a spade.
NARCISSISTIC.
I can't spell.
You got
I'm
it.
the worst speller.
Who said that?
Yay!
Who said that?
That widow lady said that.
Y'all cheater beaters. You're looking at the chat. I'm not able to look at the chat. I don't even have anything to read. Everything's coming up from this encyclopedia up here.
You're doing good, Miss Sherry. Andy Sherry. You're doing good, kid.
I'm a horrible
Thank you.
speller.
I know I don't have Alzheimer's. That's for damn sure. I mean, I tell you what.
You're a lot smarter than the generation that you gave birth to.
How many bullets was Barney Fife allowed to have in his pocket?
1.
Wow. Wow.
You guys are too young for Barney Fife.
Yeah, they don't know.
No, I'm not.
I know Daisy definitely is.
They don't know who the
I
hell
watched
he
Candy
is
Griffey.
anyway.
Yeah, but we watched it when it was the original.
Yeah,
My dad loved that show.
I still like Andy.
Which
Yeah, you're
emperor?
watching the reruns. I'm,
Which emperor accepted Christianity first?
excuse me?
Roman.
Which emperor accepted Christianity first and carried it forward?
Was somebody the fourth, and
Caesar.
no, I'm talking about the first. I'm talking about a pope. Shit.
I didn't say a pope. I said which emperor.
Emperor.
I said Caesar.
Sorry, Lola.
Give
I'm
to
gonna
Caesar
cross my
what is
fingers.
Caesar's. Give to God what is God's. No, I don't think Caesar was Caesar Augustus. Maybe.
Well,
Constantine?
that's I haven't heard the name yet, so I'm still listening.
What about Constantine?
Oh,
Daisy's cheating.
Constantine.
I see it.
Y'all
High
shut your
five, Daisy.
ears. Y'all read the chat.
High
I
five
can't.
for that,
That's not
Daisy.
fair.
Well,
I won't say it's not
Constantine
fair.
was Greek.
It is the Fair Use Act for entertainment and educational purposes.
He was Greek. I know that.
We're using it for educational purposes. Who's a famous wildlife artist that painted mostly birds?
Somebody really boring.
No, he killed the
I
birds.
only know Vincent Van
He
Gogh.
killed the birds and he pinned them on a piece of cardboard or something, and then he painted them.
I don't know.
And he's well known.
Bob Ross?
Bob Ross!
Who?
It is.
What'd you say? It's Bob Long.
Bob Ross?
Bob Ross.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Bob Ross from PBS.
Okay. I believe what you tell me. Okay. Anybody
Give us
know?
some initials.
JJA.
My head hurts. What?
JJA is his initials.
Oh, be an Audubon, right?
James John Audubon.
Yeah. The Audubon Society.
Yeah, I know. I have two of his pictures in my bedroom. Prints. They're from
Nice.
1940, but they're still prints. And I have the heron and I have the mockingbird in my room.
I know we have an Audubon Society here in Philly.
Yeah.
That we
Audubon's
can
great.
paint our pigeons.
I know, but I hated he had to kill the birds and pin them on something to paint them.
No.
I do wildlife sketches, but all I have to do is have a black and white photograph of just seeing my
Well, they
mind.
didn't have photographs, maybe. So he had to do that.
I guess you're right. I never thought of it that way. I thought it was cruel until you told me that.
Yeah. Sarcasm at its best there.
I'm a sarcastic bee. Have you not heard? It's all over you.
I know what you are.
Look.
My head hurts.
Look.
Give us some music.
I'm not even a creator. I get attacked all the time.
Come on, give us some music questions. They're easy.
Music question. Okay, I'll give you a music question. Who sang My Way?
Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra.
That's my song.
That was my father had a bigger
That's my
picture of
song.
him over our fireplace than he had of any of his 8 kids.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
I'll do it my way. Love that song. Very good answer. Thank you.
I like his old stuff that I grew
I
up.
did too, even though he wasn't the mafia.
Eh.
You know,
And
I
then
never
all
liked that
Las
man's
Vegas
voice.
stuff, Las Vegas. I've
Really?
been there 3 times.
He had a
No,
beautiful
I
voice.
didn't care for him.
Never
I
going
thought
back
he
to Las
sucked.
Vegas.
I
See
didn't
him
like
beach
Frank
when it was still
Sinatra.
late.
Well, sounds like him.
I was more of a Bing Crosby person, but I grew up on Frank Sinatra. I had no choice.
Yeah, his
That
daughter,
was my dad.
though,
That was my dad's dude.
Nancy Sinatra came out with a nice album, though. Nancy, his daughter, did come out with it.
She still sings.
These
Nancy?
boots are made for
Yeah,
walking. And that's
Did
just
that song
what
with him,
they'll
Something
do.
Stupid.
One of these days, these
That's
boots
the
are
only award he
gonna
ever
walk
won. That's the only
all
Grammy he
over
ever
you.
won, was for Something Stupid with her,
I'm not
which I
stupid.
found to be a weird song to sing with your daughter, but what do I know?
I just remember these boots are made for walking.
Yeah, these boots are
Yeah, that
made
was like
for walking,
1968.
and I'm gonna
That's
walk
just what they'll
all
do.
day.
One of these days, these boots are
They're
gonna
gonna
walk
Who wrote
walk
all
My
all
over
Way?
you.
day.
Gee, I don't remember.
Okay,
Was it
what category?
Jimmy
Give me a category. I'll give you a question.
Geography?
Okay. What is the capital of Turkey?
It's got a really weird name. It's hard to pronounce. I don't. Oh God.
Istanbul.
That was Constantinople.
Ankara.
See, I told you it was hard.
It's Ankara.
Istanbul was in Constantinople.
Ankara, yes.
Yeah.
Ankara, yes.
I'm hungry. So am I,
You're
white
hungry.
little baby.
Okay. What would Marina like to eat?
What?
Philly
That's your
cheesesteak.
next question.
What was I?
Say
What?
that again.
What would Marina like to eat?
What?
She said she was hungry.
Who are you
What would I
talking
like
about?
at this late at night? Jello.
I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Honey, save the Jello for later. Okay.
I like. Well,
You
Who
hear me?
are you talking
Save the
about?
there's
Jell-O
nobody
for
here
later.
with me right now to save it.
Well,
Who's
you save the
Burrito?
Jello for later when you can't eat
Marita.
anything
I'm
else.
Marita.
No, who's Burrito? Who is she talking about?
Me. She said Marita. I
No,
don't
she
eat
said
burritos. I
burrito.
don't eat Mexican
She
food.
said something
Marita
burrito.
means Little Mary.
That's right. It means Little Mary.
I just eat a chocolate
See,
cake.
Auntie Sherry doesn't forget stuff. That's a
Chocolate.
it's a curse. It's a
peanut butter.
curse, and yet it's a blessing at the same time. It's a curse because I've got so much stuff backed up into my mind, and I'm here every day by myself, and I enjoy myself because I never get bored.
Did anybody in the chat watch the Garth Brooks concert tonight on Prime or
No, I didn't even know that was happening.
Yeah, he was doing a live from his bar that he's opening down on
No kidding.
in Nashville.
You know
Friends and Love Places, and it was being after the football game tonight. I think on Paramount. I don't have any streaming services.
No.
And I got rid of cable.
You know what I wish people would do?
Oh, Ambrose.
Leave famous people alone. They really. You don't think they've had enough of it up to here? You think you've had it up to YouTube up to here? Imagine that. Imagine that. Fame makes many people turn ugly because they can't stand it anymore.
Which song did he write for his wife?
Who?
Garth Brooks.
Which he wrote
the first wife.
The first wife? He wrote
There she goes again. She's having another one. She's having another TIA. Look at her. Hey, wake up, Maria.
You people make
Maria.
me laugh.
and
Maria, are you with us, honey?
my cable went out. And
Are you
for
with us? Really? We thought you were having a TIA.
It was the song "The Dance." He wrote the dance for his wife.
A transient ischemic stroke.
No.
The dance. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Auntie Sherry.
Yes.
What is the capital of Ukraine?
Ukraine?
Yes.
Damn, my
Oh,
What's the
cable.
capital of Ukraine, kids?
It's good God,
Kiev.
Kiev.
Yes!
Kiev.
Yay! Somebody
Kiev.
won!
Kiev.
Yay!
It's not Kiev, it's Kiev. My cable went out.
Oh yeah. Blame it on something else.
No,
Yeah,
well,
like
you
a
could see it was
narcissist always
buffering.
does. You know what a narcissist does? They went to bed and they blame the bacon.
You're calling me a narcissist?
No,
I didn't call you
no.
one. I just said a narcissist went to bed and blamed
I'm
the
the last of a narcissist.
All right, getting back,
Yeah. You can
getting
spell
back
it
to
though.
music.
You can spell it, I know.
Getting back to music. What was Alice Cooper's wife's profession?
I hate Alice Cooper.
Never.
Never.
Biting the bats.
Probably
bats
a teacher.
Eating the bats' heads off.
Ooh. What? That was Ozzy.
No. Alice Cooper got on stage and
No,
Alice
Ozzy
Cooper.
Osbourne. Ozzy ate
His
the bat.
wife.
I'm
What
not
did
making that
Alice
up.
Cooper's wife do?
She's probably a teacher. Because he
Look,
was at
let
one
me tell
time,
you
I
A
think.
waitress.
I'm
Some
asking the questions, madame, and you're answering.
a ballet
okay?
dancer.
Let's get this
Yes! Ballet! Yay!
Debbie Nelson got it right.
straight. Let's get this straight.
All right,
I'm
Debbie.
asking the questions.
Yeah, she's a ballet dancer.
He's actually, as much as I don't like his music, he's a really nice guy.
What is the most
She's a
famous
Christian now.
museum in Paris?
What?
The Louvre.
Who said that?
Me, Marita.
Sure, he loves
Who
bringing.
painted the Sistine Chapel? I've seen it.
What's his name? Oh, he did it on his. Oh my God, the Italian dude. Why is my brain so dead tonight?
I don't know. Maybe you need to work more crossword puzzles.
She's got a
Oh
headache.
my God, it's oh God, Michelangelo. Ring the
What
bell,
are we
dude.
talking about?
Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel.
I'm waiting to see if that's your final answer.
It is my final answer. This took me a minute to get it. Can't find everything in my head tonight.
Yeah, that's
Got
a
it, though.
headache you're having.
Marita got it going on.
Marita has a TIA going on. I mean,
Marita's
it's
got
in
like 12
transient.
pins on this
It's in transient.
computer.
You're crazy, Auntie Sherry.
Yeah, I've been told that before. I'm used to it.
You crack me up.
Well, a lot of people don't understand my humor at all. And they just think I'm some sort of rude bitch. And I'm not. I've even been told that I use my age just to be a bitch.
Oh, okay.
That's
Really?
what people tell you.
Really. I can't help it if the corners of my mouth. If the corners of my mouth turn down, that's not my fault. That's gravity. What do you want me to do? Get a facelift? See, I even have thrush.
Auntie Sherry.
What? Babies get over thrush all the time. That's just
I get thrush
that's
from
from
having
using
dentures.
inhaler causes a thrush.
It's
You
a
know that.
yeast problem.
Very,
It's about
very
yeast.
easy to get. Yeah, it's candida.
I know what candida is. You can get it other places too.
I know that, but thrush is, that's what thrush is. I get it all the time from having dentures.
Well, you shouldn't be getting it all the time unless you're just having
Well,
multiple
because
partners.
my
Are you having multiple partners or what?
no, it's from my. I don't have a great
Immune system.
immune system
Immunity.
because I have RSD and
And you have TIA. We just saw it on camera.
TIA.
Oh, come on now. That's not true, Auntie Sherry.
Auntie
What
Sherry,
is the largest vessel in your body?
It's in your heart. It's your
aorta artery,
it's the one they do the
abdominal,
up your leg. The carotid.
No, it's
No, not
it's the
carotid and
abdominal
not
aorta,
femoral.
right?
Not femoral and not
Or
carotid.
abdominal artery.
Isn't it the one they do to clear your neck?
No, that's
Your heart?
carotid.
Those are carotid arteries. The one in the leg is the
Femoral.
Yeah.
Femoral. Femoral
Abdominal,
artery.
aortic.
Your aortic. Your heart.
Yes, your
Abdominal.
aorta. Who told you that, Dom?
Me.
Easy. It
I
was your
said
heart.
that.
There's people in the chat there giving y'all clues, and that's not fair.
No.
Here I am up here throwing out all these questions out of my mind. And they're
What
giving
side
me
of the
this, letting you
heart?
cheat.
Well, I know Dame knows this one. But what side of the heart carries oxygenated blood to the body? That pumps oxygenated blood.
The aorta is the largest vessel.
The
And
right
yes, it
side.
does come from your
What
heart
side
down
of the
through
heart?
your
The left
stomach
or
and
The right?
The
Right
left or the
ventricle?
right pumps out oxygenated blood. Which side?
Right ventricle?
No.
right.
No.
Left.
Yeah.
Can only be one or the other.
The
The right
50-50
pumps it to
question.
the lungs and it gets oxygenated, then it goes to the
And
left.
it goes back into the
I
system.
guess that's why you get the pain down your left hand.
You know, if we were oxygenated, we wouldn't have red blood cells.
I know Dame know that, but
We would have no hemoglobin if we didn't have oxygenated.
but actually the blood
Oxygenated
up from
blood.
the vena cava into the right side ventricle or aorta or atrial
Oracle.
down to your right
Oracle.
into your lungs, exchanges for oxygen and CO2. Then your oxygenated blood comes out to your mitral valve into your left side, and then out your aorta. I get right.
Yeah,
Dave?
you know what? My mother had
Yes,
mitral valve
Miss
prolapse.
Daisy.
I can trace a blood drip of
Hey,
blood.
for Daisy. We like the lessons.
I haven't had science in
Now,
40
You know what
the
you need to
only
do, Daisy?
so why
I
is
think you
it
ought to get up
then?
here and do it. I think you ought to get up here and do a nurses panel. I mean, people could go all night telling you about their surgeries and everything they've had done and asking you questions about things. I mean, if you really want to do something and continue on with the career you had, I think that might be.
How many people were in the Titanic 1200? Right?
1,200 died. We
Well,
think.
oh, I thought there was 1200 on the boat.
We think.
Oh.
All right, kids. Why is it that you feel left-sided pain in your arm when you're having a heart attack?
because I'm left-handed.
That's because
Because
The
the
nerve?
left
the
side
oxygen
of your
isn't
heart,
going
the left
in
side
there.
of your heart is receiving the blood, and it won't receive it anymore. So therefore, you feel the stoppage.
The pressure.
Is that true?
Nope. The reason is because when you're developing as an embryo, your left arm is over your heart and receives myocardial fibers, heart fibers, into your left arm. So
See, I knew it
later,
was great
when
being
your
left-handed.
But
heart
what if you're
is
breech?
when your heart is being deprived of oxygen, your left arm will start to pain.
Or go numb.
Didn't I just
Exactly.
say that?
Mine always goes numb.
It
I thought I
starts
just
in
said
the
that.
womb. It starts in the
I got
womb
that.
as
Didn't know
we
that.
are developing embryo.
You didn't say in the womb. Now, come on. How far do we have to go back on this one?
But that's
You
true.
did not say in the womb.
That's it. So your left arm is the only arm.
Yeah, if you don't,
and the only part of the body
in your left
that
arm,
has
your heart is not
myocardial
getting enough oxygen.
heart fibers in
I
it.
didn't know that. That's
Sensor,
amazing.
yeah, to sensory So as you're developing,
women will have
your left arm is over your heart as you're developing and
don't
receives
have normal, they
myocardial
have
Well, guess
fibers,
what?
which are heart fibers.
Guess what,
Wow.
Madame?
Yeah.
Guess what, Madame?
That's
What?
Just
cool.
listen to this. You know, when babies are developing in the
I
womb,
didn't know that.
it takes a lot of brain cells to develop a penis. And they
Well,
come out that way,
that
too.
has to do with the foot.
It takes a lot of brain cells for them to know what to do with it the right way too.
Takes
I'm
a lot
just-
of brain cells.
Just,
Takes a lot of
That
brain
is
cells.
true.
just throwing that out there.
Oh,
This,
Lord.
anything
Sorry,
that
not
anybody says on this
sorry.
panel is not a direct reflection on the Creator. Do not blame the Creator for anything we say. And anything we say is scientific and
We say
true
crazy
fact.
stuff
Right.
all the time.
And I recommend no creator put eggplants on their history.
Exactly.
We all know what
Why
they
don't you
stand
start
for.
by putting
You
yourself
know who
up
started
there?
that eggplant
Marina
thing?
puts herself
Nikki.
up there. I
She's
put
the one
myself
that
up
was
there.
started
I
that.
don't care. I am who I am.
I
On
hope
you.
you don't have eggplants there, Miss Sherry.
Shit. Everybody's seen what I have. Just about.
No, I don't have eggplants.
Jinky started that though, the eggplant thing. That was Jinky's, I believe. Hey, Sugar Boo.
That's always been since they made emojis. That's
Oh,
always been a phallic symbol.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, for
Jeez.
What's the
some
phallic
guys
symbol?
wish they could be an eggplant.
No,
What's the phallic
they're
symbol?
uncircumcised.
I thought it was a banana.
Well, it could be that too.
Well,
Don't
the
make fun of uncircumcised
banana
men.
was
Don't make fun of them.
circumcised.
My dad,
Daisy,
my
get
dad
your
waited
mind
till
out
I
of the
was
gutter.
middle age before he told me he was uncircumcised. I'm like, Dad, I didn't know you were. He's like, well, I'm uncircumcised, and your great grandmother delivered me, his grandmother, because she was a certified midwife. She went to take the training back in
Who,
the
Auntie?
30s.
Who? Your aunt Betty?
My grandfather's mother.
Oh, okay.
And so she delivered all of her grandchildren, of course, and 3,000 other babies in the county.
Wow.
The county's barely that big.
Yeah.
But anyway.
You know what I hate watching?
I could deliver
videos
a
of
baby. I
animals,
could deliver
like
a baby in a
horses and
heartbeat.
cows
Unless it was
struggling
breech,
to have
then
their
I'd have a
babies,
problem.
and their babies are stuck, and somebody's standing there videoing it instead of helping them pull their babies
Yeah.
out, videoing it, and you're like,
You know what?
How
The
about
minute you know you're pregnant, you need to start talking to that baby, playing music, making everything soft and calm for that baby in your womb.
Yeah.
Read to it, sing to it. I
Yeah.
mean, be kind to it. Just because it's not here yet, why don't you be kind to it before it's here? Because it
I'll
knows.
tell you what, Auntie Sherry,
I can't imagine my mother had the time to sing to us younger ones with having the older.
Well, to be
and she
honest
was an
with you,
opera singer,
I'll tell you,
professional.
about 85% of women bond with their babies instantly when they find out they're conceived. I know I did mine.
I'm sure my mom did that, but I mean,
Well, I
yeah,
lost
she read
two
to us or
babies.
anything.
My
I lost
babies
two
were
babies.
And
mine.
we all
Yes,
like to
they're-
read.
Yes,
I
they
used
are
to sing
named,
to my
and they're
babies
in
when
heaven,
I was pregnant.
and I will know them. I lost two
I don't
babies.
know. Just
Two.
I don't know, but I only had 2 children.
Just
So
because they're not born yet doesn't mean you didn't lose them.
yeah, that's true, Auntie. But most mothers, when they find out they're pregnant, they bond with their babies.
I think that's more for the Gen Z, Gen X and on, like the baby boomers and before, because they were having so many babies that
was.
I think that, like, I know my mom sang to us after we were born, but I don't know where she would have found the time to
With the
read
other
a book
babies,
to a big ass bump on her with 7
Yeah.
other kids, and
Yeah, 7 kids. That's a lot.
one's only 16 months older than me,
Whoa.
and then one's only 16 months
That's a
older than
family of
her.
wives
And
right there. 7 kids.
Yeah.
no, we had 8. I was the 8th.
8.
I'm the 8th.
My grandma had
Oh
8.
my gosh, you little baby
My
spoiled
other
brat.
grandma had 6.
Wait, you know what? They asked my nana, what should we name her? And she said, enough.
Oh, enough.
Enough.
That's
Okay.
cute.
Enough.
Well, I guess I'm gonna call you Enough from now on.
Well, apparently I was enough. I just always said they saved the best for last.
That's what
There you
Catholics
Made
go.
do.
perfection
That's what
and stop
Catholics
there.
do. They just have babies and
There you
babies.
go.
Hey, Marita.
Yes.
They
Marita,
don't believe in
your name is
contraception.
unusual. How did you get Marita?
Catholics don't
That's
believe
a
in
very
contraception
unusual
It's a
name.
very
until they have about 8 babies and they start thinking
it's a
about
very common name in the
early
Catholic
withdrawal
Church
from the bank.
with nuns. A lot of nuns are sister because
Hey,
it's a
Jan.
derivative of Mary. It means little Mary. And nuns
Early
have to have
withdrawal.
Mary in their name somewhere.
Early
Back in the
withdrawal.
day. And I had a
No interest.
few nuns, Sister Marita Thomas, Sister Kathleen Marita, Sister Charles Marita. It's a nunnish name. It's a very Catholic name and a very Irish name, though it's Spanish. But a lot of Irish people use it. And I am 90%, 80% Irish, 20% English. And
But they gave you the name Marita.
Yeah.
I don't want to
my
dox you or
father
anything.
loved the name.
I'm Cherokee.
They
and
thought I
Black
was going to be a
Turk.
boy. They only had a
I
boy's
thought
name
Black
picked out.
Turk was a
Patrick
region.
Sean.
No, Black
No.
Turk is a
And
race.
when I turned out to be a girl, because my
Now
mom
I know
had girl,
why I
boy,
have
girl,
this
boy,
hair.
girl, boy, girl, and they figured
Yeah.
boy. That's the way it
Right.
was going. But I
No,
screwed it
that's
all
not
up.
the way it goes.
And my mother wanted to name
So
me.
You
Marita
can
is
have
an
5
actual
girls in
name.
a row. And
Yes,
So
my
you
mother
were
wanted to name me Nora
my
or
lawyer
Bridget,
has 5
and my
boys.
dad didn't like those names.
I love the name Marita, though. I think
And
Yeah, Marita is
My
beautiful.
my dad
lawyer
won
has
out. He
5.
picked the name.
Listen to me. My lawyer has 5 boys, and the last one they named Chance. And I said, "Why'd you name him Chance?" And he said, "Because it was our last chance for a girl."
Wow.
5 boys. Can you imagine?
My mom had 5 girls and 3 boys.
5
But
boys.
it was just the name
my
they
gosh.
liked, and I
Can you
hated
imagine
it
the destruction?
because I never went to school with another Marita in my lifetime.
Yeah,
So I couldn't even write the
Marita's
name on
really
a test
beautiful.
or anything. They
No,
would know it was
your
me.
name is really beautiful. Marita is beautiful. I like that.
They didn't even give me a middle name because everybody else has like these monikers of.
You're right. Like I'm Deborah Michelle.
No, I'm just Marita.
Really?
Yeah, because they thought it was such a different name. My sister and I didn't get middle names. She's Janine, I'm Marita. We got confirmation names, which is when we were confirmed in 4th grade. You pick
We
the
know
name
what
after a
that is.
saint.
We know what
I picked
confirmation
Joan
is.
after Joan of Arc because
We know
she's
what
short.
confirmation is.
Yeah.
And so I use that as my middle name, which it's technically not legal because
Right.
it's religious.
So
Well,
Marita is
everything about
actually
you is not
married.
legal.
You're married.
It's a derivative of Mary. It means little Mary.
It means
in
little
Spanish.
Mary.
It could be Marion, Mary, Martha.
Marianne.
They're all in the
Marianne.
same, like, biblical.
Yeah.
And I come
gotta
from the
tell you,
Marys.
So I was talking to somebody that's Jewish in my work the other day, and he says to me, he doesn't know I'm Jewish, and he says to me, he says, "Your name's Deborah." He says, "How do you spell it?" And I said, Deborah, and he looks at me, and he's looking at me because we've had conversations, and he's wondering if I got Jewish background, right? And he says to me, "So, when you read Hebrew, do you read it right from left or left to right?"
Right.
And I said to him, I said, "Well, I can tell you, you keep all your vowels on the side, and unfortunately, you don't publish the vowels when you write, so it's really hard to interpret.
That's a
He looked at me and I said to him, you know, you asshole, I'm going to ask you, why do you replace the B with a V? I don't like that. I'm Devorah in Hebrew, right? And he looked he looks at me and he says, are you Jewish? And I said, no, I'm not Jewish. I was born Jewish.
My favorite
I think
doctor was
that's something that
Jewish.
always sticks with you,
My
though.
favorite doctor was
You don't
Jewish. Dr.
forget your
Cohen.
roots.
Dr. Cohen is Jewish, and I had him for a doctor for 30 years. He was magnificent. He was not Orthodox, but I did go to his son's bar mitzvahs because he had two sons.
My
so
whole
I
high
taught both
school
of
was
them.
Jewish. My
And
whole high school.
You poor girl.
There was
Because
1,000
I
kids in
feel
my.
sorry for you.
There was
Look,
1,000 kids in my
look, I wear an
graduating
empty
class,
cross and I wear a Star of David.
and 800 of
Why
them were
do I?
Jewish.
Star of David represents Jesus' birth. The empty cross represents his resurrection. The only thing I don't like about the Catholic religion, and I've been to the Vatican, okay? No,
Let me hear what you're going to say about the crucifix.
Pardon me?
What are you going to say about the crucifix?
Oh, the crucifix?
That's what you're about to hit
I
on.
wear an empty one because Christ is risen. He's resurrected. And in the Catholic religion, you know, and I have been to the Vatican.
I'm a Roman Catholic.
I know you're a Roman Catholic, Orthodox. I got that figured out.
I'm not Orthodox. I'm just
you're
Roman
not
Catholic.
Orthodox. Okay, you're Catholic. I don't care what you are anyway.
Now, Orthodox would be
Don't
like
make a
Greek
damn to
or
me.
something.
I don't care what you are. I care who you are. You understand?
I like what I am. I'm proud
I like
of what
who
I am.
am too. I wear a Star of David and an empty cross because Christ resurrected. And Catholics wear, as I bought a crucifix in the Vatican City, which is. Did you know that is? Oh, well, that should be a good trivia question.
Do I know where the Vatican City is?
That is the smallest nation in the world.
It has a zero population, birth population. The only place that has zero population.
Yes, but it's the smallest city in the world.
Yeah.
Smallest.
Smaller
nation.
than Monaco.
It's inside Rome. It's encompassed within Rome.
But there is a reason we have Jesus on the cross. It is to remind us of his suffering. An empty cross is to us not.
Well, I wear an empty cross because I don't want to think about his suffering. I want to know he is risen. So, you know, and I wear.
So then 3 days a year you can wear one with Jesus on it. From Friday to Sunday.
You can wear whatever you want. I'll wear whatever I want, and we'll do
I
it.
actually wear a Celtic cross, which does not have Jesus on it. It has the circle behind it, which stands for the sun.
You wear.
Marita, why did you change to the Celtic cross? Marita, really?
I always wear a Catholic cross. I'm Catholic.
No.
The whole world.
The Celtic cross is part of the 13
I'm Irish.
month.
My father's 100% Irish.
Yeah,
I have a crucifix too. I wear that sometimes. Usually, because I wear a medal.
Do you count your rosary beads?
Yes, I do. I have 2 sets right there, and
now,
right here I have Our Lady of Knox, the Blessed Mother, the Piazza.
Yeah, but Marita, I would never wear the Celtic cross.
Mary is more.
Why? I wouldn't. I'll tell you why. Actually, I did some research to this today. Really, we have 13 moons.
Why can't we talk about
that were changed during Catholicism? That is being maintained in Ethiopia. There were 13 moons. Every day really has 28 days. And it had to be changed because of Caesar, who changed the
To the
time of a
Gregorian
cross.
calendar.
Right. Okay. Um, Caesar changed it to
Caesar.
represent
You mean
the
Augustus?
cycle of the sun, not the moon.
Augustus. He was
Well, let
one
me
of my
just
great friends.
explain the Celtic cross to you, why it has that circle in the back.
The Celtic cross really should have the 13 moons.
It has the circle in the back because it stands for when St. Patrick went to Ireland to. It stands because
Catholicism
there were so
is
many
very,
pagans.
very
It
more
was
than
for the pagans.
It was
she
a
For
was
them
it
to
was a
understand
pagan
the crucifix
society then. Yes.
without
Protestant
hurting their
Catholic, they're
feelings. So they
Puritans.
Yeah, it
wanted
was
to
a
keep
pagan
something.
I'm not
society
arguing about
worshiping the
Catholicism. I
sun
don't care about
and the
people's
moon.
religion. If you believe in God, that's all I need.
All right, hold up a minute, Miss Sherry. I want to explain. I want to get my point into her.
Okay.
Not
listen.
her. I'm sorry,
Oh,
Dave. I
listen,
didn't mean
baby.
it like that.
I'm listening,
We
little
are
Mary.
the circle behind the cross, the cruise. It's a cross. It's not a crucifix.
Yes, I know
Yes.
exactly what you're
It's the
talking about.
sun because they did not want to offend the pagans in Ireland,
I see.
and so
I understand.
they brought them together.
Are you talking about the Celtic cross now?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, I
give her
understand the Celtic cross.
Annie
I
Sherry,
understand the
listen,
Celtic cross.
listen to her because it
The
has the
circle and the
circle
cross. I
of God's
understand it.
rebirth there. No,
I'm
you're
old
not
as
No
shit,
beginning,
Maria.
no end.
right.
And it also it was a symbolization, so the pagans felt that they were still involved. They still had some of
Right.
their I don't want to say idiosyncrasies. What's the word I want, Dane? Their belief system.
Their
Right.
belief
But
system,
now they were
their
just
value
becoming
system.
Christians. St. Patrick was just bringing
The
Christianity
circle
to them.
with the cross.
So they thought that this would keep them, and it did. It made them Christians more, and it just stuck.
Right.
Because if you go to, I don't know if you ever been to Ireland. I've never been there, but I have friends that live
No, but
there.
her last name is McNichols. Do you remember that? That is an Irish name.
Yeah, I know it's my last name. Now everybody else
Oh,
does.
come
That's
on
pretty good.
now.
See, I
Let's
don't
stop.
forget
Come
anybody's
on.
names.
Come on.
Really?
What's going
But-
on? I didn't hear that. What's happening?
We're just
And Miss
talking about
Daisy, you
Catholicism.
got to end your life. Somebody got
What?
docked.
Why?
What?
Somebody say something?
Did somebody
I
give
did.
your last name?
No, that's okay. My last name comes up on my
No, she
thing.
put her
No,
name
that's
up there
not
before.
good.
No,
We
my
don't
name,
dock
if I type
people
into
here.
Her
the
name
chat,
is in
When
the
she
my
chat.
last name
Maria's
comes
name
up.
up,
Don't
no.
worry
she put
about
her
it.
last name.
No.
Don't worry
Yes,
about
she
it.
did.
My last name will come up
How
if
would
I
I
go
know
into the
it?
chat.
No.
Yeah,
How
her
No.
would
You
I
don't
know
come
it?
up here
Put
on
it,
panel and get doxxed.
No,
Come
I'm
on.
not doxxed. Don't
Dang,
no.
her name is actually on her.
Yeah, it comes up. So
Yeah.
it's no
Oh, all
biggie.
right. All right.
Yeah.
It's no biggie.
That's why I said
I
she's
just didn't
Irish.
think anybody ever looked at it.
I did.
At
I
least she
don't
didn't
forget
dox your
anything.
number.
Well, let me tell you something, Sherry. How was it originally spelled?
MC
My
Nichols.
no, that's only apostrophe S if there's more than one of us in the room. I always say it when people say McNichols, and I'll say no, it's McNichol. Now, if there was more than one of me here,
Okay.
it had two L's originally.
I put on the S when it wasn't necessary.
No, it was two L's originally.
Thank you.
We got two teachers in here.
My dad, I don't know if it was my dad or my grandfather dropped one of the L's because
Thank you.
it
But you
didn't
didn't
change the pronunciation.
So I didn't think it was a big deal. So.
Actually, I think
Everybody
McNichol
knows
is
my
the
full
Scottish
name.
part of me. I'm not even sure. I don't know. I have to get.
Done the DNA
But
thing.
yeah, Dane, that's where the Celtic cross keeps that circle behind it. It is the sun.
I had a friend that did a DNA thing. He did the DNA thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Father did the
Marita.
DNA, and he found out his brother wasn't his whole brother.
Oh, see, I worry about that, but I know my parents loved each other so much that
Well, it
I
linked
was
to
worried.
his mom. Both of them linked to his mom, but he linked to
Oh,
his dad, but his brother didn't link to his dad.
oh,
He
you
said,
know, you can take the same test as Jenkins, and you could have a little more of something else in her than she can, because
Yeah.
even though you're both 100%, I might carry a little more of my Irish
DNA is
DNA.
100%
And
yours.
one of my
It doesn't.
sisters or
It
brothers
doesn't matter
carry
your
a little
siblings.
more of the English DNA
yeah,
of my
Right.
mother's side,
yeah.
my mother's
Did
paternal
that
side.
with animals too, because my daughter has a husky, and I swear I believe that husky has more wolf than Christine's. I mean, even though Christine's bloodline wolf is or wolf dogs,
Oh,
that
wolfhounds are beautiful.
husky is like I think she's got more wolf in her than anything.
I might have some wolf in me.
Christine,
Late at night. I've been
Christine
hounding
loves
the
wolf
damn moon all
dogs.
night. Nothing comes. I thought a dude would show up at my house.
Well,
Nothing.
when that husky would get in heat, she would howl at the
A
moon.
dude. Keep on wishing.
Nah, I don't have
Whatever
to wish
you
too
get,
hard.
keep on wishing.
You
I
know,
I ain't
just
gonna
have to
show up
pick
at
up
your
a
house.
phone and make a phone call. That's all I got to do.
Auntie Sherry howls at the moon when she gets that way.
I think she does. I think
Excuse
she
me.
does.
Nothing.
And Sherry does what?
When Auntie Sherry goes to hollering at the moon anyway, it don't have to be any particular time. Oh, 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 oh.
Who let the dogs out?
It's almost a full moon too. It's 3/4 or something out there.
Oh, that's when the babies come.
That's called a 3/4 moon. Is called a gibbous moon.
The crazies come
Gibbous.
with the full moon.
Gibbous.
ONS.
I
And a
asked him
gibbon is also a bird.
What is wrong with me?
And he
There's
said the
something seriously
barometric
wrong with me.
pressure drops.
There's something
That's why
seriously
when you
wrong
have
with me.
babies,
Do I just have
you
too
have
much
I think
time
that's
on my
true,
hands?
Daisy.
And I just keep
That's what
retaining
he said.
things until I
The
just can't.
barometric pressure controls us all.
That's what he said. But
No,
I don't
it's
know.
not
It's
cuckoo.
crazy
It's
for
not
people.
cuckoo.
I don't know what
It's
causes
like
people to get crazy on the full moon, but
so
babies come
full,
like a quarter moon or a half moon.
so full of
Because
information.
I have nieces that all work and they're all nurses and stuff.
And I don't want to get.
Although my water
And
I
my
want
broke
to get
on
rid
the
of
moon.
this
nephew is a
information.
first responder. He says full moons are the worst thing. There definitely is something.
My water broke on a full moon.
There
And
you go. See?
I
More
remember
crimes are committed.
as I was
Babies
looking
are
at the
born
moon
more.
that night, and it was.
Let me tell you
Oh
what.
no, I'm in Philadelphia. Crimes are committed on
Let me tell you
24
what
hour
the full
basis.
moon affects you.
They're on a loop.
I actually had a lot of
Our
footage.
bodies are made up of
because,
mostly water.
they doubted.
And if the moon controls the tides, does the moon not
Oh,
control us
Nellie
too?
was saying crap last night about that too.
About Kensington?
Well, turn that somebody was saying that.
Anybody that's still here?
I don't know. I don't even know what
'Cause this
drove
is a
me.
bunch
I
of
had such
BS.
a headache that last night. And I am blocked apparently because anything I write in there, nobody ever.
Yeah, they probably.
I said you were using it as an analogy.
Yeah.
About the animals and
Was she still trying to put that with something else?
yeah. She's still throwing that under a bus.
My goodness.
You know, to get my master's,
I
had to
just
take-
turned it
I
off
had to
because
take
I was
a 100
frustrated.
question quiz,
Yeah.
150 question quiz on analogies. And they started out easy and they got harder and harder and harder.
But she
When
was
you get your master's, you have to have a cumulative test of
I don't have a
everything you learn.
master's.
That's yeah. But you got to study and you got to go back and review everything before you get your master's in teaching.
My nephew has
It's
his
mostly
master's and his
psychology.
doctorate. His wife
Teaching
does.
degrees are mostly
They're both
psychology.
teachers.
Just going to tell you. Just saying.
What do you say?
I said the
I
best.
said teaching degrees are mostly
When I
psychology.
had the best looking anatomy and
Yes,
physics
they are.
teacher.
Psychology of learning, psychology of this,
He was
psychology
something else.
of special needs,
You
psychology.
actually are right there. It is all psychology classes.
Yeah, it's mostly when you're prepared for a teacher in college. It's mostly psychology.
I had every psychology course you could have.
I did too.
Of course, I loved abnormal.
I
because-
had two different ones. I had psychology 1, and we learned about Sigmund Freud and all them, and then 2, and that was like the different psychology. But I don't think there's any more than that.
Everything with Freud is sexual, they say.
Yes.
It's not. It's what you pull out of it.
Hierarchy of need. And all.
Freud
Sometimes
is
a
a fraud.
cigar is just a cigar.
Yeah, but
Marita.
I like the first 3 chapters of psychology. It's got to be about Freud.
Marita,
Psychologists are like
Freud is a fraud.
falling over
I
dead.
know that.
with poison.
But what they
Freud is a fraud.
taught me first psychology
That's
course
stupid.
I ever
He's so
took
stupid.
was don't
I don't go for that kind of stuff.
put yourself in everything
Carl
because you're
Jung,
going to think you
Carl
have
Jung,
every
I
disease you
trust him.
read.
Yeah.
Because and there's a name for it. I can't think of the name of but they say you're good, and it is true. You say, "Oh my God, I have those symptoms. Oh my God, I must be crazy. Oh my God." Nah.
It's called. I know what that course is.
Hypochondriac.
It's called
Yeah,
aberrant.
pretty much.
It's called aberrant psychology.
Or
And
Munchausen.
that's when they go
You get
out of the
attention.
realm of our
Munchausen.
thinking, and
No, it wouldn't
people
be
are doing
Munchausen.
stuff with
That's a whole different.
animals and all
I
that
did
crap.
actual.
You know,
I did a paper.
it's called
in
aberrant
psychology too
psychology.
about
I've had it.
Munchausen with proxy,
I didn't like it.
and
It
I
was
actually
unpleasant
got
for
a
me.
video of a
It was
mother
unpleasant.
putting a pillow over her baby's face in the hospital. The nurses caught it on camera because the baby kept coding, and every time the mommy was in the room, the baby would code, or maybe it was the daddy, and they put a camera in there, and it actually saw this person putting a pillow over that baby's face.
Yeah, that's called Munchausen. That's
Yeah,
called
Munchausen.
Munchausen.
Syndrome. How can you do that to your child just to get attention?
Well, look,
you want to do that? Cut your own self up. Beat your
Are
own
you
self
talking
up.
about?
Throw yourself down a flight of steps. Don't do it to a freaking baby.
Rose, what her mommy did with
Are
her.
you talking about
Munchausen by proxy.
Munchausen's by proxy?
Mhm. Yes,
Yeah, but you know there's such a thing as
Well,
Munchausen.
I actually got an A on that one
And
because
they
it
don't have
was
to
so
have a child,
interesting.
and they have
You should have.
Munchausen's.
And you know what got me interested in it? Eminem.
I told my doctor one of his
Eminem.
patients had
His mommy,
Munchausen's.
Who?
Because I knew her.
the rapper Eminem.
She had
Oh,
50,000
his
doctors.
daughter.
18
Oh, his
doctors.
mother was crazy.
Yeah, and he was like in this rap song. It says, "I was a victim of Munchausen syndrome.
Yeah.
I was made to believe when I was sick when I wasn't."
He
And
was one of the few rappers I liked.
me too, but he's changed.
Well, he's older. That's what happens. I like Snoop. I like NWA. I like Ice Cube. I like that old school. This stuff out now, I don't even listen to it.
What's old
I
school?
don't either. But I learned that because of that song, and I said, I'm gonna
What's
look at
old school, Marita?
Old
Describe it.
school rap. Old school rap.
And I
That's
was like,
what we did on the playground.
like his mom, he lived in Detroit, not far from me.
Yeah, he lived on 8 Mile.
Yeah.
He lived in a double wide.
His mom would make him sick.
No percussion in the
I
backseat
guess.
of lane.
Attention.
No percussion.
She sued him for $10 million. I don't know if she won or not, but
No, I doubt it.
I don't know.
Aunt Sherry, our schoolyard was very calm because there was nuns out there watching us.
Yeah,
We
I like
couldn't
nuns.
do much.
I like nuns. I drank a beer at Naples, Italy. With nuns.
You know what?
But you
I
know
got a
what?
whole group of them.
You know
If they were
what?
still alive, I would send to your house. And you could enjoy Sister Bonaventure, who we just called Bonnie, Sister John the Thomasine, who we just called Grump. They were both about 80, teaching 12-year-olds.
You know what? I don't have anything against nuns, but I don't like their habits.
You'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip the waitress.
What happened?
Hey, Miss Daisy.
Yes.
Miss Daisy, I know we
I'm
talked about
awful.
the
I'm
psychology
just
and
awful.
the psychology 101,
Mm-hmm.
but I do have to tell you there are different ways of looking at psychology.
Uh-huh.
So when you go onto it as a nurse practitioner,
Yes.
you're going to find out that you have Freud, you have Erickson, um,
Young.
Young,
Yeah,
right?
a lot.
And Young, okay? And Erickson and Young actually made
What?
who is somebody contributing? Okay.
She
All right.
heard.
I'm not. I'm listening.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
So when you look at the charts, so all of these people, these psychologists made a birth chart. What are our developmental tasks we need to meet in our life to become a whole human being? And do we meet them? So you have pretty much 4 developmental tasks, and it goes through what Freud says, Erickson says, Young says. Young actually reduced it down to 3 tasks. Um, the thing is this: they're looking at how to make a whole body composite of how we can get through the tasks of infantile to adulthood to eventually learned. And we discuss this like, this is very rudimentary when I listen to it because um, actually, many of us are stuck in
What's
tasks.
rudimentary mean?
Rudimentary means it's very young, very young. We have not mastered the next
And
level to
and
move
they'll also
forward.
say nature versus nurture.
I was getting ready to say
Right,
that, nature
right.
versus nature.
And Bowlby, who is another person that did a lot of research in psychiatry, did
Mm-hmm.
that with the maternal bonding.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to people after maternal bonding and how they came on to all of these different developmental tasks depending on how they bonded with their mother.
Mm-hmm.
So we never did bonding per se with the father. That was never, still to this day in psychology, I do not know what the bonding is with the father. I don't even think that's even been done. I think that's something that needs to be explored. Can the
It
father
should be
supplant the mother?
50-50, but it's not.
Yeah, but can the father supplant the mother? Can she?
It should be
Can he?
50-50.
Sometimes they
The
have to if
baby
there is
needs to
no
bond
mother.
with the father as much as the mother.
Yeah.
Or why
It's
is their
definitely
mother had a
nature over
father?
nurture too, because that's like Amanda. She's never raised her daughter, but that child is just like her.
Nature versus nurture. It's
I'm telling
just
you.
nature. She was meant to be like that.
I know, like it's nature. It has to be.
So what we have is a hierarchy of developmental stages we need to meet as a human being. And Bowlby said you cannot meet certain requisite requirements in that hierarchy unless you have met it within the bonding and your attachment structure with your mother. So you may have avoidant attachment with mom. You may have normal and good attachment with mom. You
I
may
had both.
have, and these
What if you never had a
attachment theories
pacifier?
create what we do on a later on plane as
Madame. What if we never had a pacifier?
pardon?
What if the baby's never had a pacifier?
You wouldn't have needed one if you were breastfed.
I wasn't.
Okay. So, and this is where you come from the bottle
So,
fed.
Rose, that's nurture.
Right.
You
And that's
nurtured it to be
nurture.
like
So you come from that bottle
awesome.
fed society that was nurtured by bottle. Did that could not suckle on mom's breast, which was normal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if my mom nursed any of us. I have to ask
didn't
my
nurse-
elder.
I didn't
Well, I have a sister that's 76. She knows all the family stuff. So I got to ask her shit.
Those
I
babies have to
I
have
know I wasn't nursed.
I bottle fed my oldest because I was too young, but she played
Abigail.
sick.
How
Growing
sweet.
up. I
How
breastfed my
sweet.
second, and she
I
never.
thought about adopting a child many times.
I
can't now.
I know
but
all 8 of
I
us
love
were
children
extremely
to come
close to my
around.
mother.
I love to
And
read
the
to
boys
them.
leaned a lot towards my dad too because of being boys, you know,
They-
sports and you
They
know.
psychopaths that don't have like an affect. They don't care. A lot of them don't bond as babies. Like they're neglected as babies, and then they get this like. Have you learned that? If you heard about that, like if they're not bonded, like they don't get a bond.
Yes.
They don't get
Yes, they did
babies
tests back in the
turn out to be
1950s. They did tests
psychopaths.
on actual babies as to those that were neglected and those that were cared for every day. Guess who developed first?
The ones that was cared for every day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's a video on it. If you don't believe me, there's a video.
I know children who were kind of, I'll say, neglected.
Yeah.
Actually, they were very neglected.
Yeah.
I'm not going to just say it, to where I'd be babysitting for the night and the mother doesn't come home all weekend and
Yeah.
no food in the house, stuff like that.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you a
And thank
story
God it
to
was
bring
right
that
across
back.
the street from my house, and my mother would say, "Bring those girls over here."
Yes.
Even my dad would say it, and last thing he wanted to do was feed more people. But he's like, "Get those girls over here to eat."
Yeah.
And he'd be furious. But those girls had to fight their way through life, and they grew up to be wonderful young ladies, but they battled their way there.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the nature or nurture. They
Yeah,
just they had nothing because their mother was more interested in men. And this was in the 70s.
Well, when I was a
late
teenager, I didn't realize it, but I had a friend that was bad news, and her family would like. I know one of her family members would leave, like the house was just trashed, and then there was this little playpen sitting in the middle of this trashed up room, and this little baby had been in there for hours, and nobody came in and just. And I would like give it attention, but I was so young, I didn't realize, that I knew it wasn't right, but I didn't know what to do at that
Yeah,
time.
see, these girls were the same age as my niece. I'm only 9 years old than my oldest niece, 8 years older. And so I wasn't much older than these girls when I was babysitting them. And their mom was supposed to be home at 9. She doesn't come home for 2 more days. And somebody else had to take over, an older sibling, because my dad didn't want me in there. The house was just full of dog crap everywhere.
Oh.
These little kids had nowhere to go, there was little to no food in the house. Maybe a can of soup and some, what was real big back then? Chef Boyardee, raviolis, and
Yeah.
It broke my heart. Now I look at these two girls, and the grandparents lived right around the corner, owned a bar, had money, and their aunt hung with me, and I'd say, Jeannie, why don't you take these girls to your mom? Take the girls over to their grandmother. And sometimes she'd have to do that because her sister was a lot older than her. Jeannie was like me, youngest in her family, and they ranged 15, 20 years older than her. And she'd take them around to her grandparents because my dad didn't want to be, he had 8 kids already and grandkids living at our
right.
And in-laws, his daughter-in-law, and
that's sad.
But he would never, because my dad was a man.
God blessed him for that. No matter what people think that they don't get blessed for that, they get so blessed for that.
And my dad was super religious, so
yeah, that was God in him that helped.
But he and my mom would be like, you can't. Those kids can't be left in that house, and then nobody wants to call DHS back in those days.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to get involved. Nobody, the people next door did though.
Yeah.
And because she was a bitch.
Did they take the baby?
She was a bitch because she, as nosy as she was, she was had her nose in the right place for once instead of somebody else's house that was normal. And she got them
straightened up anyway.
Yeah, well, she had them taken away to go live with a relative.
Well, good. They needed it.
Yeah, and they were the cutest kid, Colleen and Kimmy. Little Irish faces, freckles, very Irish. Duffy's, their last name was.
They needed rescued, didn't they?
They literally, that's what they needed, a rescue. And that's what happened. They went to their grandparents eventually and stayed there. I mean, they had the bar. They had, and plus the grandfather had a job too with the gas, one of our gas places that make crude oil.
Yeah.
In Philadelphia.
What's in that 7-Up bottle, girl?
My stepmother, she left.
I don't drink alcohol. I'm sober.
Just kidding.
She left Bub with me for the whole summer. She brought him to me when he was like 3 or 4 weeks old, and I didn't see her till that fall.
It's sometimes.
Yeah.
It's the curse.
You know what, Miss
I'm
Daisy
glad that she left him with me.
Miss Daisy did this. Listen to me, Marina, for a minute. Miss Daisy did this. She went to nursing school.
I know.
She had a grandson. Was it a grandson?
Yes.
Yes, a grandson that was dying. She took care of him.
He had ALS.
Went to nursing school. She took care of her home and all of her animals and everything, and she still graduated. And she had to drive a long way to do it back then.
An hour and 45 minutes.
She was, by the time she got her nursing degree, she was probably worn to slap out. Seriously, I know this story.
Actually, I got
I know, and then people throw her under a bus.
It makes me so
me
sad when she tells that story. When she tells that story, it just about breaks my heart. She's taking care of his grandson.
It was the last semester of nursing school when I got
leukemia, wasn't it, Miss Daisy?
Yeah, acute lymphopatic leukemia.
Okay. And
he was sick.
Him and going to nursing school, and don't anybody condemn Miss Daisy. I've been on many panels.
When I went to nursing school, I drove an hour and 45 minutes there and back.
Total respect.
That doesn't even include clinicals.
If you want something,
clinicals where you do your most stuff.
If you don't, you'll sit around on your ass.
I know when I did my externship was in the school. That's when I really learned.
Yeah.
And what I did it smart. I started out volunteering, teaching religion on Sundays. Public school kids. It's called CCD, Confirmation of Catholic Doctrine. And I started learning how to run a classroom doing that. And that was the best thing I ever did. I don't get paid for it, but paid here. And
do you know my first clinical internship that I did was, we had to do 6 weeks of it, was OB. And it was a popping OB. We would leave one room and deliver a baby and go right to the next room and another one be delivered. I mean, there were babies being delivered one right after another.
Pop, pop, pop. Here they come.
Pop, pop. And the best doctors and nurses I worked with at that time.
It's a job that does not get enough.
It's not a job, Marina.
I know. It's a lifestyle.
It's a passion. It's a passion.
Yeah, I know. But so
I learned a lot though those 6 weeks about OB in that area.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
A lot about it, and it was.
When I was in the hospital, I was next. I had the room right next to the neonatal unit. I'm like, why did they put me here?
Yeah.
But that's the only place.
Maybe they thought you were Benjamin Button.
Is Marina still, or is Dame still with us, or did we?
I don't know.
You know what my nephew did? My nephew had a degree, and he went into nursing, and he was the one that checked all the babies' reflexes on their feet and tested their hearing and
give them their
looked inside their mouths.
Their app card.
He was the one.
Do the app card test.
Yeah,
Excuse me?
nurses do all
The
that.
AppGuard test.
I can't hear you.
AppGuard, it's called.
Yeah, we do
Oh,
And they
that
okay.
test from 1
immediately
through
after
10.
birth.
Okay. Yeah, he did that.
Yeah.
But now he's living in
Today's my
Colorado
nephew's
selling real
birthday.
estate. He's making
Aw.
10,000
47.
more than that.
My
Well,
Georgia Peach he is. He lives in Georgia.
he's a
I'm
Georgia
not
peach
from
like
Georgia.
Auntie
He
Sherry.
lives in Warner Robins.
A Georgia
No,
peach.
By
I'm
the,
nowhere near Warner Robins.
well, he lives in Macon County. Macon.
No.
It's in Macon.
I'm in
Warner
Northeast.
Robins.
I'm in
I
Northeast.
think Dane went to
No,
sleep.
I'm saying where he is.
I'm in Northeast Georgia in a medical community.
He is in.
Wouldn't you know it?
He's by the Air Force
They went to
base.
sleep.
I know
Because
where
his grandfather's a
I know
major
where
general.
Warner Robins is. It is south of Atlanta.
Centerville.
Western,
Tina said
southwestern
she's
of
from
Atlanta.
Albany,
And I
Georgia.
know where Dobbins Air Force Base is too.
I don't know where Albany, Georgia is, Tina. I only know where
Albany
Sean
is
lives
south,
because he's been down there since he was 12.
I love
Albany is
Alabama, guys.
southeast of me.
I would love to live in Texas, Alabama, probably Florida. Yeah.
Oh, with the Dallas Cowboys. Oh.
Yeah. But mostly, if I had to move anywhere else besides Tennessee, it would probably be Florida.
No, I'm staying right
Miss
where I'm at.
Daisy, you want to see my Christmas tree?
Let me see your Christmas tree, Auntie Sherry.
It's
You
only,
got
3
one
feet.
up.
It's only 3 feet tall.
Well, that's all you need.
I know. Lola likes it. I like it too.
Yeah.
So
Debbie Nelson, see you now.
As a matter of fact,
Yes.
Lola and I agree on most everything.
Savannah, that's
Lola's my
beautiful.
dog, guys.
If I had to go to Georgia, it'd be Savannah. I wouldn't even go see
Yeah.
her.
I heard
You have to
Savannah's
be there.
beautiful.
Savannah
There you
is
go.
beautiful. Oh, look how pretty.
That's pretty, Auntie Sherry. I love them colors. They were like purple and green. They were colors. I got my
very pretty.
I haven't got them decorated yet.
That tree looks bigger than 3 feet tall.
Yeah, that's bigger than 3 feet. That's about 6 feet.
We woke Dame up.
You know what I do?
I'm not even putting a
Let me
tree
tell you
up.
something about putting.
I'm already here.
Hey,
When you get
Marina,
older,
I'm
you
going to
Yes.
put
put
up a tree this year.
and then
You
you
put up one
squeeze-
too,
you
and let's show them
squeeze all
together.
corners.
I just threw mine out because over the winter last year, the mice got my cedar closet.
Oh, hell
Here,
with them.
Miss
Just do what
Daisy,
you
I
can.
threw it away. I'd have to buy a new tree, and it's not in my
Eric
budget.
Have you noticed how many
Sherry, you
mice
wanna
there
put
have
up a
been
tree
over
already?
the last
I
3
said,
years?
yes. Would you please
I'm
show
I
me?
Huge
got
mice.
it last December, and I'm still battling.
Me and Mr. Bojangles about tangled, but Mr. Bojangles went in the kitchen and walked the Green Mile.
The Green Mile, I love that movie.
I love it too.
I'm
Mr.
tired,
Bojangles
boss.
was in here
Tired of the
Bojangles.
heat.
and I seen him go this way, and then he went in the
stepped
kitchen,
on
and
a-
I heard a
stepped on
snap,
mouse one time
and I
in the
said,
basement.
"Well, he walked."
Don't you
right
love
in
the
front of me.
sound
I
of
was
that
quick.
snap?
Stepped on
Oh,
it.
I love it. Another dead mouse. Sorry, Mickey. Your
He was
family
being a
tree
little
is.
I'm
too
sorry,
bold.
but mice are destructive.
I don't know. This is the first year I've
Okay,
had
Abigail, I'll come.
my cat usually keeps us cleaned out.
Mice are
See, I gotta
destructive.
get a cat. I'm not supposed to
They're
have
very
one here,
Two
but
cats and a black snake. Why do I have mice?
you have a snake?
Yeah, it stays out there in the chicken coop. It's a black.
Oh,
Yeah, I have
oh,
one in my kitchen. 8 feet
oh
long. 8 feet
no,
long. I
no,
wish I had the footage to show you.
no,
It was
no.
in my
I just
kitchen.
want a
The
cat,
door
a
was
nice
open.
little
We left the
kitty
door. We're sitting
that will eat
outside.
mice.
We're playing cards, and next thing I look, there's a
Of
big
course,
damn
it's
snake
cold out now. Black
wrapped
snakes
around
are
my.
This is when they start coming in. It's only 40 degrees here.
No,
Yeah.
I think it was chasing something, but it lost it.
But
Like a
my
lizard or
kitty
something.
used to keep them cleaned out.
That
But
thing was crawling around, and I went and got the
she's
soft
getting old though.
room
We've had her
that I
about
had
26 years.
evolved.
Well, I could see why you would have one in the chicken coop because you
No, I
don't
had
want
one in
mice
my
in there
kitchen.
because they get
Kitchen.
disease. And your
Well,
chicken.
the eggs, they eat the eggs.
Yeah.
And Carmen are eating the
I
eggs.
don't know why.
Or they also cause disease, and you don't want your chickens.
No.
Well,
I'm talking
I
about a
moved
black
him out.
snake.
Huh?
I moved that
There's
little
a
boy
black
out.
snake in my chicken coop.
Yeah, but they're good because they'll eat the mice that will
8
cause
feet
disease.
long.
Oh yeah.
8 feet long.
You don't want them. Yeah, that's what
Finally
they
got
all
somebody.
say.
I'm hoping
Somebody
Fort
got me the
Box will
damn
take over.
yardstick, and I mentioned it.
Well,
They're too
maybe
scared
put
of
a
me to even do anything.
a barn cat out there.
They're just scared
Well,
to have
that's
Eat the
sense to
chicken.
think
That's
of the
what
house.
Fort Box is, but he's a baby right now. But I'm hoping that when he gets older, he'll be a hunter like my kitty girl, which I think kitty girl's getting old. That's why she's not.
Prayer Garden, where are you, Prayer Garden?
Who gives a fuck? Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I
Well,
never say that word.
Yeah, I know. You should have been a nun.
Somebody was gonna say it anyway.
I say it all the time. My mother used to say to me, I don't know where you got so vulgar.
so
You never
offended.
heard your father and I speak.
I am offended. I've never heard that word before.
My father.
Please
when I
stop.
get
I'm
mad.
very
Please stop
offended.
asking for the
I
devil.
will
I'm
cuss.
so offended. I don't know
Come
what
on,
to
that
do.
word just means fornication under consent of the king.
I
Yeah,
guess.
so I know.
I don't know. That's so they say that's what it means.
An F you in front of the king. I got you. Ha!
Or it means for unlawful cardinal knowledge.
I have tried
Yeah.
to call Chris with Prayer Garden several times, and it just
I'm gonna
ain't.
start calling
Don't
you.
bother.
Yes, you
Don't
did.
bother.
Marina.
She'll never
I'm
be
gonna
on.
start
Daisy,
calling you Marina.
You've given forgiveness to her for her terrible things she said to you. And yes, you've asked for forgiveness and you've given it out there
I extended the
so
olive.
sweetly. And yep, you sent the olive branch and she doesn't respond because she's not of your ilk. She can't.
I guess
Your ilk? Did you say she's not of your ilk?
Exactly, Debbie Nielsen. If you
She's
say
not.
3 times,
An
I Googled
ilk
you.
meaning your
Goes
kin.
Prayer
up.
garden.
Your
Prayer
kind.
garden is demonic. She cannot respond to Miss Daisy.
I've tried.
she
I've
definitely
tried.
has some demons. I ain't gonna lie
I
about that.
have tried. I've been kind. I have
I
tried.
know
And
Rhonda
I've tried. And I have tried. And I have tried. How long can I go? I have tried.
It's almost like Prayer Garden pushes people away. Like she
I
pushes
have done
people away.
everything I
She
know
don't
to
want
do.
to get close to nobody.
Seriously, I have.
I'll never forgive
I've
her
befriended
for what
her.
she did to White
Do
Widow,
I hate her?
baby.
I don't
Right
hate
there.
her.
Except for
That
Ronald.
soured me from
I
the
don't
word
hate
go.
her. I
How
don't
she
hate
pretended
her.
to be her friend to find
Ronald is
out.
her.
I love her.
Ronald is
I
her
love
ride or
her.
die.
She needs.
He's faithful to the end.
She
You have to
needs
keep
our love.
Ronald is Prayer Garden's ride and die? Are you
Yes,
serious?
I'm serious.
Yeah, Ronald loves Prayer Garden. Prayer Garden
And
is
Justin.
Why can you not love
supports
other
Prayer
people?
Garden?
And
Yeah.
Justin.
God told us to love everybody.
Are you kidding me? Ronald?
Ronald's one of
Oh
her
my
main
God.
Ronald.
Why do you think he comes
Okay.
Hey, Ronald.
All right.
so much?
Hey, Ronald, you little mischief maker.
Yeah, Ronald's her ride or die. He loves her. Almost as much as to think that they may
Auntie
be
Sherry, are you part of Prayer Garden?
Excuse me?
That's terrible.
No.
Auntie Sherry, are you part of supporting Prayer Garden?
No.
No.
Auntie Sherry,
I went on her panel.
are you
I was
part of
warmly
Prayer
greeted.
Garden?
And I was really, look, sometimes you get your feelings hurt, okay? And you go visiting and you see how other people treat you. And it was a warm welcome.
Okay.
But
All right.
it was confrontational.
Auntie, every time you go over her, she's rude to you.
Well,
All right. You know, I've heard
she
enough
doesn't
right
like
there.
me too much
Okay? This woman
because
is
I'm
sick.
too smart for her.
No, you're not, because you've been in her chat. You're not too smart for her. And I got news for you. Anything she has to say is not good
for Miss Daisy or her sister and stupid in the head. All I got to say is prayer garden is not where we need to be.
She don't like my sister Jinkies, but she hates me more than she does Jinkies. Like if Jinkies made her mad, she would come after me instead of Jinkies.
What should I do?
No, not you, Auntie Sharon.
Stay away from prayer garden. If
I'm
you
not
want to
going
hang
back.
here, you can't be on prayer garden.
I'm not going
I got
back,
news for you. It's a sick
Iron
woman.
Woman.
She really is.
You don't know what your
Very
name means.
jealous of people.
You don't know what your name means in French, Bob de Fuhrer. It means Iron Woman.
Iron
Yeah,
Woman.
I'm an Iron Woman. And I'm going to tell you, I come from Margaret Thatcher. And I'm going to tell you what Margaret Thatcher said. When you take my kingdom, my England, and you put them in danger, we fight to full force until all bad is eradicated.
Well,
and she did it to protect her country.
You know Margaret
and
Thatcher.
we need to do that here.
You know Margaret Thatcher. I know Winston Churchill. He
But-
said never
And
give
you
in.
too. Winston
He
Churchill
said never
said
give
the same
in and never
thing.
give up.
Now, Maggie
Never
Thatcher,
give
not
in
my favorite
and never give
person.
up.
Who?
Give Ireland back to the Irish.
What are y'all talking about?
Margaret Thatcher.
We're talking about Winston Churchill. who
Churchill
said,
and
never
all
give
of
We're
them.
in
talking
and never
about
give up.
Give
Margaret
freaking Ireland
Thatcher.
back to the Irish. That's all I say.
Well, I don't know what Margaret Thatcher did to the Irish.
They
But I
kept
will
Northern
tell you.
Ireland, 6 counties.
What did
You
she
remember
do?
You remember the Belfast?
Do you know the
Rebellion?
history of Ireland?
You remember the
I don't
Belfast
know the
Rebellion?
history of
You
Ireland,
remember anything about Belfast?
but I will tell
being
you,
in a
when it
rebellion?
came to World War II and thereafter for recovery, for a
Well,
full
Thatcher wasn't
political
around for World War
The
II.
ensemble
Blitz.
to make
Are you talking about the Blitz?
My mother's
No,
English.
it was
so,
after in the reconstitution. Right, the reconstitution of our United States and Jerusalem.
No, I don't care for England.
Well,
And my
I'll
mother's
tell you
English.
something.
I
England
don't
does
care
not have
because
the
Yeah.
same.
they won't free the
It's a-
6
it's
counties
a
of
parliament-
Northern
it's a
Ireland.
parliamentary.
They
It's
kept them as
parliamentary. It is not.
loyalist
Y'all, look.
after the War of 1917.
Auntie
My-
Sherry's behind herself there. Tell her you're talking to me.
I'm talking to Dane.
Yes.
The War of
I know where you
1917,
think I
Michael
do.
Collins, Eamon de Valliere. I mean, radical. I'm a radical
Tell
Irish.
me about the Blitz. I took care of an 86-year-old woman that had shrapnel all in her body.
Mm.
Anyway,
And she was bloody this and bloody that.
I'm
But
radical
Auntie
Irish.
Sherry was in the United Kingdom when that happened.
Excuse me?
Were you in the United Kingdom when you saw shrapnel on somebody?
No, I said the lady that was 86 years old that I took care of her.
The Devil's Own. I'll have to look that one up.
In her body
Mhm.
from the Blitz.
Yeah, I want a free Ireland. That's what I want, Abigail Rose. A free
Well,
Blitz
there
came
was
from the
Belfast.
Germans.
county
There
Ireland.
was a big Belfast uprising, and you know it as well as I do.
That was World War II that you're talking
No, the
about, Auntie
Belfast-
Sherry.
Belfast Rising was in 1971.
Okay.
Oh, she's talking about that. All right.
It was the Easter Rising, or 70? 1970?
What happened there then?
Easter
was that?
Rising? Well, did you ever watch the English soldiers who are stationed in Northern Ireland? The Irish want free. The Catholics want to be free.
I don't blame them. I
They're
don't
under
blame
the thumb-
Ireland
they're
for
under
wanting to
the
be free.
thumb of England.
Yes.
When after the War of 1917, they only freed 26 counties. 6 were kept in the north, Sligo, Belfast, Antrim, few others, and they're run by, they call them the Loyalists. It's the Protestants. They're Presbyterians. They're not even the Church of England. They're Presbyterians, but
Right. Yeah.
they're run by England. They're loyalists, and the Irish want free. They want to be free Ireland with the rest of Ireland. That's why if you ever see the thing, it says 26 plus 6 equals 1. That means one
Yes.
Ireland. 26 free counties, 6 under the thumb of the frickin' Queen, and they want to be freed so they could be one country again.
Yeah, they don't like being called the United Kingdom because
No,
that
they
includes
don't.
England, Scotland, and Ireland.
And Wales.
And Wales. And
It's
Wales,
4
which
corners,
is an
but
island.
there's
And
a
Wales,
most
which is an
beautiful
island
song called
unto
Four
itself.
Green Fields. And the fourth green field that Tommy Makem sings about is the 6 counties that are still kept to this day by England. And they don't want to be, the Catholics want to be freed. Northern Ireland is probably 80% Catholic. It's got a very small Protestant percent.
Yes, it
But
is.
most of Ireland is Catholic. Well, it's probably changed now than what it used to be. It was a Catholic country.
Well, you know what? It still is.
Yeah, but it's not as it was because a lot of
Are you saying it's not as prevalent as it was?
Yeah. And so they want their freedom. And the IRA.
Well, who
now, my
doesn't want their
sister-in-law's
freedom?
family are all from Ireland. Her
Who doesn't
mother
want
and
their
father,
freedom?
they all came over from Ireland.
And
They're
this
all
whole
card-carrying
who doesn't want their freedom?
IRA members, Irish Republican Army.
I know the Irish Republican Army.
And
I've been through this Morticia.
and they're gun runners.
Hey, Morticia, been through
So
this.
they don't really, it's not like it used to be. It's since Jerry Adams had the peace treaty of Easter and Clinton was president when it happened.
Right.
I
And
don't care what
so
religion
they made
you
a
are.
peace treaty that they're not going to bomb each other anymore, kill each
Yeah,
other,
they're
have
not gonna
car
fight
bombs
anymore.
and all that. But
They're
the
not gonna
Ireland,
fight anymore.
they're trying to get themselves free from England. England thinks they can just have whatever they want. And this is coming from somebody whose mother was English. My mother's maiden name was Sims.
No, I know your history. I come from a Jewish history. I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm Irish and English, and that's it. And I used to say, I don't know if
I'm
want to
Jewish and
bomb somebody or
Methodist.
have a cup of tea.
I'm Jewish and Methodist. How about that?
Marita, I gotta ask you.
Yes.
I chose my name, Dom DeFur, Lady of Iron, Margaret Thatcher.
Dom
because,
DeFeur. I'm the only
right.
one
So
that can
I
say it right.
associated her with
Dom DeFeur.
Winston Churchill,
Woman of iron.
General Patton.
She was a
did I
strong
make
woman.
wrong choice? No. When it comes to oppressing people, that probably I'm more assimilated with
That
because I was
wasn't
an
her fault.
oppressed
It's not her
Jew.
fault.
Well, I got to tell you, I'm going to change my name.
No,
I need to
No,
change my name.
you know what? It's not.
No.
Marita is right.
She had
Marita
nothing
is
to do with
right.
I'm going to
keeping.
change
It
it
is
up.
not
I'm
our
going to be
fault.
somebody else.
She can't.
It is
She
not
couldn't
our
free
fault.
Ireland. That had
We
to come
were.
through.
Did you
No,
know
but
we were
was
part of this?
Did
Parliament.
Margaret Thatcher, I need
We
to
were
ask you,
never part of
did
this.
Margaret Thatcher take upon the Irish community a arm that would not allow you to be a whole?
Yes.
She did.
Yes, back in the 70s. When
Okay. And that
she-
was the 70s, and that's pretty new to me. I was born in 1963. So though in
I'm only 2 years older
1970,
than you.
huh?
I'm 2 years older than you.
Okay. And I didn't know that about Ireland. Here I'm growing up, listen how we were oppressed as Jews in Germany with a mother that lost all of her family.
Well, if you really study Irish history, what England
Well,
did
I
to
don't want
us.
to be Margaret Thatcher no more.
No,
Gaelic.
I don't.
that is your
Gaelic is
heritage.
called
My
Gaelic
heritage
history.
is Benedict
That, no,
Arnold.
Margaret Thatcher's not my
Marita, it's
heritage.
called Gaelic
I took
history.
her. The only reason
Gaelic
I took that
history.
name is because I was running for political office,
Gaelic.
and I'm a conservative Republican,
Gaelic history.
and I thought Margaret Thatcher did right. I listened to
Well,
her.
but she did. She did a lot of things. She was probably the best, other than what's his name, at being
Daisy
the prime
is
minister.
asleep.
What's his face
Daisy is
from World
asleep.
War II?
Daisy is asleep.
But no, Irish history I'm really into. I'm into Irish
Yes.
music.
I am
Well, I
too.
want to
I
know
know
because
about
I'm not
Gaelic.
going to be some
It's
kind of
called
name that
Gaelic
oppresses
history.
people.
No, it's
Why
not.
is somebody in-
Not
why is
necessarily
somebody
called
saying
Gaelic
something?
history, Miss Andy.
It is
Shirley.
Gaelic history.
It's not necessarily called that, believe me. You're speaking to
Have you
somebody
kissed
who
Have
lives
you
and
kissed a
dies by
bloody
it.
stone?
If you walk through my
You have to go
apartment,
out
that's
on
all
a
you're
limb
going to
to kiss
see
that
is
bloody
Irish
stone.
shit. And I'll fly an
I'm
Irish
changing my
flag right
name.
along with the American flag
I'm
out my window.
totally changing my name.
No,
I'm going to
no,
go back.
no,
No,
because
I want to change it because
she was a strong woman. She was a strong woman. That she did a lot of great things for England. She couldn't
and
change.
I think that personality could do a lot of good in the United
Well, you're
States.
an Iron Woman.
But you got to
Nobody
realize
would know
that
what your
the
name is
problems
if I
with
didn't tell them.
England and Ireland go way back to St. Patrick in County Mayo when he was in
and I have no connection with that. My
No.
connection is with the Jews being exterminated in Germany. I'm a German Jew.
Don't get
a
me
lot of
started.
people
Don't get me
don't
started.
realize
I went to Dachau.
we were
I went
the
to
Irish.
Dachau, and I went through the whole thing.
The Irish were slaves.
Whole commissary
Catholic
of Dachau.
Irish people were
And
slaves to England.
I went to the. I went everywhere.
Yeah, and it's terrible.
We
And I don't
farmed,
want no part of that.
and they
Marita,
in
I
I
don't
went
want
to
any part of
Poland
that.
too.
16, 1700s, we farmed
I've
everything.
seen all this with my
And
eyes.
when they farmed their lands, they had to give it to England. So people in Ireland were starving. Then the potato famine came in the 1800s.
Potato famine.
That's why my family came here. My
And a
grandfather
lot
came
of
here
people
from the
jumped on
potato
board
famine
a ship.
because they
Everybody
lost.
jumped on board a ship coming to America.
And, you know,
and
I'm going
the
to change
potato
up my
famine
name. I'm not
was
going to be
awful,
Jennifer
and that's what
anymore.
they subsisted
I'm
on.
going to change it.
That's why
You know,
Ireland
subsisted on potatoes, and when the potatoes didn't work, they got on ships and came to America. And
Yes,
I
they
appreciate
did.
the Irish
And
people.
You know,
John
I'm
F.
going to be
Kennedy
honest with
if
you,
you look at
Marita.
the population of Ireland now as opposed to the 1700s, when they started leaving, that's the big exodus. And they were sent
Exodus is right.
to penal colonies in
Exodus is right.
Australia.
That's what they did.
That's where everybody used to be sent. And you did nothing wrong. They just sent you there. The English were cruel. They were very cruel.
I know.
And this is coming from somebody whose family
I know.
stems from
Miss
And
it.
that's
Daisy,
why I want
are
to
you
change
asleep,
my
baby?
name. I made a mistake. I made an
I
assumption
thought you were.
back then that probably
Yes,
is
Debbie
probably
Nielsen,
not
you're
good.
very right.
You're not
I
even
took this
sure.
Slavery.
I took this name 10 years ago.
I'm
I
trying to
see
hang
different
on.
I
things
say
politically
keep it.
now.
I say
And
keep it. If
no,
everybody changed
I'm
their
going to
name
give it
for
to
something
somebody else.
political, if somebody changed their name for something
You know,
political, everybody be changing their
Marita,
name.
I got to tell you. Now, after what I've had with YouTube and all of my history, I've had many names, couple of names.
Oh,
This
well,
is the most known name.
I just have my birth
But I'm
name.
going to tell you, and I'm going to change my name, Miss Daisy, and this chat will probably know I've changed from Dom Deferred to something else, and I'm going to do it. And I'll
That's
probably
because
be no
that's why I told
history
you.
in the other
That's why I
people's chat.
said you were the
Thank
lady
God.
of iron. I called you
I'm
out,
here,
Linda.
Miss V. I'm here. I went to answer Miss V, and you hung up. I'm here.
We're just Be an
just,
We're
Irish
talking
war
about
tune.
we're
names.
just
Come out, you black and
We're talking
tans.
about
Come out,
talking
changing
about
let me like
names.
civil
a man.
affairs.
No, but I'm going to tell you, Dame, when you
No,
get off this, Google
Marita, you're
um,
right.
Aurora Greenfield.
You're right. You're
Huh?
But it's got to be
no,
by Tommy
Marita.
Makem
I don't
and
want
the
any part of bullshit. I don't want any part of this Illuminati. I don't want no part of the Illuminati. I want no part of to
Illuminati.
associate with any of these people
Well, don't
that are
worry about it. We're
trying to
not
make
part of the
biblical
Illuminati.
prophecy that is
Do you know that,
self-controlled by them
Dom?
and
We
not
are
in the
not part of
direction
the
of our
Illuminati.
God.
Forget
You're
it.
right.
I don't follow that Illuminati stuff. So Daisy will
Well,
tell
the
you I don't
Illuminati
go down. I know what it
Illuminati
is.
is live and clear.
I
We
know
know
what
what
it is.
Illuminati is
Illuminati
here.
means.
We live
But
it.
Daisy
We
will
live
tell
it in
you
numbers. We see
I
it in
don't go
numbers.
down
We
rabbit
see
holes.
it in
Dom,
dates.
calm down,
I don't
baby.
go down rabbit holes unless it's music.
Calm down, baby girl.
And I want to go down
And
somebody's.
it's in music too. And the
It's in
music is
Calm down, little
driving a
baby girl.
generation of hell.
Well,
Please.
that's those people I don't listen to, though. I listen to people from the 70s and the 80s. If Steve Perry's an Illuminati with Journey, then or the Moody
And they're not
Blues.
good either. They're not good
Journey,
either.
Journey was awesome.
Yeah.
Fleetwood
And
Mac,
I wish I
awesome.
didn't listen to them back then.
That's
Hey,
what I listen to.
guys,
They're
I've been on here 7 hours and 50 minutes.
they're all corrupt.
Yes,
Yeah,
Buddy
a
Nielsen, it
big
did took
lot
our
of
Yeah,
Nielsen
well, just
today.
leave us
all
alone.
corrupt.
And
I
we'll
agree.
figure it out.
Yeah, I got to go too. But
I appreciate you ladies
look
coming up
me up
here.
on Facebook, Dane. Look me up on Facebook. I'm a friend of Daisy's. You can find me.
Oh, yeah,
And
I
then
enjoy you ladies. Y'all have some good talks for sure.
Facebook, I have no social media.
What, Dame?
you don't have social media, okay? I only have Facebook, but
We might have
I don't listen to nowadays music with this
Never
beat
been on
and
Facebook.
all them. They're not talented to me. I like Kelly Clarkson. I like Adele. That's it.
Well, maybe we'll have another trivia night for it.
Yeah, let's do trivia. That's what I want.
wanted to do a Kensington tonight along with this.
And I think we should pile in some money for it, and the winner gets all the money.
There you go.
Oh, it took my headache away for a while.
Go in here on the thing. I don't know.
Peace, everybody. God bless.
You.
Good night,
Hope your
chat. Love
headache
you
goes
all.
away.
Love
I
you.
hope your
Love you,
headache goes away
girls.
from
Come
you.
back and
I love
see us
you,
anytime.
Marita.
It
Good night,
And,
Marita. I love you. I
Bye,
love you.
I love you
Madame.
Thank
too. Behave
Madame,
yourself.
it's
Goodbye,
always
Auntie
good.
Sherry.
It's
And
always good
Auntie
to
Sherry, I
interact
don't
with
know
you.
what to tell you.
It's always
I
good to
really
interact
don't.
with you,
Just thank
Madame.
you, Carrie. That's
I
all.
That's
enjoy
up
it.
in the air.
You're a challenge. I
God
like the
bless.
challenge.
God
God
I
bless
like
bless.
you.
challenges.
Behave.
Yeah.
Good night.
You're a challenge.
Good
Good
night.
night.
I'm more
Good
than a
night, Miss
champ.
Daisy.
I
Good
love
night,
you, Daisy.
everybody. I love you.
Thank you
Good
for
I love
night.
everything.
you, Daisy.
For giving us a good night tonight, y'all. Just talking and everything.
I
I
love you.
enjoyed it.
We're just crazy as hell. We can't help it.
I wouldn't leave, but I've been here almost 8 hours, and so. But I'll be
I
back.
think that was the best
somebody's
stream
gonna
on
split
all
most
of
of this.
YouTube tonight.
You know, somebody's
There
gonna
you
split this.
go. We had a lot of people in here listening, so yes,
Yeah.
it absolutely was. I think-
Okay.
Yeah. Good night, everybody.
ladies, I love you
I
guys.
love you guys.
Love
I
you
love you with
too.
all my heart.
Bye, babies.
Bye.
Bye.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye, sweethearts.
Bye.
I love you,
Bye.
Daisy.
I love you too,
I love
Miss
you,
Auntie
Auntie
Sherry.
Auntie Sherry.
Yep. Bye, Miss Daisy. I love
Bye,
you
Miss Jane.
too.
Love
You good night. Yep.
Good night,
Bye
honey.
bye.
Bye. Bye. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and spending 8 hours with us and hanging with us. We talked about a million different things. I know it started out with SummerWells, but then we just kind of went somewhere else, but it's okay. But yeah, I want to thank you guys for coming out and hanging with me. And God bless you all. Stay safe out here on these YouTube streets. Stay prayed up. I love you guys. If you're not hit the subscribe button, hit the subscribe button. like, go over to Daisy and subscribe over there. I love you guys. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye.